Good day, and welcome to SkepTalk. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I'm joined today by Frozen Screen Guts Gibbon. How are
Does this
you?
every time. Can you hear me at least?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. It's just
I look like I'm having such a bad time. I was dancing. You guys need to understand. I was excited going into this.
amazing start to the show. Amazing start to the show.
This is killing me.
Just
Should
turn
I
the camera on and off on the thing.
Yeah.
It
Okay,
should
hold
work.
on. Let me try it. Let's try this.
There
it
yeah,
is.
hey.
There
All
it
right.
is. Hello. Hi.
Welcome to the show, everybody. It's always this. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai. I'm joined today by Erika Gutsick Gibbon. How are you? How's your life going?
Brother, I'm doing okay. I just had what I have for dinner. I had a sandwich for dinner. I had some hummus with it and some like Walmart brand pita chips, which are actually better than you think. You get them in a bigger bag. I've been surprised in a pleasant way by Walmart's quality on this one. Outside of that, what is going on? What am I trying to do? I played around with some statistics this afternoon, riveting stuff. I know that everybody will find that endlessly fascinating. I was playing with my prior loadings for my Bayesian statistics analysis. Just Bayesian analysis, I guess, is what the cool kids would say. And gosh, I think that pretty much sums it up. Oh, Force and I just got done hosting an epic show with Seth, another host of this wonderful channel in gorgeous Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we sold out our show, and it was a blast. It was super fun.
Let me see if I can pop that up on the screen over here and show everybody. Let me click away from
Hold
this.
on, while you're doing that, we're not vamping. We have callers already waiting.
We do, yeah. I'm not doxing them too. It's this is the show. So we sold out a crowd. We raised a bunch of money for charity, which I popped that charity link in the chat as well. Great turnout here in Tulsa. There's Seth and White Jesus. There's Seth as White Jesus. Right. These are just some random screenshots that we were sent today. There's the fucking cookie cake. No context on any of these. You will not be getting any context on any of these. Unless you come see the show, because surprise, surprise, it went so well. Look at my fucking woke up my belly. We're talking about maybe doing another thing someday soon. Maybe doing more of these things. So if you liked it when you came and saw it, then maybe tune in for the next one. And if you didn't get to see it, maybe don't be disheartened because maybe there will be more. Who knows?
If you want to see flattering angles of Forrest, Seth, and I be overpowered by the amount of unflattering angles that exist, you should come and see these shows, because if there's anything that I've learned from looking at these stills, it's that I don't like the way that I look from various angles.
That's how I feel about every photo of me ever taken forever. It's like, oh, so I just look bad generally. just most of the time I look like that. Cool. That's great. Whatever.
I feel like this weekend's show, going back and looking over some of the photos from this weekend's show, I was like, I think I understand the looks maxers now. And I think bone remodeling might be something that I will invest in. Just with the hammering your zygomatics, just to get them the way you like. You do some mewing to get my, finally ascend and reach my full self. Stop spiking my cortisol so much. In all seriousness, it was a blast. We had a great time. We had some laughs. We overcame technical difficulties. We gave out some prizes. We raised a bunch of money for charity. It was cool stuff. Maybe I'll get another time. But if this is something that you're like, man, I'm not going to travel to Tulsa. That place is a hellscape. One, you're right. And two, you can ask us questions here on SkepTalk if you don't want to actually make the distance by super chatting in and asking us questions at the end. It'll be so great. We answer tons of questions. Oh, actually, hold on. Anecdote.
Yeah.
I was given a gift, or not given a gift. I signed something. I forgot to tell you and Seth about this. I signed something at this show, and it was, oh man, you guys, you would have heard about this show before this with the homicide in the news, because somebody had me sign a dad joke book, and it was just nothing but puns. It was nothing but puns. In person, like, we're lucky that we had security at the show, because otherwise I would have had to unleash my powers in person, and that can get dangerous even for bystanders.
they had me sign it too, and you not only signed it, but you drew a very like disgruntled, kind of half eye closed, angry looking gibbon, and so I threw a little smiley face next to my signature on this to offset that. You know what I mean?
I'm so pleased that you saw that. Because that was the only irritable signature that I signed that day. I think I really think our recipient though wore it as a badge of honor, which I find to be, what's the word I'm looking for? That makes me feel punitive. It makes me feel like I want to hunt them down for sport, but that's fine. I don't have enough hours in the day to hunt everybody that I want to down for sport. So
you know, it's funny. I
pick and choose.
I wanted to tell you something at the event as well, and you've reminded me of it as well. Did you know there was this king, this ancient medieval king in medieval land and medieval times?
Do you think I'm stupid, Forrest? Do you think I don't know where this is going to end up? Go ahead. Flex your
did you hear this joke already?
No, I can tell you get a sadistic glimmer in your eye whenever you're about to lean into one of these irritating jokes that's going to end in a pun. But go ahead, tire yourself out. Let's get out of your system.
This ancient king in medieval land went to Africa to go hunting, right? And he kills a lion and an elephant and a hippopotamus. And he takes trophies of them. He skins them. He takes their hides back to medieval place. And he has these 3 really good squires that are like very loyal and good squires to him. And so he gives them each one of these hides. And so they're known as like the squires of the hides, or like the hide squires or whatever. And like there's the elephant squire and the hippopotamus squire and the lion squire. And they live long and prosperous lives, long after the king. But eventually, at a certain point, the lion squire and the elephant squire become jealous of the hippopotamus squire, and they want that fucking hide. They want to take it from him. And they're now old and curmudgeonly, and so they send their sons to go kill him. And so, like, the lion squire has, like, 3 sons, and the elephant squire has, like, 5 sons, and they send him to these children to go and assassinate the hippopotamus squire and take his hide from him. And yet, he, without any of his own children, he goes out and he bests them all in battle. And so on that day, it was shown that the squire of the hippopotamus was equal to the sons of the squires of the other 2 hides. The squire of the hippopotamus was equal to the sons of the squires of the other 2 hides.
Yeah, no, I get it.
What he found
of the hypotenuse, one might say.
No, hippopotamus.
Yeah, what a wonderful story. Where's my grip trainer? I have it set to 60 right now, and I really need to blow off some steam. I know it's in here, so you just here we go. Here we go. It's set to 60 kilograms. I can just barely get it closed. I'll show you guys.
That's femboy strong right there.
Maxed out. Yeah, I'm trying to actually, these shows are really good for my grip strength. The frustration is translating to some serious gains in my forearms.
That's great.
What are you thinking? Like, do we want to we got people waiting, but we could also
we already got 2 people who were in the host queue and 2 people who are in the call-in queue. One of them, holy shit, haven't talked to that person in a very long time. Don't want to now, but we'll get around to it. The person in the screening room at this moment, you see that?
Yeah.
But,
Okay, yes.
Yeah. But I'm down to just jump right in. I think line number 5 is also a long-time fucking god-awful caller, and so we can jump into that one, and maybe it'll go pleasantly. Who knows?
We love all the calls that we receive. Once we open them up, where they go from there is up to the caller. Sure,
we'll say that. Yeah. And as always, we say it again and again every single time we host these shows. Every time, especially like if I'll shout it out. If you want more callers, you can find them. They're all over on my Instagram and my threads. They tell me every day, and my YouTube. They tell me every day that they're going to call in and destroy me, and that they could destroy me in debate, and that they can prove evolution wrong, and they can prove transgenderism wrong, and they can prove the Earth is whatever, and they can prove that God is real, and all and they're just not here. Is what happens. They're just never fucking here.
Yeah, it's so weird how that happens. And it seems like they always have a ton of time right before the shows, and then after the shows too, they have the time to be
Yeah.
flexing on various forms of social media. You know who I'd like to talk to and who I've never gotten a chance to talk to? I want to talk to a dinosaur denier. That's my
Yeah.
new white whale. I want to talk to someone who thinks the dinosaurs are fake and that the entire fossil record for the Mesozoic is just like, I don't know, like resin prints, like arts and crafts, paper mache, put there by God
Right.
to test us, Nephilim bones. If you don't think dinosaurs are real and I want to talk to you, call in. Also, I am hot off the presses learning about cetacean evolution. I just reread through my Hans Thewison book on walking whales, so I'm fresh on that. If you want to learn about cetacean evolution, you can come to my next talk with Will Duffy about that too if you'd like. But that's not till what, the 11th? So if you're a creationist, you think evolution is fake, that's gonna be my go-to example today. If you just think evolution is fake in general, call in. Like if you think it's dumb, if you think it's stupid, if you think it doesn't make any sense, call in if you think that it was devised as an atheist response to the power of the Lord. I'd like to talk to these kinds of people too, because it just completely ignores the affiliations of half the people who worked on it as an idea. Call in. We're excited to talk to you. And I will be very, very disappointed if we don't get. I will accept as a consolation prize. Call in and tell me your cryptid stories. I know that people don't like when I'm talking. I'm like, call in and tell me your cryptid stories because it's like it's mostly a selfish endeavor, but I don't care. So call in and tell me about your weird cryptid stories. So Forrest and I will try to deconstruct them, or we will be converted into believing in your cryptid. If you've met the Fresno Nightcrawler, I want to talk to you. Dover Demon, Jersey Devil, I want to talk to you if you've seen a skunk ape. I want to talk to you if you've seen a Yeti or Bigfoot. What other ones do I really like?
Our producer,
Chupacabra, I guess.
I would take a chupacabra, both in a call and just I'd want to see one. But our producer just put in the back room chat here, you only get one cryptid call per stream. They take forever. Hell yeah.
You can't cut me off.
Right? This is our show, damn it.
I'm good to drive, I swear. Let's
start with an old favorite of the channel, an old friend, with Howard. No pronouns given, calling in all the way from Spain, who identifies himself here as very theist, who wants to talk about divine intervention. Howard, you're on the line for us. And Erika, first call of the show. How are you doing today?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on again. I thought I'd put very theist instead of Gnostic, because I wouldn't like to be so arrogant to claim that I know of anything. And I'd just like to refer to your previous point. I agree that it's crazy when people call in and say they have proof of something. It's more rational or more humble to say that you've got evidence to support your belief. So I'm not trying to prove that I've got anything definitive. I'm just trying to share evidence that nobody has been able to provide better explanations for till now. So let's see what happens.
Sounds good to me. What's your point do you want to make? What do you want to talk about?
Well, it's something that me and Erika have spoken about a few years back when we were on Modern Day Debate, when we had a debate with some other people. I've got it
Howard,
in
I remember now. Hello, how are you? Gosh, it's been quite some time.
Yeah, a long time no see. It has been a while. I've been traveling and doing evangelism in South America, so I've had a break from the YouTube scene, at least debate scene. So I've got a syllogism for you guys. I know that's how a lot of people like to keep it concise. It's my second syllogism, so it might be a little bit, it might not be perfect, but I can improve it. And that's why I'm coming here to have constructive criticism from you guys.
Sure, that sounds great.
Should we get into it? Okay.
Yeah. Syllogism, bro.
All right. So premise one, given that the most rational position that one can have is the position that has the most evidence. Now, I think that the strongest evidence is in support for the belief of divine intervention, and that makes divine intervention the most rational explanation for geology. What we see in geology, sorry. Okay, so premise two, all mountain peaks house marine microorganisms. Premise 3. Limestone has visual correlations to bone. Premise 4. Sandstone has visual correlations to wood. Premise 5. Quartz has visual correlations to fat and sap, and tree sap. Premise 6 is this. Pebbles, smooth stones, have visual correlations to organs, which I'm happy to go into all the details, but just to keep the premises short. Premise 7. Roman baths are still at sea level now, and as they were built thousands of years ago, we would expect only extinct species if it was over millions of years ago. I might have made a mess of that one, sorry. Premise 8, the majority of creation cosmologies plus the worldwide flood accounts can be cross-referenced and are compatible with each other that perfect explain what's observable in geology. Premise 9, whereas if we reject this single theory of a worldwide flood, it is then necessary to believe in 8 different alternative explanations. Sorry, probably 7. Premise 10, according to Occam's razor principle, among competing hypotheses, the one with the fewest assumptions should be selected. Conclusion. Therefore, the most rational position is the position with the least variables, so it follows that divine intervention is the most rational explanation for these visual observations.
Howard, when we spoke years ago, correct me if I'm wrong, were you the guy who was talking about the petrified rocks being hearts?
Yeah, I believe that not just me, there's thousands of people that are researching pebbles and smooth stones that have visual correlations to petrified organs.
Right. I'm gonna grab my whiteboard because I brought it to the event and I fucking forgot it in my car and I should have been taking notes this whole time. I'm gonna be back in like 2 seconds. But I am listening. I've got it in my ear, in my head.
So Howard, you know, a lot of my gripes with this are going to have to do with similar observations, I'll say, that held true the last time we spoke, right? So, let's just take the first one that you said, right? Limestone has visual correlations to bone. But limestone and bone aren't made of the same stuff, right? Like calcium carbonate that makes up limestone, or sometimes it's a polymorph. Like you've got different polymorphs of for travertine versus the type of limestone that makes up marine formations that are full of these teeny tiny little microorganisms. It's not just calcium-esque, calcium is a part of the rock itself. So it's not an analog one-to-one chemically, which is something that you would need to show to be the case, or at the very least you would need to show that limestone is bone-esque or that bone can be limestone-esque, and I don't think that we've shown either of those to be the case. And the same is true with sandstone, right? Like these visual correlations.
But could just Erika, just before we go to sandstone, could I quickly interject?
Please do.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So surely you agree that some limestone deposits are made up of bone. You've just said it yourself, marine microorganisms like shells and stuff.
I don't know about limestone. I know off the top of my head, chalk is definitely made of coccolithophores and phytoplankton and whatnot like that. So that's not bone, but we do have fossils that are incorporated in things like this.
That's true. And that was going to be the same. And I looked it up in the background. Calcium carbonate is different from the type of calcium compound, I guess you would say, that makes up human, mammalian, reptilian, whatever, tetrapod, chordate bone. Like what makes up shells versus what makes up internal bone. So different guys.
But can I just say that surely we would predict that when something's petrified, it would the chemical structure would change, wouldn't it?
Yes, it
It
would,
would be
but we
altered,
know what that looks like. Like we
crystallized.
know permineralization has a very specific process depending on the
Yeah,
surrounding rock matrix. This is something that we can test in
yeah.
labs and that then we then carry out in the wild. I know of no examples of bone turning into limestone, turning into calcium carbonate.
Well, how come when we see deposits of limestone on the mountains, we always find there's channels that go in different directions? They're not all going vertically down because they're claimed to be made from water flow. But we see many, and they're always perfectly round. They channel into different, how do you say it? They fractal. So just like you'd expect in a bone, you see channels because the blood is fabricated and transported through the bone, as you guys both know. And the funny thing is, we don't just find these channels. We always find iron ore in these channels and around these channels of limestone. And iron ore would be predicted from blood being petrified. I forgot to say about petrified blood.
Just
iron ore.
Right. So,
go.
couple of things here. When you're talking about it sounds like you expect water running across rock to form a perfectly straight line, and that's doesn't make any sense. We would expect it to branch out and have a kind of dendritic pathway like blood vessels do. Like we see those kinds of shapes in nature whenever you see. Well, let's get there, because if you're talking about something that starts going downwards and then can be turned sideways, yeah. I'm also not a geologist. I want to be very clear. I have no training in geology whatsoever, so I don't know how this shit forms. But I'm just taking what you're saying to me and just trying to be skeptical about it. So that would still track to me. And the last premise you brought up was Occam's razor, and I'm gonna keep calling back to that because as of right now, I said I'm not a geologist, but I know a lot of them. I have plenty of friends who are geologists that know this shit better than me, and not a single one of them would ever tell me that a rock is a bone, or a sandstone is wood, or that certain pebbles are actually organs, or that fossilized blood turns into iron ore. Never heard that from anybody who actually studies this shit, and they have models that work to explain this. So if I'm going with Occam's razor here, the model that works and makes geology functional, as opposed to the massive amount of assumptions needed for what you're telling me here, as of right now, until you tell me something better, Occam's razor isn't on your side, but I'm willing to hear more of this.
Okay,
because especially considering, especially considering, Erika just brought up that she knows you before. I'm pretty sure I also know you. Haven't we talked before? You don't believe the Earth is round either, and so there's a lot of assumptions there as well, right? Am I on the same page here? I'm thinking of it. I think I'm thinking of the right call.
See, I'm a globe skeptic, so I don't have an assumption of what the Earth is. I'm waiting for someone to demonstrate what it is. I'm open to maybe we won't ever know because it could be a higher dimensional shape than 3D, like tesseracts or 4D cubes and stuff.
I'm sure you've heard this before.
Looking to learn.
And I'm sure you've heard this before, so I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha here, but I'm just asking for clarification. The pictures we have from space of the Earth, you don't believe those are real, I'm guessing.
As they conflict with our primary observations, I'm not very trustworthy over the secondary information from the space agencies that are all tied to the United Nations. UNOOSA is the organization that is the parent of all space agents. So there's only one source for that. And also, when I watch the weather reports, I always see cartoons. The woman says Scorchio in front of a cartoon. I've never seen England, Great Britain, or Spain, or when I've just been in Peru. And I've never seen from outer space a whole country. I only ever see composite images, which aren't real photos because they don't have clouds.
So you're talking about satellite. You're talking about satellite imagery, not actually pictures from the ISS.
It's called imagery, and when you look at the different satellites, I've had debates with this McToon about it. You can see that there's inconsistencies with the different satellites. I forgot the names now, but I prefer to leave globe skepticism for another time. And I would like to make sure that when so I appreciate the opportunity to explain my position as not a flat earther. I'm totally against flat eartherism since 2018 because the United Nations push it as a false dichotomy. But I just wanted to mention that, Erika, when we spoke before, I specifically challenged you respectfully to look into this by making some primary observations on a coastline or in a riverbed, or even digging in the mud when you find smooth stones, that you will find visual correlations to organs, especially the heart-shaped stones, because as you and Forrest especially will know, because he's a biologist, all creatures, pretty much
she is also
all
a biologist.
Oh, yeah, sorry, but I think you got different fields in biology, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's true. Yes,
Yeah,
Howard.
I totally wasn't running anyone down. I just quickly say this
No,
to
no,
both of you.
not worried
You
about
both
that
know-
at all. Not worried about that at all.
Yeah.
All good. But
Thank you,
I wanted to say before I'm going to route this off at the pass, because I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Every time I have been in a place where there are many, many, many small stones, I have remembered our conversation. That was a very unique conversation that I have never had with anybody else. So I do remember our conversation, and I have paid attention to things like the frequency of the shapes of the morphometrics, if you will, of these stones in areas that are prone to tumbling via water, right? That give these stones this interesting shape. And again and again,
we're told.
Sorry, say again.
That's the explanation, the current consensus, that water erosion and mechanical erosion has formed them to be oval. But as you mentioned, a lot of them are shaped like the harp. That was what I brought up in our debate a few years ago. And so I wanted to just mention to both of you and your audience, you guys will agree, at least on this, I'm sure, that the majority of animals, creatures, even a lot of reptiles and stuff, have got a harp-shaped heart, haven't they? Isn't it quite interesting? Like, it's a design feature. You guys would say it's from evolution, but you will agree with me, I'm certain, that all hearts, or the majority of creatures, their hearts are shaped like a harp, aren't they?
I want to set that. I'd like to set that aside because I will sort of push back on a similar concept the last time we spoke here, which is that yes, oval-shaped stones are common. That's true, and usually they're sort of lopsided ovals. Rarely are they a perfect oval. If you have a lopsided oval, that looks heart-esque, right? The heart is vaguely a lopsided oval, and that is what a lot of stones look like. I asked you the last time we spoke, though, why you would hold to this idea that these heart-shaped rocks are the most if memory will serve, you said it's like the most common shape for a stone, and Jordan, who was with us that last time, sort of in jest asked you, where are all of the heart-shaped livers, or excuse me, the liver-shaped rocks, or the lung-shaped rocks, or the kidney-shaped rocks? Because in the case of kidneys and lungs, at least, you've got two of them for every one heart that you have if you're a mammal.
No, I think that's where I understand it's new information, and it must have been overwhelming, and you've remembered it wrong. So if I may just clarify that. I've got, not just me, like I say, thousands of people are researching this all over the world, and we're all finding the same results, which is really, really convincing to us. And they're not just heart-shaped. The majority of organs are oval, but we find many shaped like kidney beans. Yes, kidney-shaped, and they always have a little crease or an indentation where the blood vessel would go. The harp-shaped stones always have a crease or an indentation on the top where the aorta and the vena cava are. We find vein patterns, sometimes even in red, on a lot of the smooth stones. The smooth stones, the pebbles don't have to be small, Erika. They can be very large. I've got some that are bigger than my feet that I was able to collect. And there's some that are bigger so big that I can't collect. So yeah, I really recommend you look again at the smooth stones of all sizes that are harp-shaped, because as you guys know the anatomy of the heart, you'll find up to 20 visual correlations with the anatomy of the heart of all creatures. The harp, harp instrument, the music instrument, is just the main feature that they have the common morphology. Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to look up harp-shaped heart, and I because I've never heard that in my entire life. I like the heart. I'm holding a model of a human heart here, and it's pyramid shaped. It's if you put it on the superior posterior side and you lay it down, it forms kind of like a little long, lumpy, lopsided pyramid. That's how I was trained to like just to get your bearings on the anatomy. I'm looking at it now from the like anterior face, and I'm looking at pictures of harps, and I'm trying to see what the hell you're saying here. And
When
if
the
I
heart,
kind of,
sorry.
I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to give you like every benefit of every doubt. Like I really am trying to be very kind with this. And I've got like a traditional stand-up harp where it's got like one broad side and one skinny side, and then it comes to a point at the bottom, and it's got kind of a swoop on the top that's very artistic. And I'm thinking if I cut out the pulmonary artery and the aorta and the superior vena cava, and I'm looking at this thing just with the atria as the top, maybe that's the swoop you're talking about, and maybe I can kind of think that's what you're saying. The problem is, this is a mammalian heart, which is very fucking different than a lot of other hearts, most other hearts across the animal kingdom. And your claim, when you were talking about, like, Erika mentioned rocks being tumbled and how they form this kind of vaguely oval shape, and you said, well, so we've been told, because that could actually be, and you were talking about like kidney-shaped things and all that stuff. And the immediate thought that I was coming up with is crab fossils. Like, this is a thing that I see a lot where people go out, and if they go to the like a seashore, and they find some like sizable, really smoothed out oval stones, they might see a couple of dots on the side, which sound like what you're talking about when it looks like they have veins going in. If you crack that in half, those are the ends of legs, and there's always a crab fossil inside of that kind of rock. And I can pull up a few videos of that for people to see if you want.
I need to interject here too. I need to interject here too. Howard, I do take issue with this idea that it's sort of speculation or potentially propaganda that the way that stones get this smoothed out shape is by mechanical weathering in water or in air, because you can buy a rock tumbler and do this at home yourself. And they get a nice oval shape.
Please, can I interject?
Please interject.
Thank you. I'm not trying to say that all the geologists are in a conspiracy. I'm not trying to say anything ridiculous. I know that we can observe water erosion is real. We can observe mechanical erosion and wind erosion. They are real phenomena. They are real explanations for random rock formations that appear like things. Pareidolia, and aphenia, or whatever the other thing is. So I'm totally aware of that stuff, and I am also aware that pattern recognition is a science, because that's what Erika does with the skulls and stuff, no? So that's all we're doing. We're promoting real primary observations and pattern recognition and comparison of evidence, and that others participate. It's like, so it's pretty weird that you didn't have a bigger look into it, Erika. But okay,
I'm with you on this, Howard. I'm with you on this. But like, your observations though, and the observations that I've made, they don't seem to line up with one another. Like, I've picked up I'm not kidding, dude. Every time I see a rock that is even vaguely heart-shaped, I think of you. And I think of that conversation that we had. It made that big of an impact on me. When I picked them up, I don't see what you're talking about here. I don't see the circulatory system coming out of the sort of superior portion of the heart, if we're looking at something human-like, or whatever cranial portion if it's anything else. I don't see, when you smash them in half, for a mammal, the four chambers. I don't see the atria and the ventricles. Like, I have not observed that myself, and I have looked. Now, I'm not doing it to your degree. I'm not systematizing it.
Thank you. I appreciate that you acknowledge that. I've done it to a much longer time, and the instigator of biogeology, the one who termed it biogeology, is Mike Wilkerson. He has very long videos where he smashes, cuts rocks open and shows you the interior. What do you call it? Trabecular carne looking like in some of the channels that he goes into with cameras. So he's got very in-depth research that supports these visual correlations that I found, that thousands of other people are uploading to Facebook and YouTube and wherever they can. And Mike Wilkerson has also done seminars with geologists, cardiologists, and doctors, and all sorts of different professionals. And many people are on the investigation now. Like you said, Forrest, geologists are involved in this now. But it's not a majority. But as we know, we shouldn't appeal to the majority because that's a fallacy. We should follow the evidence wherever it takes us. So I'm happy to invite you again, Erika, to make primary observations. You can even start with a 7-minute video on my channel where I've got my collection from a few years ago showing. And I've just taken that collection to South America and left it in Bolivia with a lovely family that are now presenting it to people in Bolivia. And I've also shared the information in Ecuador to many people, and in Peru to a school. I went and taught in a school. I did 5 classes from 11 to 16 showing biogeology and recommending to people that they don't claim it's proof of a worldwide flood, but rather it is evidence that supports it until we're shown otherwise, because no random water erosion can form such consistency when we can find small, medium, and large stones that look like they're from the same species, because we find many heart shapes. And of course, well, like Forrest said, an elephant heart will be a short, wide, if I may say fat, harp-shaped heart, while a giraffe will be a very long, thin, harp-shaped heart. So, and then you've got different ages and all sorts of variables, and whether they, and what the petrification has done to the chemical structure, because it, like Erika said, the permineralization, it affects depending on what's surrounding it. Is it surrounded by salt water, fresh water, mud? You can imagine.
We've never,
so there's many
Howard,
factors.
we've never seen a case in any area of science that I am aware of, though, where you've got lignin and cellulose turning into sandstone through some kind of geological process, or where you've got bone turning into calcium carbonate through some kind of process that's filled with tiny microorganisms, right? Like, I've never heard of that happening. I can appreciate that you're making these observations, but I think that you've got to do the legwork on that geochemistry too. It's got to be more than just it looks like that. Please correct away. Correct away.
You know that wood can petrify.
Of course.
Yes. What is the chemical composition of petrified wood?
Thank you.
What is the chemical composition of it?
Sandstone. If I may, sandstones, there's different types of sandstone, there's different types of wood, different types of permineralization can do different types of chemical, can cause different chemical structures. So there would be different types of petrified wood, just like there would be different types of sandstone.
Do you agree that sandstone, okay, are you making the claim that all sandstone is wood?
I don't like to make definitive claims. I'm just saying that the mountains that look like trees that have been cut, they're called mitters, they're flat at the top. There's many of them.
I'm trying to ask you,
sorry,
if all sandstone is not petrified wood, then I want to know how you tell the difference between the sandstone that is from the result of wood and what is not, and is just laid down by deposition and diagenesis, as we know. And if it is all petrified wood, then I need you to account for massive, miles-wide swaths of sandstone that could not, even if you believe in one gigantic-ass tree that the fucking, like the Night Elves from World of Warcraft or whatever believe. Like, I'm talking like, we're talking huge areas of land with, as Steno predicted, a laterally continuous stretch of sandstone that goes for miles in all directions. So, like, which one is it? That's what I want to know.
Like Avatar, like the movie, like the movie Avatar.
Sure, yeah.
Well,
so which one is it?
The Bible talks about the Bible talks about a big tree. The Quran talks about a big tree. The Norse mythology had a big tree in the middle. They call it Black Rock now.
I brought up the Night Elves as a thing because I remember that one from Warcraft 3. That's all I got. All I'm asking you is, are you saying that all sandstone is the remains of ancient wood or not? Because if it is, then I need you to explain to me massive swaths of sandstone that are laterally continuous in accordance with Steno's laws that go for miles in every direction. And how does that make sense? And if they are not all saying, and I need you to tell me how you tell the difference. If I hand you a piece of sandstone right now, how can you tell me this one's wood or this one isn't? So which one is it?
Okay, I'll say it as short as I can. It's a yes/no answer. I do not say that all, because I don't know all. I'm just saying some, and I believe that some petrified wood, and I do believe that it would be logic, as you've seen yourself, for the size, the scale of the sandstone deposits formations, and also due to all the historical accounts that we can cross-reference that correlate with each other, even though they're from different places at different times. Yes, I do believe there was giant trees, but I don't know if all of the sandstone mountains used to be vegetation of some kind, just like I don't know if all of the other mountains that have got limestone used to be titans or giants. But there is a elephant-shaped mountain an hour away from where I live that Mike Wilkerson's taken me into and around, and there's up to 50 correlations with the anatomy of a giant elephant of some kind, which would explain the titans that many myths in the Bible and the Quran and loads of cultures spoke about. Titans as big as mountains. So that would explain why there's miles and miles long of sand.
You're just giving me,
and the titans were huge.
You're still just telling me your belief. What I'm asking you is, if you're saying that not all fossils, not all sandstone is wood, is fossilized wood, if I handed you a piece of sandstone right now, how would you determine, without just saying, you keep saying visual correlations, which just means it looks kind of like it. Yeah. So without just saying it looks a bit like wood, how would you tell me that this was or was not ancient wood? How would you test that?
Well, I could send the laboratory like this Roger guy claims to have done, but again, with the chemical structures change, and I'm not sure how much that would tell us, but Mike Wilkerson's mentioned about spectroscopy or whatever you call it, where you flash light at it and see what comes back. Mike Wilkerson's much more scientific. He's a chiropractor. He's studied biology, histology, and stuff like you guys. I'm just promoting the investigation so that other professionals like yourselves can get involved and help verify if this theory is true or not. But just to quickly answer Forrest's other points, when I talk about visual correlations, I'm talking about if sandstone has grain like wood and quartz like sap would be in wood as well. These are visual correlations that support the theory.
How did you get quartz would be sap?
I can't tell you definitively nothing.
How did you get
find quartz in sandstone, which would...
That's no. Hold on. That's the problem that I have with this, though, right? Because you need to show that sap turns to quartz under some kind of given condition. There has to be some way to draw a through line here. It can't just be wood is made of two things and petrified wood is made of two things. Therefore, the two things in regular wood turned into the two things in petrified wood, and that's how we identify it. Like that, it has to be this known relationship.
And that's the issue, is that quartz is made from silicon dioxide. Quartz is silicon dioxide. Sap is going to be mostly water with a shit ton of like sugars and amino acids. It's going to be very carbon-based. So you have one that's pure silicon and oxygen, and the other one that's carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, a bunch of different shit in an aqueous solution. And you're saying that one turns to the other. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm asking you, how does this replacement happen? How does this replacement happen only in this one substance and not in the other substances surrounding it? Like, what does that look like? And what makes it different than diagenesis, which produces the exact thing that we're talking about here?
Hold on, I got one more thing to add here. However, we're going to get back to you. Yes, okay. I want my thing to be tacked onto the end because it has to do with the same thing, right? You need this mechanism that Forrest just proposed, and then more importantly, because I know that petrified wood can contain quartz, like accepted by the conventional scientific community. That's true. Whatever.
Yep.
You need to perform this experiment on something large, unbelievably huge, like the Devil's Tower, for example, which I know some mudflood folks think is a giant tree. Go there, perform the test on that, and show that it has the same chemical relationship that we have for this known petrified wood that's accepted by the conventional science. And you will instantly have everybody on your side, right? Like, you have to show these relationships are the case.
Okay, if you've ever heard of Peter, I can't remember his name, Jupp or something, he's shown where trees have fallen down in a thunderstorm and hit some electric lines, and they were like very strong electric cables, so they were electrocuted for hours until people turned off the power lines and tidied up the mess. And what did they find? The trees had petrified. Now, isn't that interesting? And guess what? In a worldwide flood, you've got the water. Water is seawater is conductive because it's got the minerals, and then you've got the Father in heaven or whatever's up there. I don't know. I'm not a Christian. I'm a theist. And that the divine spark or electromagnetism or whatever, because if you can say let there be light to create, you can say something else to destroy, and that's what the Bible says, that he flooded the world to destroy all flesh.
Howard, I'm sorry.
Not so people drowned, but to destroy the flesh.
No, Howard, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off, man. You're being very polite to us, and no one's being. I don't think you're being an asshole here, but like we keep asking you for really specific things, and you keep saying, well, here's what it is, and then you launch into a just telling us your beliefs again, rather than actually answering the question. So, like, let me be really specific here, okay? Is when we're looking at a fossil, okay? It's not just this rock kind of looks like a bone. Right. It's that we can figure out specific anatomical features, and we can show specific chemical pathways that convert that bone into that thing. Like Erika said, there are, like, fossils contain a lot of quartz, and as well as petrified wood. But you said specifically sap is quartz. The quartz has sap has begun. Like, you made a claim about it. And Erika brought up a great point of Devil's Tower, which I just looked up, and I see there's a lot of people out here who say that this is a big fucking tree that is now fossilized. That is, I think, the best model that you could possibly have. A massive thing like that you're claiming is a tree. That is a huge biological sample, which would have a lot of specific anatomy. Plants have specific anatomy, right? So if your claim is true, you should be able to go to Devil's Tower. You should be able to find xylem and phloem channels. You should be able to find vascular bundles, which is the little tube structures that run up and down plants. If it's a tree that big, then it's going to be a dicotyledon type of plant, which means it's going to have vascular bundles that have xylem and phloem together, and it's going to be in a ring shape around the outside, going concentrically out. It's going to have structures that differentiate it from a monocotyledon plant, where it's a little bit more dispersed. Like, you can say, based on what we know, if you're doing this like a paleontologist, you can say, I know that the plant must be this kind of thing, so it's going to have these anatomical features. I can now go to the top of Devil's Tower and find vascular bundles, and in there, I will find quartz. Specifically, in a straight channel, straight down to the bottom of this plant, is where I will find a perfect vein of quartz, and that is what I would expect if that was sap. If that's the model. Right? If what you're saying is true, the model is that we would be able to find anatomical features that correlate to it, and then you would then do the hard work of proving a chemical pathway here. Can you please demonstrate anything like that without just telling me what you believe again?
I believe that someone has demonstrated this, but I haven't verified it because there's no mountains of that kind where I live. And I don't believe, I'll mention the person now. Devil's Tower, I wouldn't like to recommend because that could be something else. It could be a natural formation. I only like to talk about things that either I or people that I've seen the evidence from have done boots on the ground research. So I would recommend to you and anyone that's interested to look up Hangman 1128 on YouTube for the giant tree evidence. He's got lots of evidence where he lives, and he does show the things that you're asking for. Mike Wilkerson
he shows xylem and phloem in sandstone.
I believe so, but I could be wrong. But he shows a lot of correlations to trees, visual, and like things you're kind of asking for.
I don't care about visual because I don't care about. You keep saying visual.
You're about finding. Well, if you find quartz, you found it visually. I'm not angry. I'm just trying to explain.
No,
you visually found quartz, haven't you? You found it where you wanted to find it. You predicted it. You find it with your eyes. So that's what I'm saying. You visually find things. by
I'm gonna
boots on the
show a
ground
picture.
research, primary
I
observations.
think
You know,
I think too. Like I gotta call this back. While Forrest is, I'm sure he's looking.
I'm just pulling up a picture
Yeah, pulling up.
I'm pulling up a couple pictures of this because I want to just show the audience, and you may see this as well, Howard. Is like this is what I'm talking about
now,
here.
but I'll watch it back tomorrow.
That's
I
fine.
promise.
That's fine. So like this is like what we would look up in like our plant bio labs at university is like you have these horrible little ghost face looking things here, and these are vascular bundles where you have xylem and phloem moving through the plant and carrying water up and sugars down and all this stuff, like, and you have specific rings where if it's in, this is showing a monocot versus a dicot. What that means for those who don't know, a monocot is a more basal kind of plant. That cot means cotyledon. Whenever it bursts from the seed, those initial leaves that come out, those are called cotyledons. So it has one seed leaf, that's called a monocot, two seed leaves called a dicot. So a giant goddamn tree like Devil's Tower would be a giant goddamn tree, right? This is what we're talking about here, right? And you would expect to find this ring of like damn near identical structures that have a vein of quartz right there going down to the bottom all the way around the thing. That's what you would want to see. And if you don't see that, then it's not a fucking dicot. Yes, you would expect that a root system, yes.
Sprawling root systems that you could drill in, like, I mean, everybody knows.
And you would need to find fossilized sugars specifically down there.
Right.
So it need to be, you'd have to find whatever the correlate, if sap turns into quartz, well, I don't know what sugar turns into, but that's what you better find. If you don't find a fucking rock candy cavern, you've got nothing for me.
Yeah. I also, just sort of tagging onto this.
I agree.
We've been talking a lot about the tree stuff. Taking it back to the heart-shaped rocks, because the heart-shaped rocks, they haunt me. I need a mechanism.
Am I living rent-free in your head?
Yeah, Howard, truly, when I go to places with lots of rocks on the ground, you are living rent-free in my head. I mean that. I'm looking at the shapes of these things. I'm mulling it over. But I need a mechanism for that too, right? Like, we have examples from general paleontology of incredible preservation of individual specimens. So a really classic one is like you'll have an ichthyosaur that's like in the process of giving birth, and that whole fossil is beautifully preserved, and you can see the baby coming out. For these guys coming out tail first, because anything that gives birth in the water has to typically give birth tail first, because they need to be able to have the maximum amount of time after they're out to sort of get up and get that first breath if they're air breathers, as ichthyosaurs were. So when you have these beautifully preserved specimens where you've got even some of the general soft tissue structures in the center, I mean, they're not actually soft tissue in really all of the time, except maybe preserved biomarkers. Like you're not finding like an actual liver or heart or anything in these guys. These guys are squished flat, right? And the soft tissue that's present are impressions. We don't find, to my knowledge, hard petrified rocks or hard petrified hearts inside these maximally preserved specimens. So if that's the case, in our best case scenario, we're not getting a perfect mold, sort of a paramineralized mold cast, if you will, of a heart. How are we having trillions, and it would be trillions, of petrified hearts littering the beaches and littering the sides of rivers and lake shores and all of this stuff without a mechanism and without the corresponding anatomy for every other part of those critters also all over the place? Like, for example, one of the things that preserves a lot better than soft tissue is bone. We should be swimming in fossils, in fossil crania, in fossil teeth, in fossil femora, in vertebrae, everything. You shouldn't be able to take a step without finding a complex vertebral body, right, complete with the processes on the back. But we don't see that. It's just oval rocks that are being proposed to be these various organs, the hardest thing to preserve. So my challenge is, how do you differentiate between the two? Right? And where the hell is the rest of these critters?
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. It allows me to elaborate on some of the theories and explanations that a lot of the biogeologists have come to until now, which is bone is brittle, skin and meat, general meat, will have maybe disintegrated from the blast or the heat or the conditions of the extreme whatever was happening in that worldwide flood, because it, like you said, destroyed the flesh. So that includes more than just water. But my point is, just like an egg, you got the boiled egg theory. You put an egg, it's soft in the middle, but you cook it, it gets harder. So we think that like the heart and other organs have all got a skin to keep them safe from abrasion, which is called fascia, and I think it's called the pericardium on the heart. And they've got the serous, am I pronouncing that right? Serous liquid inside the fascia to keep the organ all smooth and protected. So this liquid and this bag, this skin fascia bag, which is all fat, mostly compromised of fat.
Fat.
No, it's a fatty tissue, fascia around the skin, pericardium. It's mostly fat, no?
So pericardium is not like it is part of, I guess it's part of your integumentary system, but like it's calling it fascia. I don't know if that's appropriate. It's way, way, way more fibrous than like the fascia that holds your skin on. It's totally different. And all this is membranous tissue. I wouldn't call it fat either. I don't know. Let me double check. Just maybe I'm wrong, but like I don't think it's appropriate to call that fat. It's embedded with fat. So like if you're talking you're talking below the skin specifically, that's in your hypodermis. So like there's fat around there for sure, but the fascia itself is not fat.
So imagine the pericardium, the fascia, or whatever you want to call it, the skin and the serum liquid around the organs is like an eggshell or an oven bag. And just like, a pressure cooker, these things would be shielded by the bones and the other meat and the skin and all that. So the impact would be on the meat and the skin and the bones that are brittle, like I said, where the organs are protected from all that and their own bag. And it would be like a boiled egg. They've got hard before they were separated from the fragments of the body.
That's the exact issue with that. Every taphonomic situation we see today, like every single, without exception that I am aware of, every taphonomic scenario that we can dream up does not prioritize soft tissue over hard tissue. Either both preserve, or the hard tissue does and the soft tissue doesn't, or nothing does. But it doesn't matter if you're talking about pyroclastic flow or subterranean landslide or desiccation. Every taphonomic scenario is going to favor the hard tissue over the soft if the soft is present at all. And if you think otherwise, if you're proposing this idea of like a hard-boiled egg, when you hard-boil an egg, the shell is still there, right? So you have to explain where the
membrane, and the membrane would not be, because like when you're talking about fascia, I just double checked, because I'm willing to say that I might be wrong. I just double checked, and yes, fascia is mostly going to be like collagen and shit. And whereas pericardium is going to be way, way, way more fibrous. The issue here is if you've ever roasted meat, if you've ever like put a pot roast on for a long time, the longer you have something sitting there in high temperature conditions, that's what breaks down first. So to use that as a mechanism here and to compare it to a hard-boiled egg, if that shell wasn't there, the fucking membrane isn't going to be there either, my dude. Like that's not going to happen. And especially in those shells, that is a major calcium situation. I'm pretty sure shell, like eggshell, is closer to calcium carbonate that you'd find in a seashell than it is a bone. I remember off the top of my head. And so like that would be even...
The point is the eggshell keeps the shape. So the heart-shaped stones, if they are petrified hearts, would have kept their shape due to the fascia, keeping them...
No, because the fascia would break down. It needs something outside of it holding it together. Think, for example, the dinosaur fossils that we have, which have soft tissues in them, right? Because we do have that. We have fossils that have soft tissue that are like tens of millions of years old. The reason why that happens... Sorry?
So you believe, just to be fair,
sure,
you believe
why not?
Millions of years.
Yeah. So all the best evidence that I have suggests that they are, as old as we think they are. Right?
We've experimentally shown, by the way, Howard, that you can actually get this type of tissue, this type of soft tissue that we find, which really they're transformed biomarkers or biomolecules. We can get those to last hundreds of times longer than control conditions with just exposure to iron. We've shown that experimentally with ostrich blood vessels.
Actually, that's precisely where I was going with this. I'm glad you brought it up, because that's the thing. When we talk about this, that's what we see, that these soft tissues, as Erika said, don't preserve on their own. we have a set mechanism that we can say that they work. It's through cross-linking, through iron exposure, blood cells break down, release free iron into these tissues, and they do cross-linking the same way that we use cross-linking with different mechanisms, different pathways to preserve things like leather and wet specimens and formaldehyde. It's the exact same kind of thing, just different processes, different cross-linking agents, right? And we have these blood vessels in here and everything that are being cross-linked in this way, and they are protected from the outside world through the bone, which then fossilizes and hardens and everything. And so we can get in there and we find a few millimeter-long scraps of blood vessels, maybe a couple of blood cells that are highly degenerated, maybe some collagen. Like, we find little bits of soft tissue in there. And as Erika pointed out, we didn't just throw our hands up at that. We then took ostrich blood vessels from the bones of ostriches, and we put them in, we did two of them side by side, one of them just in water, and one of them in a hemoglobin solution, iron-rich, right? And the ones in water decayed into mush after like 2 days, and the ones in hemoglobin lasted for over 2 years without any noticeable visual degradation at all. And so, like, when we actually do this, like, if we find something weird in this, we find a mechanism that explains it, we test that mechanism and at least come up with a proof of concept, and it fits perfectly within the model that we have. You are offering now an entirely different mechanism that not only doesn't have any confirmed experimental evidence, like showing that it has a result, but also you haven't provided a mechanism. You haven't provided the chemical pathway. You haven't provided any testing to show that this is possible in the first place, let alone that it happens. We have the evidence that you've been giving us so far, in my opinion, from this conversation, contradicts a lot of what you're saying. We've tried to give you several testable hypotheses or testable predictions. If your model is true, then we should find XYZ thing. And you've either directed us to somebody else who you think might have it, or you told us, well, here's what the Great Flood was. Here's what, something about the Bible, whatever. Like, it just, I don't see this as a functional model right now. I see this as somebody who is very excited about the world around them and very curious about some things you don't understand. And I think that's great. That's what makes a good scientist. But you don't have the actual legwork to back up what you're saying.
Can I interject quickly before I forget my point, though? On what you just said, I've realized the misunderstanding here. You guys are talking about fossilization. I'm talking about, which I agree takes a long time. I disagree on the millions of years, but I agree it takes hundreds to thousands of years for something to fossilize in general. But then there are cases where things can fossilize quick in Skipton's cave, depending on the mineral content of the water and stuff. But yeah, generally fossilization takes a long time. Petrification can be instant. And I did give an example where trees have fallen on electric cables, and I can give historical examples of Girolamo Segato, Ericio Marini. I forgot the third guy's name, but there's museums that have got petrified flesh from these Italian guys. These Italian museums have got petrified flesh from like 200-300 years ago. So there's historical accounts, there's actual accounts where the electric cables have fallen, and then there's the mythological accounts of a great worldwide flood, which water's conductive, God speaks life, God can speak destruction, and that's why Noah's Ark would make sense, even if it was symbolic.
Howard,
wood isn't conductive.
I gotta interject because
I'm just finishing. Wood isn't conductive when it's afloat, so that would explain the Noah's Ark story. Even
wood
if
isn't conductive in general,
not like literal. Thank you. Unless the roots are in the ground, and then the tree would petrify because it's earthing. But if it's floating, then it wouldn't be conductive, which would explain the Noah's Ark story, even if it's not historical.
Have you been to these museums with all of this petrified material?
I've seen what's in the museums, and I've printed off the names of the people when I do presentations. And you
said they're from about 200 to 300 years ago, right?
From what I remember, I'd have to quickly look up Girolamo Segato. I can't remember if it's 100, 200, 300 years ago, but there's 3 Italian guys. They've all managed to petrify flesh, but the secret somehow died with them, or it's being kept.
That's okay. So that's what my concern was. That's what my concern was, though, Howard, because like the history of what the hell are fossils began with people proposing that they were petrified structures that had been sort of turned to stone by a petrifying virtue. And the people who proposed
Yeah, I
this
remember.
claim to have that secret figured out, which really makes me suspicious of like the type of stuff that's in this museum as well as what it's composed of. Because we have a great deal of examples of fossils, quote unquote, that have formed quickly that are not actually analogous to real paramineralized fossils. They simply aren't. They're different things. They're different processes. And like, I can appreciate that you're saying that petrification and paramineralization are two different things. So what you have to do is you have to show the process of petrification, the signals to tell it apart from fossilization or just regular old rocks, and then you have to apply that to these heart-shaped rocks or these kidney-shaped rocks or to Devil's Tower or whatever, and show that there's a relationship there. And you will immediately win everybody over if you do that. But other than that, it's just like, well, this thing kind of looks like a thing to me. And like, I see these analogous structures that appear to me to look like a giant elephant died here, right? But like, that's not, as you're well aware of pareidolia, you mentioned it earlier, that's not enough.
Yeah,
You have to have a mechanism and
you got to understand.
build your case.
Sorry. As someone that knows about pattern recognition, I'm sure you'll appreciate this point that I'm going to make. We're not just finding the harp shape in different sizes that all match in different shapes of harps. No. We're finding that there's up to 20 visual correlations apart from the harp shape. On the harp shape stones, there's up to 20 internal and external visual correlations to the anatomy of the heart. And like I say, these are not just visual sometimes, they're always there. There's always a few, and they're always to scale that you'd expect for that size of heart. They're always in the location that you would expect the aorta or the vena cava or whatever to be, or the twist at the bottom when it contracts. And they're even to the orientation. So these details are very specific and very repetitive in many different sizes throughout the world. And if you've been to a beach that didn't have them kind of stones, maybe it was a beach of a different type of rock. You know,
why
there's different types of beaches.
Why has this not been written up and published? Because like I'm being dead serious with you right now, Howard.
Yeah.
If you can show that,
I appreciate that.
From the last time that we spoke, I can't remember, you gave a percentage of the amount of rocks that you tend to find that fall into this general heart-shaped category, which can then be assessed with these 20 criteria to see if they are homologous-ish to an actual mammalian or tetrapod heart or whatever we want to call it, right?
Yeah.
It would be incredibly easy to write this up on any coastline on the planet if this were the case. Like the statistic I remember you gave me was like, it was something like 30 or 40%. Am I off base on that?
No. I'd say from 5 to 25% of
5 to 25.
randomly picked. 5 to 25. Sorry, I'm not angry. I just want to make sure I get this through to your audience.
No, it's okay.
5 to 25. Thank you. 5 to 25% of randomly picked smooth stones will be shaped like a harp, and all of those harp-shaped stones will have multiple correlations to the heart. This is massive probability. What would you call it when you work out probabilities to estimate probabilities? This is like ridiculous, astronomical. Sorry, I'm dry mouth. I'm stuttering. So yeah, there's a lot of more than just the pattern recognition of the overall morphology. There's 20 internal and external details in the heart-shaped stones.
I'm with you.
Then there's the kidney-shaped stones, and there's the bone-looking limestone deposits with ore and all that. And then there's the mountain of an elephant that I've been in myself.
And I've seen it is, then this should be a piece of cake to write up, right, Howard? Like why has no one over the history of humanity done a massive write-up on any coastline on the planet and said, okay, here's what we're going to do, guys. Like, we got a big wheelbarrow. We're going to take 1,000 rocks, and we've got our expectation, 5 to 25% should meet this criteria. That's what you've just proposed. This should be easy to write up and publish. This is just a basic descriptive paper. Why has no one done it?
Okay, now this is where we get a bit conspiratorial. Okay. Maybe loads of people have been doing it. I don't think that my friend Mike is the first person to ever look at a stone and say, damn, that looks like a heart. You know, he is a Californian. So, no, he actually saw someone else talking about it, I think in Australia, that says they found petrified hearts, but they didn't talk about petrification the way he does and this, that, the other. They just thought it was random. So he's found them himself, and he's, like I say, a lot more qualified in biology, histology, and anatomy than I have because he went to university to become a chiropractor. He's doing seminars with geologists and cardiologists and doctors and all different kinds of professionals, and they're going to do more experimentation and research that, like you guys are asking for. I am just an activist / evangelist that's now an amateur geologist, and I'm totally ready to change my position if anybody can demonstrate a random process like water erosion and or mechanical erosion, put it in a tumbler, and don't just show me the harp shape. Show me the harp shape with sutras, show me with veins, show me with crescences or dents, whatever you call it, holes where the aorta vena cava. Show me a twist always at the bottom where the heart contracts at the point, like Forrest said, where it tapers off. These are too many correlations for me to just think, yeah, some tumbler did it, because I've got many that are identical, like I say, in all these features. I've literally got sets like this is a species. I don't know what species, but this, and I've got another 3 or 4 that are exactly the same in different sizes. Like you've got a child, the mother, the father. I've got it all on my YouTube if anyone's interested. But go to the beach, go to the riverbeds, check out for yourself. Because if you go under the mud, when you dig under the mud, you find them as well.
Hold on.
Can I just ask one? Okay.
No, hold on, Howard, because I got interested, so I went in the back. Are you okay?
I was wondering what organ this is. Like, what fossil is this? All
right.
That's all I just want to know.
I flipped back over for being cheeky, but in all seriousness, wait. Can I share my screen? Hold on.
I do mine.
Oh, you're sharing. I can't see. I'm sorry,
I was being a petulant. I was being a petulant child, and I was sharing a picture of that site in Turkey that everyone says is Noah's flood, and it just looks like a massive vagina.
So Howard, I've got Mike Wilkerson's talk pulled up here. I'm looking at some of these rocks that he's saying have these 20 criteria for being hearts, and I don't find this convincing. Like I pulled it up just to show everybody. He's got like these are some of the ones that are listed as being heart-esque, and these are like vague oval shapes. I'm not seeing the inferior vena cava. I'm not seeing the aorta.
Yeah. You said, I'm sorry, you guys. I might have misunderstood you, Howard. Did you say your friend or the person we're looking at right now? This guy that Erika's showing on the screen.
This is the guy.
Which one? Okay, because
I'm
one
not
of them.
Who you're looking at? Is it
one of them?
Thallium 7. Thallium 7.
No, this is
Thallium 7.
Mike
I'm looking
Wilkerson,
at a talk he had with Alex Zek.
And I'm curious to know, is this the guy that you said has training in histology and anatomy? Is that who we're talking about here?
Yeah. He's a registered chiropractor in Spain. Just an hour or so where I live.
A chiropractor,
literally where the elephant. He's helped a lot of people, myself included, get out of pain. Because when a bone's in the wrong place, no painkiller is going to put it back in the right. But never mind. Can I just
That's
quickly
also
ask
not
a
a
question
thing
before I forget? Because it's related.
Can we give
Erika
the whole script? Well, no, I guess you got the main bulk of it.
It doesn't
I just want
matter.
to make sure. Yeah,
you're not missing anything. I mean, Howard, I gotta say, like, I've seen the better version of this proposed by you before, and now that I'm seeing what he's proposing, sort of in bulk, I find it less convincing. Not more.
Yeah, I think you did a better job of making this sound good, and now that I'm actually seeing the pictures, these are very obviously not hearts.
He's got a lot of good videos. Maybe the one you've picked isn't the most convincing, but like we said, we're all talking, so you can't really watch it all properly.
I'm looking at what Erika's showed on. I'm looking at what Erika's showing on the screen right now, and what I'm noticing. As someone who also, I don't know, you say this person's a chiropractor, that is not convincing to me that this person has any serious expertise. They know where bones be. That's good for him. But like, as someone who has much less training, right? I did a master's in biomed, and I did a few years of biomed training in my undergrad as well. I've been around a lot of hearts of various species, not only biomedical sciences, but also comparative anatomy of other animals. I did some zoology class. I've dissected a lot of things and a lot of people. And I'm looking at these these rocks that Erika is showing up. And one thing that I'm noticing is, and I'm telling you all that so that you don't think that I'm just being dismissive, but I also don't want you to think I'm saying like, I have this training, therefore I'm right? I'm looking at this stuff, and from a framework of someone who has some experience in this area, one thing that I'm noticing that you would not actually see in an anatomy lab, in a paleozoology lab, in a zooarchaeology lab, in a I don't know if I said comparative anatomy or not, already a cadaver lab, whatever. The one thing that's huge is that these are all, they have such massive inconsistencies and variations. Like, for example, the points on the bottom. I see that a lot of these have kind of like a point shape on the bottom. Those points are facing in different directions in a lot of these.
I was going to point the same thing out.
And you would assume either he is laying these just on whatever the flat side is for convenience of laying them down, which I can go grab my heart model. That shouldn't be the case if these are actual organs, that there's a different flat side randomly. Or there is such a high degree of that weird, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, that condition where the body literally forms in a mirror, you know?
Yeah, and the name is something really obvious too. It's like reversa, something reversa.
Yeah, exactly. I believe it is actually situs reversus. But I think it's that would be so monumentally prevalent in these fossils to boggle the imagination. And that's not
organs,
even
not vessels.
Well, that's not even accounting for the massive differences just in shape. Like the peak here, the very bottom, where these things are coming to a point, that's where you're going to expect to find like the thickest muscle, assuming these are all either mammalian or avian hearts. That's where you're going to have the thickest walls of the ventricles. So you're going to have these thick ventricular walls, especially on the side in the direction of that slope. And you just don't see that. And so what you're seeing here is no different. If this guy were to say these were ancient shark's teeth, it would be as compelling, because what you have here are vaguely triangular shaped rocks.
Without the roots of the tooth.
Right. But like you don't find that with shark's teeth either. You don't find those. Yeah, and so like it's just, if he were to say that, I would be exactly as incredulous as I am right now, because what you're showing me here has such massive amounts of variation in every single part of that.
In all fairness, I'm not showing you anything right now, and I'm not even sure what you're watching.
This is the expert you called up.
Yeah, but if he's gone to a seminar and he's taken a few samples with him, he's not got his whole selection.
This is a collection. This is a collection of 20 heart-shaped rocks that he's showing, and then just for good measure, and I'll tell you this as well so that you can go see it yourself afterwards. This is from The Way Forward with Alex Zeck, The Anatomical Landscape, Biogeology, Titans, Heartstones, and More with Mike Wilkerson. So this is one of the
chat. Drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'll drop the link in the chat. This is one of them.
Thank you.
It's another one, and then that's another one.
Yeah. And meanwhile,
that's very.
When we look at, and again, this is kind. I'm holding up to the screen right now a mammalian heart model, and like some things that I'm noticing on these is it's got a vague overall sort of pyramidal shape, and it's got a point that it tapers to. The point is oftentimes more or less medial, and it hooks off to the side way harder than it should. If you look at the actual ventricular walls, it's just not doing that. And most importantly, if you look at the surface anatomy here, it doesn't have an interventricular sinus where you're going to have those interventricular the coronary arteries and like this vasculature here needs a place to rest. It doesn't have that. I forgot what the name of it is, where this wraparound where those coronary arteries branch off from, where it wraps around the top of the heart. It doesn't have that. I'm only seeing. I'm assuming this is the anterior side. Right, but they all should, is what I'm saying.
Called, but I know what it's. No, because they've all been petrified. Like they've literally shriveled up and petrified, Forrest. But some of them have just like I said, up to 20. Up to 20 correlations. Some have more than others. Some are more visible than others. Some of the chambers inside are very small. Some don't have chambers. Some are very big chambers.
Can tell you,
but they have.
I can tell you 20 correlations between a human heart and a fucking lasagna, bro. Just saying that there's a correlation or saying there's a Yeah, well, I'm saying there's a correlation does not mean that correlation is meaningful,
or a natural arch with a man-made human arch, right? Like,
true.
But actually, you can do that, or the Giant's Causeway and human tiled floors. You know, I mean, you can do this with a lot of stuff. As Forrest said, the correlation does not equal causation. I don't know, man. After
But
seeing
the probability gets lower and lower with the more correlations there are, and when the correlations are to scale, to orientation and location, that even magnifies the probability being astronomical. Can I really please just say one question, because I've been holding on to it for ages? Forrest,
okay, this will be the last thing, and we got to move on.
Well, I had two questions. In that case, I'll just go for the second one. Surely, if you guys, not just you two, but the audience, were to go to the beach or the river and find heart-shaped stones very frequently, like I'm claiming, and then you were to go to the coastline and find them just as frequently, and then you were to dig in your garden and find different pebbles, and again, the same percentage of the pebbles that you find in the mud in your garden also were heart-shaped, and they had these correlations. Surely, if you found these three locations the same results, you would think this is strange, because we would expect sweet water of the river to cause a different effect than the salt water of the sea, which is getting tossed around in every direction. It's not just going downstream. And then we would expect a completely different shape and effect details in the ground where there's no movement, mechanical erosion.
Oh man,
really, no.
Can I please respond to this?
Yeah.
Howard,
no, that's not true.
I implore you after this call to Google rock tumbler results and peruse through some of the shapes that you get from a rock tumbler at your house. Because I just did that myself because I was curious, and I am seeing a lot of heart-shaped rocks, like a lot of heart-shaped rocks.
Yeah. If you remember, I conceded before that you can get any shape out of a rock tumbler, but to find such consistency with up to 20 correlations that are to scale and everything, it seems very far-fetched. And if you remember, I've just said under the ground where there's no tumbling.
Hold on. I'm crashing out here. If you can get a heart-shaped rock,
there's no rock and roll in the ground
from the tumbler. If you can get many heart-shaped rocks from a tumbler, which is intentionally modeled after the type of mechanical weathering that you see in rivers and in the sea, and then you pull that back at scale, and you look at the largest rock tumbler on the planet, which is every coastline combined, I would expect that if I see some heart-shaped rocks in the tumbler, I will see orders of magnitude more heart-shaped rocks on the coastline. And that's what we see.
And the frustrating part here is you're also talking about. Yes, there is.
No rock and roll in your garden.
That's the issue. You keep talking about. Yes, there is. And like you're talking about. Yes, you're talking about mud and like in your backyard and everything, as if it's stagnant and unchanging and eternal. Where I live in Oklahoma, this entire landscape used to be underwater. And so, like, yeah, I would expect to go outside and find tumbled, smooth rocks underground from time to time. And, like, and I also expect to find marine fossils, which I do frequently. And around the coastlines of the ancient interior sea, the western interior seaway, I would expect to find dinosaur tracks and shit. And I do. And so, like, I would expect to find massive plains of salt. And we have that. It's called the Great Salt Plains here in Oklahoma. Yeah. And, like, these are all things that track and follow along with these natural models. And what's so important is it's not just hearsay. We have the model. We can hold that model up to reality and make novel, testable predictions. We also have the chemical pathways to say, all right, here's this, and if I leave this here, this is the reaction mechanism, and here's a selenite crystal, and that's what we find. And, like, that's the thing, is everything you've been giving us for an hour now, and I appreciate you being patient with us and, like, you've been very cool with, like, explaining out a lot of what you have to say, and I give you credit for that. But what always happens throughout this entire call is that we get to the point where we say, okay, now if that's what you're saying, how does it work? How does it happen? If that's true, then we should see this. It shouldn't look like that. And we try to find the ways where we can actually stress this, and it falls apart. And then the guy that you claimed was like this big guy that we should be looking up to, Erika showed on the screen, this wasn't just a couple things he brought to a conference. He was on a podcast, and he was showing images of his whole collection with like dozens and dozens of these things at home, and they showed such massive variability. There's no way to take them seriously. It shows clear sampling bias on his part and confirmation bias on his part to say that's kind of pyramidal. It must be a heart without having any actual test in place to verify that. And he's certainly not taking measurements of these things, coming up with a statistical analysis to correlate all of the peaks of them, all of the apexes, all of the widths, all of the everything, and then showing an actual model to say, this is how I can tell which ones are real and which ones aren't. And I threw out 30% of my collection because they didn't fit in the model. I would take that seriously. He didn't do any of that. And so like, you've given me a lot of things that go back to one of the first words you said on this call when you laid out your initial syllogism. You kept saying visual correlations. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Occam's razor is against you in this. Yes, but one of the first things you said, Howard, was visual correlations, and that so far is all you have given us for an hour. Is it looks kind of like this. That's it.
One of the first premises that were the marine microorganisms on all peaks of mountains. So, and then there's the
which follows geological models that are billions of years old. Follows it perfectly.
Yeah, but it's just a model. So it's your model versus my model. And on the Occam's razor,
and my model makes novel testable predictions. And my model makes novel testable predictions and is backed up by further evidence that we didn't expect before, and yours is not.
Just on this, I've got one theory, and it's a divine intervention. You've got to have 8 different theories and explanations for the 8 phenomena that I named. So on Occam's razor, I believe that I've won. But we can agree to disagree for now.
I'm sorry, that's not how Occam's razor works.
Argument. It's the least assumptions. You've got more assumptions. You've got more assumptions for the 8 phenomena that I mentioned, like the limestone looking like bones.
More assumptions does not mean you lose in science, Howard. And more importantly, the primary tool and purpose of science, or the reason for the tool of science and its purpose, is to, as Forrest said, make novel, testable predictions. Divine intervention, insofar as I can tell, makes none, and the rest of the body of science makes all of them. So I really don't think we want to play the who's sort of got more evidence on their side for this one. The thing is, yours insofar as you've presented it here, you can test it. You can do some testing on this. Do some geometric morphometrics on those rocks, right? Like download 3D Slicer, download Blender, download a ton from MorphoSource of 3D scans of hearts, or reach out to your local cadaver lab and see if they'll scan them. And then you run some GM on that shit and run some actual statistics. Right? Run a MANOVA on them. Then run a Procrustes, or not a Procrustes, a principal component analysis after your PGA or your GPA, and then run a CVA and see if they can actually separate out or if they all clump together. That's what the entire, there's a whole field of study for this. Like the study of shape space, doing 2D or 3D, plenty of options for you there.
Yeah, that's
Erika,
exactly what I'm talking about.
Can I just quickly say thank you to Erika? I appreciate what you just said there, Erika. Honestly, I'm not going to be able to check the majority of that stuff, but I will take note of everything you've said, and I will look for some of these geologists and people that have joined the investigation and try and get other scientists and geologists to do some of the things that you've just said.
Howard, download 3D Slicer. It's free and open source. Use Blender. It's free and open source. Use R. It's free and open source. And if you email me, I will tell you the exact tests that you can perform on this. I'll even give you my code. And you can run it using the code that I use to analyze shapes of teeth that I do. Happy to help with this endeavor. So reach out.
What was your email address again? Or if you don't want to say it on my channel,
it's fine. It's on my channel. It's gutsigiven@gmail.com. Happy to help.
Yeah. The big thing she said there, geometric morphometrics, that's every fucking paleo paper that I read. Like, that's everything. Yeah. All right, Howard. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Did you want to say something before you kick me? Okay, I will. Thank you so much, guys.
I was just repeating geometric morphometrics. That's what I would be interested in, because that is the thing that, like, every paleontology professor that I've had, like, that's when we talk about, like, actually figuring out, not just this bone kind of looks like this guy. You actually do a serious analysis on it. And so, like, if you can pull that off, I'm here for it. I would love to hear about it.
I better get an acknowledgement and potential co-authorship if you publish, though.
Yes, yes.
Can I just say kudos to both of you? This is actually the first time I've had an interaction with infamous atheist YouTubers that hasn't resorted to ridicule, slander, and what do they call it? Sea lining. So really big up to the both of you. I hope you have an awesome show, and I hope to talk to you again in the future on this topic.
We can do that if you want.
It's been a really
good Howard.
That's awesome.
See you later.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
We should have yelled at. We could add it in there at the end just for fun, you know. Just fuck you.
Shakes fist menacingly.
Right. I'm looking at the call screen here, and I some of these look like they might get spicier than Howard. Howard, we've talked before, and like I was honest before we took the call. Like I fight, it's rarely a pleasant thing because it's frustrating when you have somebody who's saying literally all of science is wrong, and here's this concept that I have. He was nice enough today, and we covered a lot of stuff, and credit where it's due. Nobody raised their voice, and everybody was fine. We got through a lot of things. There's just no meat in there, you know what I mean?
We have an absolute just menagerie of calls to pick from.
We do.
I agree. Some could get spicier than Howard because Howard was a sweetie. I had fun with it. I had fun last time I talked to Howard, but last time I will admit I was taken a lot more back than I was this time because I knew what was coming. But you know the call I want to take, and I know the call that you want to take. So let's get to the next call.
Yeah, it's the one for me too. I wish, by the way, before we get into it, like this, so the person we're about to talk to is somebody who left a comment on my channel and said that Erika and I have a hard time addressing the points that they want to make, and so I'm excited to talk to them. But they're not the only one. When I was on with Ella the other day, we had a dude here on the line who is apparently like a longtime watcher who went on this weird fucking natalist rant about how selfish I am for not having kids. I want to talk to that guy too. And so like if anybody, like he deleted his comment after he got roasted by like 1 million people, but just I'm throwing it out there. Still want to talk to the because he's not the only one. We have a bunch of people who make these weird ass fucking you're born to reproduce arguments, and how can you call yourself a humanist if you don't have 1,000 children? Let's talk. That sounds like fun as well.
I think that'd be a blast.
Let's talk to Eric, and I'm just gonna read. It's Eric. It says no pronouns given, but in the actual pronoun space on the call screen, it says not a liberal. We're gonna ask about that briefly before we start. And Eric is calling in and wants to talk about race realism. Hi, Eric. You're on with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Guys, I'm exhausted. That was the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my life. That guy is crazy.
Brother, you gotta listen to this show more often.
Yeah,
we get Eric. One of those once or twice a week.
I guess so because honestly, this is the first time I'm new to your show.
Yeah.
That call was just so in outer space. I don't even know what. Look, let me bring this back to normal conversations and normal subjects. Human evolution. Is that okay?
By all means. And if you want a real treat, go listen to the conversation that Forrest and I had with the person who was telling us about the monad. That's another classic.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Classic for some interesting, really interesting takes.
Yeah. We try to let people flesh out their ideas. That's all. We're trying to be pleasant.
Okay, so y'all, I'm a right-winger, hardcore Republican, MAGA, far-right Trump supporter. But I am not at all religious conservative. I'm a social Darwinist, a libertarian. And I think both of y'all have this assumption that people on the right are Christian conservatives and all Bible thumpers and Bible believers, and that is not the case. A lot of us are Ayn Rand individualists. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think they're all that. I think that a dangerous majority of them are that. And to be frank with you, I'm not trying to like cast like underhanded comments here. I'm just being direct with you about it. Like separating yourself from them by saying that you're a social Darwinist and you're a big fan of Ayn Rand doesn't do much for me in terms of like separating you. It's just a different person that I would have an extreme problem with.
Yeah,
so like,
okay. That's fine.
I want to hear your perspective here, Eric. I will say too, we have engaged with one another before. We engaged with one another when I was still on Twitter. We've talked in a couple of comment sections. You've mentioned me on your website a couple of times. So I am at least familiar with your perspective and where you're coming from, but I don't know that Forrest is, and I don't know that the audience is. No. So please give your perspective. And actually, I'm probably gonna pee really quick while he's filling you in. So I can
trade
do
out
that
as soon as you get back. Yeah, have fun.
I have probably the number one race realist site. It's called subspecies.com. I also have a human subspecies channel here at YouTube. And I'm one of these folks that believes we have Neanderthal DNA, we have Denisovan DNA, we have Australopithecine DNA, and we are not the same. We're not kumbaya. We're not we are the world. We're not the same species. We're different subspecies. And in the case of perhaps African pygmies and Australian aborigines, and a few others, the Hodstud down in Southeast Africa, we might be entirely different species. So from that perspective, I agree with everything y'all say on paleoanthropology, and I watch y'all religiously. But when it comes to categorization and human taxonomical classifications, I am totally on another planet from you guys. I think y'all are very woke and very politically correct, and you don't want to offend anybody, so you're in this mindset that a lot of out of Africa people are of that we're all the same, we're all the same species, and there's no human variation. Well, that would have worked. That did work before 2010, and your whole world came crushing down in 2010.
So I'm going to get into our whole world came crashing down, because that's news to me that our world came crashing down. I hadn't heard. But before we get there, I just had a couple of quick questions. You talked about Neanderthal DNA and Denisovan DNA, and that's something I'm familiar with, like the differences in DNA across, what we would call ethnic populations, or even, casually we would call racial populations. You also said Australopithecus DNA, which all humans would have, because hominins are descended from Australopithecines.
I am ready for that. Ooh, boy, okay, am I ready for that.
So that's fine. So I just want to make sure I want to understand that wasn't something you misspoke on.
I knew you were going to say, there's no evidence of Australopithecine DNA in modern humans. There is. There absolutely is hard evidence.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. And it's weird that you went off on that heavy on it when I was just clarifying something. So I was saying that, like, all humans, like hominins, are descendant from Australopithecines, and so I would expect for all of us to have Australopithecus DNA. If you're saying that some ethnic groups have more than others, I would be interested in talking about that. I'm also particularly interested in, you used a couple of terms here. One of them, first I want to ask you about pronouns. And this is, you may think it's non sequitur, but while we're waiting for Eric to get back, I just want to make sure we're on the same page about a couple of things. You put on the call screen under pronouns, I'm not a liberal, and now we just have it listed as none here. Is there a particular reason for that?
Because I hate woke. I hate political correctness. And you guys are awful about that kind of stuff. I mean,
the reason why I ask, the reason why I ask is because I'm curious to know if, like, the science of sex and gender, which is also, modern biology that's widely accepted, is another type of biology, like race realism, that you take issue with, and that you think that, like, all, like the modern academic consensus is incorrect about science of sex and gender as they are about race being a social construct. Is that what I'm hearing?
Are you asking me about trans? Is that your question?
I can be more simplified. So generally, like, modern biology is all the academic consensus. We're all in agreement. Sex and gender are different things, and they're not necessarily congruent. That's where you do get trans people from, but that's why we, as a collective society, kind of started moving in this direction of identifying pronouns, because we kind of realized that it's just not as easy as just hearing someone's voice all the time. And also, if we didn't do it that way, then trans people were just kind of outing themselves by using them. So
you guys are
basically,
just as bad as I imagined you to be. Y'all are so far left wing. pathetic. But I don't want to.
yeah.
I don't want to get into that. I don't want to talk about trans and gender
Eric,
and all that kind of stuff. That's not my forte.
Eric, you're going off of several deep ends here. I just asked a simple clarifying question. I didn't need you to. I promise you, I agree. I am so far left, you have no idea. The question that I asked you is,
makes me
you didn't provide pronouns.
My stomach, dude. What is wrong with you? Why are you
that's
like that?
Great for you. That's great for you to have those
Why
feelings.
do you hate this country so much?
Eric, I need you to keep your feelings in check. I'm just asking a simple clarifying question here. All I asked was, you didn't provide pronouns.
Call me Mr. Fine.
You didn't. Mr. isn't a pronoun. Mr. isn't a pronoun. All I asked was, modern biology textbooks explain the difference between sex and gender, and if you took the stance you're not a liberal and asking, I was just wondering if that's another part of biology that you take umbrage with. It sounds like it is, because you're saying
I don't care about it, dude. I just sat through the most bizarre 1 hour of Howard for
Eric,
an hour, and I did not get on here to talk to y'all about pronouns.
Eric, you are the
only one who's yelling. I did not get on here to talk about gender and pronouns.
You are the only one who's yelling.
And Australopithecines.
Eric, I need you to calm down. We're doing logic and science, not emotion here, right? I'm just asking a simple question.
Denisovans, and Australopithecines.
You wanted to talk about it. I'm just asking. The modern academic consensus is that race is a social construct. You have a problem with that, and you want to argue about it. I get it.
That is not true. That is the modern left-wing social scientific consensus. I'm not a left-winger. I don't care what Harvard or Princeton
nobody is under the influence that you're a left-winger.
Shit.
I need you to take 10 deep breaths, Eric. You are the only one who is yelling. Please control your emotions here, okay? I'm just asking. If that was another part of science that you have an issue with, that was the whole question. I had another one that I wanted to ask you. I don't think we can get there before you calm down.
Okay.
So just
my answer would be simply, I guess I'm a general Republican conservative on the issue of transgender. But it's not my thing, and it's not my forte, and I really don't care about it.
I'm asking for your scientific position. I'm asking for your scientific position, and it sounds like you're conflating scientific position with political position here. But like conservative and Republican are not.
Science is dude! Science is 100% political.
I agree with you.
Everything about science is political.
I agree with you, but science being political and having politics involved in that doesn't mean that conservative and Republican are scientific identifiers. That doesn't tell me anything.
I'm going to beg you one last time, or I'm just going to hang up. I'm pleading with you. Can we talk about Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Australopithecines, and not about transgender?
Eric, I would be happy to. I asked a really simple question, and you fucking lost your mind and started screaming and getting all emotional with me. I don't understand what's wrong. I just asked a simple question to make sure I understand where you're coming from while Erika was pissing.
I guess I'm a conservative Republican on the issue of trans, but I really don't care about it.
Okay. I'd love to talk to you about that science later on if we get to it. It sounds like fun.
It's not science. It's politics. Eric, but go ahead.
It's not.
I have a question. I've been here listening the entire time. I had this on my phone while I was refilling my water bottle and peeing, so I was able to catch up. Did I hear you say that the Hadza are potentially not a part of the Homo sapiens group?
Absolutely correct. Hadza,
so
why are you yelling about that now?
Afro-Pygmy. Because I knew y'all would do this. I knew this.
We're asking
questions. All of you leftists are predictable.
Wait,
we
Eric,
just asked questions. We asked you about your position, and you're yelling.
Hold on. I want to hear what you're using to support that notion, because I'm looking at a phylogeny right now, and the Hadza, along with the Omotic and the San, are all sort of their own group. Well, actually, that's not true. The Omotic and the Hadza are their own group that nests more similar.
180,000 years ago, right? The Khoisan split off about 170, 180,000 years ago, didn't they, Erika? They split off about 170, 180,000 years ago. Now, Spencer Wells and some geneticists will call them original Homo sapiens. I'm not going to argue with that.
Earlier.
Split.
Who split off earlier?
But they're definitely different.
Well, hold on though, because you
They're
said
not
something
the same
interesting
as
there. You said something interesting there, and I want to chase that lead. Which group split off earlier? The Khoisan.
It would be the Khoisan. Khoisan about 170,000 years ago. As far as HOSTility, it's ill-determined, but Afro-Pygmies, there are some people that say they're related to Afro-Pygmies. It would be about, I believe it's 120,000 to 130,000 years ago where they diverged from the Khoisan, the line that the Khoisan was on. But let me jump back here for a second. Forrest said something that I completely disagree with. He said he assumes that we're all descended from Australopithecines. How do you know that, Forrest? You know, there's a lot of us who think that we're descended from Grecopithecus and Miocene apes who were on the European continent. As for instance, Professor Spasov from Bulgaria, who I know you guys know, Professor Madeline Bohm, who's connected with the Leipzig in Leipzig Max Planck Institute, and even Katerina Harvati and Chris Stringer to some extent. They all and let's not forget Ashley Hammond of the Smithsonian Institute, who recently said that, and David Bagoon from the University of Toronto. I know you guys know all these names. They all said,
real question.
Hold on. Because Eric's he's in my zone now. You're talking about Miocene.
Yeah. I have a different question entirely.
I am, Erika, and
I just want
to
know.
Anxious to get into this with you.
Yes.
Is it possible
I want to put you on the spot about Spasov, Madeline Bone, David Bagoon, and all these people who believe in Miocene ape theory.
I want to see it happen. I just want to know, is it actually physiologically possible for you to talk about this without yelling? Because it sounds like your emotions are really fucking charged up right now.
I hate you liberals. I fucking hate you leftists.
Okay.
No, it is not possible for me to talk about this without yelling.
Okay. Your emotions are in more control of your body than your mind, and we're going to try to have a scientific conversation while you scream at us. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Go ahead.
All right.
Ask me your questions.
Yeah, so what's your citation for an European origin of hominins? So I'm quite familiar with the work of everybody who you just mentioned, and not a single one of them.
I know you are. Of course you are.
Hominins, emerged in Europe. So did you hear the question that I asked, though? Because I asked what your citation was for Bagun or Hammond, or you offhandedly mentioned Stringer, but include him in it too if you'd like. Who's saying hominins originated in Europe?
Addendum here. I don't think Stringer is fully on board with that. I think his best friend is Katerina Harvati.
Look at that. Hey.
remove Stringer then. Who else? Who's saying that hominins?
Bagoon and Bo, they have published numerous papers in the 2010s about precisely this, and then they pulled back.
That's wrong, Eric. That's wrong. And in fact, I've actually
met
Bagun. I've met Bagun several times. I've spoken with Bagun at every AABA since I've been attending, because he studies Miocene apes and so do I. And I've also got his book over here in the corner, as well as several chapters of his, both in A Companion to Biological Anthropology, as well as he might be in the Fossil Record, and he might be in Cenozoic Mammals of Africa. I'm very, very familiar with his work. Bagun does not propose.
So you're saying that David Bagoon has never said that it is quite possible that Grecopithecus is our last common ancestor. You're saying that, for the record, that David Bagoon has never said that
Grecopithecus. Eric, I can't give you my perspective if you're going to yell over me. I want to tell you what I think.
Okay, go ahead.
I asked you very specifically if David Bagun or if any of those individuals proposed that hominins ending in INS originated in Europe, because the answer is no. None of them have proposed this, and none of them are proposing this. Now, the question of did African apes, so the last common ancestor of gorillas, tanins, and hominins, if that individual lived in Europe, yes, some people do propose that, and the Grecopithecus femur that came out just last week, or rather 2 weeks ago, seems to lend at least some support to the idea of that. But that's not the same thing as hominins. And if you want to propose that humans, as in hominins, originated in Europe, then you need to show the first hominin, not the first African ape, but but the first hominin originating in Europe, which we have zero support for. We've got Sahelanthropus, we've got Auroran, we've got Australopithecus annamensis, Australopithecus afarensis, Australopithecus africanus, we've got Ardipithecus ramidus. Oh, I already said ramidus and Kadaba. I should have mentioned Kadaba as sort of separately.
What do you think
All of these early hominids are in Africa, right?
What do you think the last survival date of Grecopithecus is? If I had to pin you down, what would you say Grecopithecus lasted till what date?
I would base it off of the end of the Miocene climatic optimum, which is when most African apes end up going locally extinct in places like Bulgaria. So I would end that around, I'd say you're going to get lucky if you get Grecopithecus past 7 million years in Europe.
Okay. Gotcha. What are the Crete footprints? They're almost certainly Grecopithecus, and they're dated to 6.1 million years ago. Gotcha, Erika. I gotcha. I knew you'd fall for this. I knew you'd fall into my trap. God, you liberals are so goddamn easy. God, this is pathetic.
What?
Who is saying the tracheos footprints are Grecopithecus? Who's saying that?
It's really weird how hard.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's weird how hard you need to pat yourself on the back for something that hadn't happened.
Says it. They all say it. They had papers about it.
No, because
I can't pronounce the guy's name. The Polish guy. The archaeologist.
I gotta tell you. We debate. We talk to a lot of MAGA folks. You are the first person I've ever seen trigger himself. Like, that's wild, dude. Like, she didn't even respond to you when you fucking flew off the handle about something that you thought you won an argument that didn't even happen yet. That was fucking wild.
So what? So tell me about the Crete footprint 6.1 million years ago.
Dude, this is actually, God, wait, this is actually so wild to me because I know the authors of the tracheo footprint paper. We're actually in each other's DMs. Per Alberg and I are in each other's DMs.
The guy with the funny Polish name. How do you pronounce his name?
I don't know. I'm talking about Per Alberg, who's on the initial, or he might be on there are a couple of different.
He's a good guy.
He's on one of the. Yeah, he's a great guy. I've been in conversations with him about these specific footprints because I have 3D scans of these prints coming my way, right? Because I'm going to do a geometric morphometrics analysis on them. I've been talking about this with people in my cohort at my university for like 3 years now. Because I think it'd be an interesting study, because I used to think the tracheos prints were not footprints at all, and I've come around to the idea that they very well might be. Because of this, I am extraordinarily familiar with the literature surrounding the tracheos prints, more so, I might add, than most people who are in my field, because most people don't think they're footprints. But I've been won over to that idea. So I'm asking you, Eric,
those footprints are from who? Who are those footprints from? Who are those footprints from?
Eric, I wouldn't even dream of assigning a taxon to a set of footprints for which we have no post-cranial remains. Well, other than
it doesn't fit your narrative because it destroys everything that you stand for.
She's academically honest. She just said that she changed her mind on something. She would change her mind on this. She's being academically honest and saying she doesn't have a reason to make a hard claim on this yet.
Also, hold on just a second.
What is your best guess?
Brother,
hold on. Hold on. What is your best guess?
Yeah. So this is what I thought. Yeah, you want my best guess? My best guess is fucking Oreopithecus, dude. Because Oreopithecus is both geographically closer and geographically younger, and it's been proposed by several people to have bipedal, at least in a facultative sense, adaptations. That's who I would propose it is, not Grecopithecus.
I wouldn't argue with that. I would entertain that for sure, but it doesn't matter.
Hold on, Eric. Back up then. You don't get to like dunk on me and say that I fell into your trap and that I'm a fucking idiot and all this stuff for saying that I don't think the tracheos prints belong to Grecopithecus when I think they belong to something like or actually Oreopithecus. So hopefully you're going to take that back.
One, you are not an idiot. You're about one of the most intelligent people I've ever met, and I watch every one of your episodes, and I'm continually amazed by your
love.
What you know about paleoanthropology. You're not quite as smart as I am on paleoanthropology, but you're damn sure close.
Of course, no.
I will run circles around you.
Hearing that right after, God, you liberals are so fucking stupid. I hate all you left. It's really fucking fun. If you activated my trump card, you stupid fucking idiot. You're great at anthropology. I love your videos.
Please, we just hit on something so important. Man. And I don't disagree that it could be Orienopithecus, and it could be Anadoluvius.
That's not what she said.
I tend to believe it's Gracopithecus, but you could be right on that. And Anadoluvius, we just learned about Anadoluvius a couple of years ago. So for all we know, it could be Anadoluvius as well. The point is, it is a Miocene ape from Southern Europe. That's all that matters, who survived up to 6.1 million years ago.
Right. So here's the problem with that, though, because like if you want to propose a European origin for hominins, then you have to show the presence of a hominin in Europe post-Miocene climatic optimum, which is once Europe, as I'm sure you're aware, that's when Europe becomes fairly inhospitable to most hominids because it simply gets too cold for them due to the temperate climate. So what we tend to see is this incredible glut of diversity of Miocene apes all throughout the late early, all of the middle, and then the early late Miocene. And then these guys start dropping like flies, and then all of a sudden we see this explosion in hominid and also hominin diversity within Africa. So my question for you is, if you want to propose that hominins actually have an origin outside of Africa, where is this hominin? And again, IN, not hominid, not African ape group specifically, or hominin, however we want to go with it, hominin. Post-pan and split.
I would propose entirely separate origins. Tenyapithecus for the African lineage of what I don't like to call Africans Homo sapiens. You can say other words. I'm not sure that they've reached the level of Homo sapien status, but I would propose entirely separate origins. Europeans, Eurasians come from Gracopithecus, Anadoluvius, and Orienopithecus. And the fact that we have those Trichillos footprints in 6.1 million years ago, and you made a big mistake in saying 7 million years ago right on this broadcast tonight, and I'm going to call you on this for years to come. The fact that we have those 6.1 million year old footprints in Trichillos confirms that we have separate origins for Eurasians from the African.
Can I ask a simple clarifying question without you having a fucking aneurysm? Is that, guys? I just want to know, do you believe in phrenology?
Yes, I do. I absolutely do.
That's fucking hysterical, dude. That's great.
Okay, you're really hysterical, huh? Why don't you check the UK Daily Mail yesterday with the guy who did the machete?
Dude, you mean
the guy that did
famous
the machete
scientific journal UK Daily Mail? Of course.
Stop with the stupid jokes here. Look, I'm talking about the machete tax in West Midlands, the UK. Look at it. It's all over Twitter. You tell me that guy is a modern Homo sapien.
Oh man, you mean a person of color did an act of violence? Man, if only there was some sort of massive database.
You based human taxonomy on color? Skin color?
No, I don't.
That's your basis for human taxonomy?
Nope, and I've never said anything even close to that. If you were listening instead of yelling, you might have heard what I said. I said a person of color is doing an act of violence. It's good to know that there isn't this massive fucking disparity of like all these white male mass shooters here in the United States that we could compare.
Are you in favor of white genocide? Forrest, you say you're elected.
Really
you support white genocide? Yes or no?
I don't.
Do you support white genocide?
I don't know what that means, but I'm betting it has something to do with Great Replacement Theory.
Immigration into that means mass immigration
it does have something to do with Great Replacement
and North
Theory.
America.
Absolutely, it does.
You're laughing. You think it's funny.
I think you're funny.
I'm about to fucking hang up on this. I asked you a simple question. Do you support white genocide? Yes or no?
And a minute ago, I asked you a simple question. You lost your fucking mind and threatened to hang up on us and called us stupid liberals and all sorts of stuff. I'm laughing because you're being funny. You're having a fucking aneurysm and a temper tantrum because I'm asking you basic clarifying questions. All right, see you later, girly pop. What a fucking child. God damn, dude. Literally said he could not physically stop screaming. And then when you answered his question with data, you've activated my trap card.
Wait, hold
That
on.
fucking killed me.
Hold on. What is it? It's the, hold on.
Oh, man.
Damn, for a minute while I'm finding this.
Yeah, no, it's fine. That, the jokes write themselves, y'all. I encourage anybody. I'm going to make sure that is clipped and posted as his own standalone video so that everybody can see all of that. And nobody can say that we fucking ran from his arguments or we weren't able to handle his fucking superior into. No, literally, all I did was ask. I think I asked him 3 questions in the whole call. And all Erika did was respond to the claims he was making with things that she is very well versed in. And he literally pissed his pants for, what was that, 30 fucking minutes it felt like?
Well,
what happened?
So I honestly, a couple of things. One, I really wanted to get him back on this whole idea that, again, he thinks he's like activated the trap card on me. But what did I say that contradicted anything that he said? He's saying, when do you think the first hominin lived? I said probably about 7 million years ago. And then he's like, boom, tracheos prints outside of Africa. They're these supposedly bipedal footprints. It's like, I don't disagree with that. We have bipedal adaptations in Miocene apes, like, if you really want to push it, like 10 million years old. That does not mean that they were practicing the same type of bipedalism as hominins are, which is something that I was very clear about in the conversation. So I don't know what the
I don't think he heard you
on that.
I don't think he heard you clarifying that. He was too busy being really upset about liberals.
I mean, he is going to parade this for years to come, which is annoying to me because then he'll be in my comment section bringing it up and not appreciating that I've been very clear on this clarification several times, I think. More importantly, I just wanted to get through that because I have been dying to have a conversation with Eric Dondero for so long about the genetics supporting the unity of Homo sapiens because he spent all that time talking about to end, like, Eric, I hope you're still listening because Kenya Pithecus as a last common ancestor for Africans is insane. The amount of convergent evolution that you would have to have for Kenya versus Greco-Pithecus or whatever Miocene ape you want to point to as the exclusive Asian European clades over here would be ungodly, the likes of which we have never seen before. Not to mention, where's the reproductive isolation? We have reproductive isolation with chimpanzees, at least for all intents and purposes, as far as we can tell. Now, that might not be the case with something like in vitro fertilization. I think unfortunately, it's
almost certainly is because of chromosomal differences, but like
you could maybe tinker with it. I don't know. Like, set that aside. There are equids that can hybridize, if memory serves, that have different chromosome numbers. Like, you might be able to make it work, but like, God, let's not do that. That divergence is more recent than when Kenya lived and then when Greco-Pithecus lived. So what you're saying is that we've achieved reproductive isolation with something that split after that, but not something that we split from before, which I can't think of an example of that in nature ever happening. Setting all of that aside, the nested hierarchies that we get from all of humans, whether you're looking at how they nest phylogenetically, whether you're looking at linkage disequilibrium, whether you're looking at homozygosity in general, all of that points to an enormous single clade that contains all of Homo sapiens, period, full stop. And, mind you, has us as a single unified group as separate, genetic diversity-wise, from Neanderthals. So, like, I've been dying to ask that guy this question because he's been going on and on and on about these subspecies, and I don't think he's adequately addressed that. And finally, Forrest, you're laughing? People of color are committing crimes, and you're laughing.
Right.
The
Here
audacity.
I am. Yeah. The audacity. What kills me about it is I actually... first of all, I was down for you to fucking, like, take this guy to school for a full hour. I was there for it. I literally asked, can I ask you a simple question without you having a fucking... And apparently the answer was no. Because all I asked was, do you believe in phrenology? Another thoroughly debunked pseudoscience. And he said, yes, I fucking do. And then flew into whatever the fucking Charlie Kirk talking point about white genocide. And I was like, I think that sounds like the Great Replacement Theory. And he's like, it's the Great Replacement Theory. Like,
I know.
It is so predictably stupid. And like that's and then he flipped the fuck out and pissed his pants and ran away again because he fucking couldn't control his goddamn emotions. And that's what gets me is this dude's gonna say, I hate you fucking liberals because it's all about political correctness. And then literally in a conversation about science, I asked him, I think, 2 science questions. And he fucking launched into these political tirades, lost control of his emotions, had a temper tantrum, and then fucking bitched out. And I'm like, what? Who's the fucking emotional problem here? Who's the politically correct one here?
But like with that in mind too, you asked about so the first bit, asking him like whatever, it would not be the first. If I had a nickel for every time a caller absolutely crashed out over pronouns and transgender people at the very beginning of the call, I'd be a very wealthy woman. But setting that aside, the phrenology question was directly related to what we were talking about. He wants to talk about subspecies within Homo sapiens. That's relevant. I don't know why he didn't want to talk about that.
And he couldn't even get his own fucking taxonomy right because he said that humans are different subspecies, and then he said that African people aren't full Homo sapiens, which wouldn't be a subspecies. That would be a difference. That's a different situation, and that would mean. And to say they're not full Homo sapiens, that isn't even how fucking evolution works. So like what does that mean? That would mean that they eventually leveled up like a fucking Pokemon into a Homo sapiens. That's not how population dynamics works. And so for you to talk about that while saying that you are so much better versed on biological anthropology, I'm sorry, maybe you need to start with like introductory biology. Maybe you need to go back and learn what the definition of evolution is before you start talking about what fucking bioanthropology says.
Well, and like also, for what it's worth, when we were talking about Oreopithecus, he called it Orionopithecus or something. I
heard that too.
Like, and like, I'm not going to jump on that because that's obviously misspeaking, but
right. I don't think it was. I think that was the first time he'd heard that word. I really think that, like, I don't know, man.
I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on absolutely everything just so we can have this conversation about genetics and race and about paleoanthropology and race because I'm so phylogeny and fucking it's just a conversation that deserves to be had and it won't happen because he got too mad and that sucks, but it is what it is.
I said it during the call and I'll say it again. I've never we've had calls with lots of people, political folks on this call. We talk to MAGA cultists all the fucking time. I think that was the first time I've ever seen someone trigger themselves with something that nobody fucking said. Like a very direct question goes off the fucking handle to some other completely irrelevant political concept and then triggered, freak out about it as if it was like the topic of debate. And like my big thing, I wanted to ask him after you were done talking about specific fossils and specific genes and all the shit that is your area of expertise, I wanted to ask him just about the general intro bio talking points that we all fucking know. Why is it that there's a larger genetic diversity in African populations than in any other humans? Why is it that racial characteristics vary independently of one another? Why is it that racial characteristics are continuous and that there isn't a clear definitive line? Why have racial groups changed over the course of generations? This group wasn't considered white and then they were later on. Why is white the only racial category that we group based on purity and exclusion of other racial categories? Why is that? Where did the social construct of race come from in America in the 1700s and 1600s? What was that looking like that wasn't scientific versus was scientific? Can you compare and contrast these? Like, I wanted so badly to go through just the basic shit that you learn in an intro to anthropology class. And I couldn't do any of it because I literally just asked him what he believed in, and he fucking lost it. Because of something that nobody brought up. Well, I can't handle that.
And also, as if there aren't a myriad of different right-wing talking points that don't disgust me to my core. There are plenty. But I can have a conversation with somebody on the right without being like, I hate you. I hate what you are. And it's like, dude, okay, that's fine. but like you called in to have a conversation about this, so like let's talk about this. Also, side note, I've met the Hadza. I met the Hadza. Like they're one of the last hunter-gatherer societies on Earth. They're awesome. I've got a bow and 3 arrows that I bought from them, as well as a couple of points back here. Like I know these guys. Well, I don't know them, but like I've met them. They're just people, right? Like they're as capable as anybody else, and if they wanted to, they could very easily assimilate into the rest of Tanzanian sort of society, but they don't want to, which is the reason why.
And his argument was literally, I saw a black man commit a crime once. That means black people aren't human. And I'm like, that's the thing is I'm willing to, like, normally if someone's just going to be, and this is where, because Eric is absolutely still listening right now, very angry, screaming at his phone at this moment with a very confusing erection. But like the big thing here is like, I would love to like showcase just how fucking unbelievably brainless this whole fucking thought process is. And Eric did an amazing job of doing that for me. Normally, if someone calls in with something just unbelievably stupid and racist to say, which is what he fucking did, and this is, again, he's very mad now that I use the left-wing dog whistle of racism, and that just shuts down the conversation. It labels you as something, so nobody takes you seriously. Literally saying black people aren't humans because one black person committed a crime one time that he saw. And I guarantee he believes in the whole fucking 13% to 50% stereotype bullshit too. I guarantee he believes in that shit. But like, it's normally if someone's just going to say dumb racist shit, we're either going to drop the call or we're going to focus on that. I am so unbelievably happy that we got Eric to hang up on himself because he was too fucking emotional to handle questions about his own beliefs. His racism and his misogyny and his insanity was so over the top and extreme, he couldn't handle a conversation with himself about what he believed. I mean, and I threw misogyny in there, even though he didn't say anything outwardly misogynistic, because you fucking know with the way he was talking to you about how you activated his trap card by agreeing with him on something that he said. Like, bro,
I actually believe, I'm going to take a different stance here. I believe that he considers me to be masculine for a woman, and that's why I can be intelligent on his side. I'm one of the good ones, is what I would imagine.
He reeks of fucking Andrew Tate and Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes type gender dynamics. I
want to say something else while we're on the topic, just because I've been seeing some of this in the race realist circles. Like Robert Supper loves to do this too. You know, they'll point to characteristics in like Australian Aboriginal groups that they deem like basal or primitive. You know, like larger brow ridges or like a longer lower skull case or brain case, I should say, things like that. And it's like, I really don't know that we want to play this game, right? Because we can point to characteristics in just about every single people group that would be considered more basal as compared to others, because these characteristics are adaptive, right? Like, why are white people hairier? You know, hair. Oh, but chimps have hair all over their bodies. So, like, if you have hair all over your body and it's really thick, that must mean you're actually the more primitive race. It's like, we could play this game with a lot of different groups. The reason we don't is because it's fucking stupid. You know, we don't do it because these are characteristics that are in and of themselves adaptive. If you look at these Aboriginal groups, they have the apomorphs or rather the autapomorphies of humans, of Homo sapiens. They got a chin, right, the bony shelf. They've got a more globular brain case than anything that came before. They were capable of exactly the same technologies of everybody else at 70,000 years ago. They have smaller teeth, smaller jaws, same old situation. And again, we're like nesting this within the larger diversity of hominins. But Eric would have you believe that they descend from Kenyapithecus, who shows up, you know, as early, depending on what you count with the Fort Turner material, but like 15 or more million years ago. And that all the black people descend from them, and all white people and Asians descend from Greco-Pithecus or Danuvius or Oropithecus or something along those lines. And then he would also have you believe, presumably, that the hominins that are closely related to Homo sapiens, because that's the more derived of naturally, those also are more closely related to humans than any of us are to African groups, right? Than any like European groups are to African groups. Then why don't the genetics show that? Why are all humans more similar genetically when you sequence the whole genome per the 1,000 Genomes Project, or reminding you, the 10,000 Pan Genome Project that is in progress right now? Why are all humans more similar than any is to a Neanderthal, or to a Denisovans for that matter, or to a chimpanzee for that matter? Like, we could just beat this horse into the ground. And I will never forgive phrenology for taking away that conversation with Eric from me, because I wanted to have it. Whatever.
It's honestly, it's like, I want to know the specific evidence that makes, like,
So do
whatever the fuck civilization thing that he thinks is a marker, a biomarker no less, of fucking Homo sapiens as an autopomorphy of white Europeans. I want to know what that through line looks like for him. And these are all questions that we could have asked if the motherfucker could have kept his fucking hormonal ass in check. But here we are. Like,
I can't. And also, just not for nothing, but like, how you clock an early hominin also has to do with canine teeth, which is the Miocene ape canine teeth. That's the thing I study. I know more, truly, and this is just how PhDs work, I know more about Miocene ape canine teeth probably than anybody else on the planet. And that is a curse. And it won't be forever. Someone will come along and learn more than me. But at this exact moment in time, that shit is fresh on my brain. So I can tell you exactly why we know that Greco-Pithecus is not a hominin, at least insofar as we define hominins presently, or why Oreopithecus isn't one, or why Denovius isn't one. And we could go through all of this, but now we won't get to. Anyways, whatever, I'm done.
What pisses me off, and this will be the last thing I say about it, like, what bothers me is, like, as soon as this guy put a comment on my channel saying, like, you know, something about how you were so scared of whatever and how you have to walk back all your claims on this, and he wonders if I would blah 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 blah. And I was like, hey, call in. Here's my next show. I promise I'll let you know when it is. Yeah, I said we hadn't scheduled it yet, but I was like, feel free to call in the show next time Erika and I are on, and I'll make sure. And then sure enough, I came back a little while later. I put the link in there. That's, I'm assuming, how he found out about this. I cannot imagine harassing larger content creators. He's been in your comments for a long time. He just popped into mine for months. You said with you, I don't know, weeks with me, and
years
like
for me, dude.
Years of begging for a discussion on this, and so sure that you're right. And you've got however many videos on your channel, which I'm sure are videos, and like you've got all this stuff, and you're ready. You're ready with files upon files and data and evidence and all your and you finally get these two fucking people on the phone in front of you, in front of a live audience. Tens of thousands of people are gonna watch this shit, and you're ready to fucking destroy their scientific arguments, and you poop the bed so hard you have to hang up on yourself because one of them asked you what your own beliefs are. I can't imagine shitting the bed that hard. Like, if I got if I got the big debate of my life against some fucking, like, if Ken Ham wants to debate me and we have the time, and I'm gonna go debate the shit out of fucking, who is the guy, Colin something from Answers in Genesis Canada, you know?
Oh, Calvin Smith.
Calvin Smith wants to debate me, right? I agree to debate Kent Hovind for whatever fucking reason, you know what I mean? Right. I finally go up against this, and I'm like, I'm sure I've got this in the bag, dude. I know how to handle this. I've been doing it for years. I know this inside. I'm ready. And then I sit down at the debate, and I just scream about liberals until I'm red in the face and crying, and then I leave. And, like, can you imagine that shit? That's fucking crazy.
So I can't.
Oh my God.
The idea haunts me, frankly. But I would like to propose a sort of an addendum to that, which is, I had two calls tonight. Yeah. One is Howard, who thinks that the rocks might be petrified hearts, and the other is Eric. And Eric started the call by being like, man, that crazy old Howard, like, what the fuck does that guy know? What a loser. But the Howard call was better. Like, the Howard call was better, longer, and we managed to, we learned more about each other's perspective.
We talked to the flat earther who believes that rocks are organs for an hour, and it was pleasant, and we ended with pleasant and saying, hey, I wish you well. Yeah. I hope you call back sometime. Eric couldn't make it past his own stances before he fucking lost it. I'm going to do I'm going to make fucking for sure that is clipped and put all the way up to the end of this until we take another call. I want all of this review in the clip as well. Yeah. I want everybody to see what the fuck Eric is all about, because I hope I hope everybody just I can't make a better argument against fucking losers like Eric than Eric made against himself. I can't do that.
First of all, true. Like he you know in Pokemon where it's like you run from the battle, it's like got away safely. You know, like that's what he did.
Yeah.
He like started a fight with us and then he fucking bailed. I don't know why. We really and truly like this was a great opportunity to finally hash this out and we didn't get to do it and I'm so mad about it.
We didn't get to do it at all.
How about this? Next time we host, open invite. If you can call back in and not yell at us, we'd be happy to have this out. Open standing invitation. Call back in. I want to have this conversation with you, and hopefully
I will happily.
Hopefully, next time we're hosting together, Eric will call back and like
make sure
pop a Zanny or something beforehand. I don't know. I don't know why he was so mad.
Yes, Eric, open invitation. Call back in. Make sure you do it when Erika and I are on together. Because I don't want to fucking miss it. I just don't want to be there for it, man. Don't deprive me. All right. I've got a master's in anthro with a specialization in bioanthro. She is a fucking actual, like, damn near. She's gonna trip and fall and have her PhD in this shit. She knows it so much better than I do. She's got it. I've got the more general questions on lock. I'm ready for you. But please don't leave me out, bro. I want to be there for that.
Like you have the sociocultural stuff that I don't. Like I don't know. I can attack this from very specific angles that can be a little bit heady, you know, and you know this way better at a way that's actually going to get across to people the point, which oftentimes
I'm not trying to flatter myself here. I'm just saying we have different approaches on this.
I'm being honest. I'm saying it like it is. But Eric, you should call back in when Forrest is on because if you want to humiliate wokies like us, then we gotta be where it's a package deal.
I would pay Eric to come on and talk about fucking sex and gender with me.
Literally no shot.
I want it so bad.
You're getting that conversation.
No, because we tried at the beginning, and I was like, I hope we get there, and I knew it wasn't going to happen, but there was a little sliver of hope in my life.
No, the reason why that won't happen.
Black, satanic, liberal heart.
The reason why it won't happen, Forrest, is because and I'm basing this exclusively, Eric, I'm basing this exclusively on what happened within the past 30 minutes. I don't think your cardiovascular system could handle the stress of having a conversation about trans people. Like, I actually think it might be a dangerous endeavor because he was so mad.
Or your health and safety. Please do not call in and tell me what chromosomes do.
No, do not. Like, this is actually like a cognito hazard, but instead of but for your heart. Like, your heart's going to give out if we have that conversation. But call back in and, like, let's talk about race, please. I want to have that conversation actually. And Eric, I'm gonna go ahead. I was just gonna
I was just gonna say every SkepTalk that Erika and I are on together, which we're trying to do more together, every single one, please call back in and talk about a different
every
thing.
time.
I want to talk to you about what shape the earth is, bro.
I want to too. We have a standing straight to the front of the line ticket. And you join amongst the hallowed ranks. It is now you, Eric, and it is Jim Bob. Both of you, to the front of the line, fast pass, like it's Make-A-Wish. It's Make-A-Wish Foundation kind of shit. Call in, you're right to the front. We will talk to you immediately.
Jim, I know the mechanisms. Bob is welcome at any time to call into the line. And the only stipulation is you can't use slurs.
Of course, Jim. Don't you guys care about empathy, Bob?
Yes. Isn't consent your thing?
Yeah, isn't consent your thing? Yeah. Isn't consent your thing?
Oh, man.
Like,
hey, I'm gonna... you pick the next... I am also going to piss. I'm gonna go do that.
Let me see what we have here. Let's see. Okay, we have to take... So typically what we do... I shouldn't say we have to take, but normally we do take theist colors as a priority.
Fucking phrenologist, dude.
Over here. You teed him up, and he was like, excellent. I've been teed up to just fucking take a header directly into the curb. I don't know why he thought that was going to go well. But anyways, let's do... I think we can do this one quickly. And also, you've been waiting a very long time. So we are going to take Cedric, pronounce he, him, from, what is AK? Is that Alaska? From Alaska.
Yes.
He's an atheist.
That is what you said, like, last week, too.
You know what, though? Honestly, some of the stuff that I learn on this show, it comes into one of my ears and it plays this sort of brick game where it plinks around on everything else that I'm trying to keep in there, and then it's right out the other ear. Plus, when I say isn't it Alaska, it makes me feel less bad if it turns out that someday I actually get one of them wrong. But listen, I'm gonna read what we got on your screen here, and then you tell us, but really me, because Forrest isn't here. You want to ask us about the prevalence of other animals being transgender. This is more of a Forrest question, but I can offer my 2 cents. So please elaborate.
Yeah, something because we have mallards up here, and male mallards sometimes tend to be homosexual themselves. And one of the things I was thinking of is if we have homosexual behavior in both, or homosexuality in both humans and other animals, then would that also be would being transgender be a thing we share with other animals? But the call screener actually brought up a really nice point in that how would we even, or like, how would we tell that they were? So I guess my question is sort of developed since that was first written down.
No, it's a great question. I'm going to kick this off by recommending a book to you that you might really like. It's called Different, and it's by one of my favorite primatologists, Frans de Waal. I've been recommending this book like gangbusters lately because it keeps coming up. He's a primatologist. And
what was the name of the author?
Frans de Waal. So last name DE space WAAL. And Frans de Waal basically talks about, or de Waal, I don't know. I do my best with the pronunciations around there. The title is Different, a primatologist's look at sex and gender. So the idea is like, do you see like gender identity in other primates? And this is kind of a tough question to ask, right? Because like gender and sex are different things. We can all appreciate this. At least most of us can appreciate this. I don't know if everybody can appreciate it. That's something that we run into a lot on this show.
Eric is absolutely still listening, and he is now screaming, hoping you can hear him.
He's not happy. He's not happy.
Yeah, he probably is.
I might need to get like somebody to check on him because like
dark night, you can hear Eric screaming.
Liberal.
Oh man.
Woke, liberal. It's very Alex Jones. Yeah, you have to have gender to have transgender, right? To like have trans identities, to have man and woman, you need actually gender separate from sex. And that's something that's tough to pin down in other species because we can't ask them. I can tell you that certainly we see behavior that is atypical, quote unquote, for the sex assigned or like the known sex of specific animals. So you'll see specific behaviors that females will exhibit that are more typical of males, or that males will exhibit that's more typical of females. But like, who's to say that's not just like their natural variation within their own troops' gender rules, I guess, as it were, or just a part of that sexual variation. Like, it's hard to say. De Waal goes in that book, it talks a lot about individuals, because he was a primatologist, but he was an ethologist as well. So he studied like animal behavior, specifically how these societies interact with one another, and also how they sort of are functioning within. So within chimps and bonobos and gorillas and orangutans, like the latter two to a lesser extent. And he talks a lot about this behavior that you wouldn't expect. But he also is very clear that he doesn't know that you can go that far, and I don't know that you can either. It's a tough deal. I mean, certainly you're right. Like, homosexuality exists in other animals, and in fact, it's prevalent. Like, it's very prevalent in mammals. Social species just kind of do what social species do. They like group cohesion. They like cooperation, and that's often facilitated by close relationships, and those close relationships are often reinforced by sexual behavior. So, but as far as gender identity, it's hard. It's hard to know because, like I said, we can't ask them. To repeat for the third time. Forrest. What do you think?
No, we can't ask him because he's dead, or at least I sincerely hope that he is, because I believe they buried him some time ago. So the question, I believe, was trans animals. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, more or less.
Yeah,
Yes.
like what is the prevalence of being transgender amongst other animals, and like how would we tell if such a thing were happening? Because it's not like we can exactly communicate with them all that well.
So it is really difficult because sex, gender, and sexuality are different things, but they interact with each other. And so when we're looking at humans, we can talk about gender, but gender, as far as we can tell, is pretty much a uniquely human thing, right? And so when we look at behaviors that are like sex-associated behaviors in other animals, it's really difficult to tell, like, is this a sexually dimorphic behavior, actually? Is this a sexual behavior? Because as Eric brought up, sexuality versus, homosexuality is really prevalent, bisexuality is really prevalent, anal sex, oral sex, non-penetrative genital stimulation, masturbation, like all these different things that you can like try to draw a line to, especially if you take a more historical view of gender, because in human societies, gender has a lot more to do with power than it does with actual sex, as well as sexuality as well. Sexuality is more of a power dynamic thing through a lot of human cultures. And so it's like there's a lot of places where it's not about like what parts you have, it's who's the fucker and who's the fucky. That's the real question, And so like, even if we were to extend it to like, say, for example, take a analogy over here of like spirituality. The other night, Erika was talking about like elephants burying their dead. And do we consider this a spiritual practice that they believe, like a lot of humans, we're putting this thing in the ground and then they're going somewhere else and there's this other, and we don't go over this area, which kind of signals like taboo and like this idea of like sacred spaces and like, or are we taking a super reductive, a neo-Darwinian look at it and saying, this is preventing the spread of pathogens. This is preventing scavengers from coming near your group. This is, a super adaptive behavior. You know what I mean? And how are we slicing that? And how do we tell the difference? And you end up with a lot of really good questions there that I don't have clean-cut answers to, and I don't think anybody does at this moment. So we can point to things like, again, still using sexuality as an analogy, a really popular discussion is whiptail lizards in the southwestern United States. They're an entirely female population. They only reproduce through parthenogenesis, with females basically cloning themselves. But the thing is, in order to release and self-fertilize an egg like that, you have to have that hormonal cascade where you have gonadotropin releasing hormone or gonadotropin stimulating hormone, and then it triggers a cascade of estrogen going down, and then you have luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone, and you're releasing the egg through estrogen, and then you actually have all this blah, blah, blah. In order to trigger that hormonal cascade to happen, they have to have sex with another female, and that other female has to take on male sexual roles, climbing on top and grabbing their sides to trigger this hormone release and everything. And then they switch. And one will be the male next. And there's fucking flatworms out there that literally fight. They're hermaphroditic, and they have a fight over who gets to be the male in this particular sexual interaction. And then the hormonal cascade that follows it follows who wins that fight and who takes on what role. And so, like, if we're talking about gender in these ways, like, it gets real fucking sticky, and you can say these are gendered behaviors, but you can also slice it from a purely reductive standpoint and say, no, it's not. It's actually quite adaptive. And gender has nothing to do with it because that's purely human things. So the straight answer to you is there is no straight answer. Gender, as far as we know, is a uniquely human phenomenon. And what we can look at with other animals that we think are exhibiting maybe gendered behaviors, it's very easy to slice that down and say, no, actually, it's sexual behavior, not gender behaviors. Actually, it's sexually dimorphic behaviors, not gender behaviors. And those that morphism isn't clean cut, or it's actually just an adaptive thing, or it's a novelty, or whatever. It's very hard to actually say this is definitely what gender looks like, because we simply don't have the advantage of that kind of like deep social discussion with these creatures. Does that make your sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Hell yeah. Sorry, I know it's not as satisfying.
Me with a book that you apparently recommend a bit.
Yeah, sorry, it's not a satisfying answer, I know, but like at the end of the day, shit's weird, y'all.
It is the answer that I have good reason through your history of accurate science communication I have good reason to believe it is correct based on that. So it is satisfying enough for me.
Please go fact check me. And if you find something that contradicts what I'm saying, you find some scientists out there saying like, no, actually, this is gender in this thing, I want to hear about it. And I may not agree with her immediately, but like I would want to hear what she's saying. You know what I mean?
It's tough because, like,
No, I do intend to fact check you when I have
Hell yeah.
this spare time.
there's
Good.
there's an example that I like to talk about a lot. There are a couple of examples that I like to talk about, but one I just looked into again to see where things had left off, and so I want to bring it up. In Japanese macaques, right, you see a lot of codominance, like the males and females are sexually dimorphic, so the males are quite a bit larger than the females, and they tend to have taller canine teeth. But the males and females sort of have different roles within the society. The females will decide when the group moves, and then the males typically have a different sort of duties, like protecting the troop and like watching over it as they're moving from spot to spot. So we don't characterize them strictly as like this patriarchal rather than a matriarchal or co-dominant. Yeah, I can't speak. We don't typically characterize them as a patriarchal rather than a matriarchal or co-dominant society. However, it is true that in Japanese macaques, because of the nature of their linear dominance hierarchy, which means that you've got like A is dominant to B is dominant to C is dominant to D, you know, and so on and so forth, and that dominance runs one way. Because that exists for the males, and because it's something that they achieve by fighting, they tend to have an alpha male. And they have a highest ranking female too, but generally speaking, those linear dominance hierarchies don't overlap with one another. In 2021, at this one particular research site, I think it would be a site. It might be a sanctuary, or it might be like a I don't know if it's a sanctuary rather, or like a wild population, but this group of Japanese macaques got a female troop leader, a female alpha male, if you will, who took on all of the roles and behaviors that an alpha male would take on. Female, larger female, but female all the same. And the idea was that this was pretty anomalous, right? Because it's not just that she was the highest ranking female, she was the highest ranking of the females and the males, right? Specifically in that male linear dominance hierarchy as well. It's a weird deal. I think her name was like, when I just looked it up, is like Yoke. I think I might be mispronouncing that though. And so everybody was really curious because a lot of times the way that these dominance hierarchies are hashed out, when the alpha male is overturned in favor of a new one, this typically happens around breeding season. And the reason is because everybody's fighting for access to females, and the females are being really choosy in these guys. And Japanese macaques are also known for being super gay, but like, let's set that aside for the time being. Everybody thought like, okay, what's going to happen first breeding season? Because she's smaller than most of the males. She's going to have to fight them. She's not going to retain this leadership position. But she did. In 2022, she was still the alpha male. Like, I realize that sounds kind of silly because she was the alpha male, but like, that's the position that she's actually holding in the troop. So you're looking at a female who's exhibiting, at least as far as we can tell, atypical sexual or gendered behavior, because it's not strictly sexual. She mounts other females and stuff like that, but so do females in the linear dominance hierarchy for them as well. So like, what's going on here? What do you call that? Right? Is this just a female behaving like atypically, or like, would you call this like a bucking of their gender standards or of their gender roles, or is that even appropriate? Like, can you call the collection of behaviors that typically characterize the females versus the males gendered behavior, or is that strictly sexual behavior? What if it has nothing to do with sex? It's like, this is tough. We don't know how to parse it, and so I think it's probably safer to just say that's interesting, and then put it on the hook for a little bit and deal with it when we have better tools to assess it.
We also have shit like that. Like, this is slightly off topic, but like when you have like temperature dependent sex determination in like reptiles, for example, like you'll have this arc where it's like at a certain temperature, they're, going to be mainly female. And then at this temperature, they're going to be mainly male. And then it gets at the even higher temperature, low temperature female, high temperature male, even higher temperature is now going to turn back around to female with a lot of male behaviors. And so like, is that sex differences?
That is really interesting.
Is that gender differences? And what does that actually mean? Because certainly you're not going to have population differences of those behaviors, and that's something that we would expect with gender. And so like, over and over, and it becomes this thing where it's really difficult to even pin down what we are talking about. You know what I mean? In humans, it's easy because we can identify how difficult it is. In animals, it's difficult to even identify the difficult thing that we're trying to talk about.
That is really interesting.
Hell yeah.
Last time I checked, too, that female was still in charge, but I don't know if that's still the
And she
case.
deserves to be.
I don't know. Like, she's doing...
She deserves to be.
Hey, rule it, queen.
Shit, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, actually, somebody in the comment section just said this is... I'm talking about Japanese macaques. I'm wearing a Japanese macaque hat. This is actually for a seltzer, though. It's not actually just for the Japanese macaques. Although I do rep Macaca fuscata. They are some of my favorite. Actually, they're probably my favorite macaques. Yeah, I think they're probably my favorite macaques. Maybe Tonkin?
I do
No,
love
probably Japanese macaques. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Love a nice big macaque. Anyway, Cedric, does this answer your questions?
It has, I think.
Hell yeah. I've ordered sushi in this time.
Discussions like these that almost make me wish I weren't a math major.
I mean, like, hey, dude, anytime you want to be cool.
Oh my god.
Biology department's here.
I thought you said mass murderer. And I was like, what?
Biology department's here, bro.
Come on. Is this
Where did you get that from?
You said math major, and I was like listening, but I was reading something else, and I heard mass murderer, and I was like, is this is the confession? Are we going to end up on true crime YouTube in about 2 months?
That's great.
Thanks,
I mean, there are a number of proofs that I wish did not exist, but
if you want to be a mass murderer,
kind of how annoying they are, but
fucking, it's a good place to be in the biology department. You have any idea how many fucking rats you get to sacrifice? It's great.
Ooh, I like a rat, so.
And that's the part that makes me not want to be a biologist, because I don't like seeing dead things.
I like seeing dead things, but I like rats. And I like
seeing dead things is the end result. The main bulk of it is you find a small animal and you put it in an absurd situation, and then you learn things, you know? But at the end, like, I've never had to do, a live animal experiments like that, and I get to cut shit up all the time. People, animals, you name it. So, like, mass murderer, biologists, like, put your skills to good use, dude. If you can compartmentalize things and slice somebody up and not feel anything about it, you'd be good in an anatomy department. You could teach biomedical science to grad students and be cool. I'm just saying there's career opportunities. That's all I'm saying.
Forrest, do you recall, actually, okay, hold on. I want to make sure Cedric is happy with this. Cedric, are you happy with this call?
I am quite happy with this call, Erika, yes.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for calling.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, Forrest, what I was going to say is, in anatomy, I have two, when I took gross, I have two most distinct cadaver memories. And the first is, I think the most striking was hemisecting a brain, mostly just because it's like, you have like the big, for those of you who don't know, hemisecting is just cutting in half, right? So like they hemisect the face too, which is also very alarming. Yes. And they take when we hemisected the brain, we had like this big tool specifically for the job, and it looks like a gigantic butter knife, because that's all that's needed to hemisect the brain. It is so easy to cut in half. It's
huge, and it's rounded on one end. And it's so big because you don't want to saw because that's going to fuck it up. You want to get one smooth cut from front to back to make as little like raggedy edges as possible.
Yes. So that's my number one memory. And my number two was when we were looking at I think it's the obturator artery that comes out of the acetabulum. Does that sound right?
Not quite. So the obturator foramen is hold on. So
what am I missing here? It's been 3 years.
Yeah, it's fine. The acetabulum is this little spot where the ball goes into the socket of your leg. This is the obturator foramen. So any obturator muscle obturator, that's going to go through here.
No, but it was an obturator
right next to acetabulum.
What comes out of the acetabulum? There's something that comes out of it, like a nerve line or like an artery or maybe a vein.
This is a synovial joint. I don't know off the top of my head if anything comes out of there besides.
No, there was definitely something that comes out of it.
Neurovasculature of the acetabulum.
I'm so sure, because what I'm about to tell you doesn't work and didn't happen if that's not the case.
They're probably, let me just double check, because I'm probably missing, there's a bunch of shit that wraps around there.
I'm gonna kill you. Obturator artery.
Obturator artery.
Is that right?
I'm looking right now for obturator artery, and I'm seeing what you're looking at. It wraps all around the acetabulum. It looks like it goes through the obturator foramen and then goes to the acetabulum.
Branch, maybe? I don't know. It's been too long.
Oh no, it looks like there is a line in here that looks like it tucks into the acetabulum itself. So maybe that's what you're talking about.
Yes, that has to be what I'm talking about because and I'm giving myself credit for that because I said obturator something. So I'm gonna give myself
You did.
Anyways,
and if I missed a bunch of shit. Like
look, I'm a couple years out from gross anatomy, and the anatomy that I remember is all head and neck because mycene, that's like the stuff mostly that we have. Anyways, all of that to say, my second most prevalent memory from gross anatomy is when we were trying to get a look at this thing and trying to just open up that synovial joint as a whole. And so you have to take the knee and kind of push the knee up and then push it to the side to pop that femoral head out of the acetabulum. And the sound that it makes when you're popping somebody's femur out of its socket, and then when it snapped that obturator artery, vile, disgusting, incredible, immaculate, divine, absolutely 10 out of 10 experience. And I cannot thank enough the people who donate their body to science, because it gave me when I took gross anatomy a massive appreciation, not just for the complexity, redundancy, and stupidity of the human body, but also the beauty of it. You guys should all make sure that you get a chance to cut open a dead body in a reasonable setting, if you can.
Yeah. No, so popping a joint out of socket, that's a whole thing. Did you get to, I don't know how much you did, but like, did you use the big the super scissors to cut through the ribs? And that makes also a really wild sound. We hemisected heads and pelvises, and we used that just a giant goddamn hacksaw. And so like you literally hang the head off the side. We used a power saw. It's one of those bone saws, or reciprocal saws. Do a craniotomy, cut around the head, take off the top of the head, skull. Then you remove the brain, which you have to calderum. That's right, yeah. And then you stick a really long, stupid scalpel in there to cut all the cranial nerves, all the arteries, and then the brain stem. You remove the brain carefully, then hemisect the head down here, and then go straight off the side of the neck. And you can take one side of the face off and just lay it there, and you can dissect the face, and you have the inside of the head on the other side. And then we also did the same thing with pelvises, where you run that saw up the middle of the pelvis and then off to the side once you get up into here, just above the top of the iliac blade, and you can remove that whole leg. I did all that shit. And it was fucking wildly cool. My cadaver was also male, so I ended up like carefully going through and like hemisecting his penis and scrotum and everything, so I could get a perfect cut and get that hacksaw right in there.
Cross section.
And and that's dude, it's fucking wild, the shit that we do. And what's beautiful about it, it really, really helps you come to terms with just how meat you are, you know?
And fat. So much fat.
So much
like
fat.
The littlest old lady or old man who you'd think, you'd look at them and you'd be like, there's no body fat on this person. You can just like when you deglove the hands, like we were degloving the hands so that we could get a good look at how the ligaments and tendons work.
Degloving means removing all the skin from.
Yes, you kind of,
by the people out there.
like one might take off a glove, and then you sort of shave off the aponeurosis, which, fun fact, an aponeurosis helps anchor the tissue. So for those of you out there at home, you can take your arm and you can sort of moosh your skin side to side, and you'll notice that skin isn't anchored super tightly to your forearm, to the musculature and the fascia underneath. But if you try to do the same on your palm, or the soles of your feet for that matter, you'll notice that you can't. And that's because it's really important that that's tightly anchored on there, because hands are for manipulating things. But that aponeurosis is also like tightly bound tissue and fat. And so when you're like taking the skin off, you sort of have to shave it, and the fat bodies are like globby teardrops of yellow. It's the weirdest experience. But Forrest is right. We are meat, and we are fluid, and we are fat. And
if you get really good at skinning, which this guy,
I was not. I was not very good at that.
You take that fat off while you're going, because you can get real close to that. You slice that underlying fascia in the hypodermis and just move it off, and you've got almost like perfect muscle underneath there. It's you just use, what I would do is I would have hemostats in one hand, upside down like that, and then scalpel in the other hand, so I could like pull and lift and like get under here and just
pull
work my way
as
down.
you're going. Yeah, like separate it out.
Exactly.
For those of you wondering, every single doctor and most dentists and many
I've done these things.
veterinarians as well, like have done exactly this, and it is
Yep.
so paramount to understanding, really, I think, just the human condition and human care and human diversity. It's really, really cool, even if very morbid.
We are grossing a lot of people out. While we're doing so, do you want to hear one of my grosser stories?
Yes.
Or a few of them?
Yes.
I worked on this one cadaver who had lung cancer. And it was very advanced. He actually died from cirrhosis of the liver. But like he didn't even know, this wasn't even diagnosed until we opened it up and we're like, oh, this one lung is just a tumor. Like it is shrunk to shit. His liver had pushed up into that pleural cavity, and this lung was just a fucking white rock. And it was like almost entirely cemented to the pleura, to the membrane that surrounds your lungs to maintain that pressure, that atmospheric pressure to allow you to breathe. And so normally this is something you would be able to pretty easily peel off and then just take the lung out and everything. This is so locked in there that like we're having to like, I'm putting some serious pressure in here to like rip this fucking thing off of this. And this guy he wasn't embalmed very well. A couple parts just didn't take.
Good. Yeah.
And especially in like a big cancerous mass, you have a lot of problems there. Like it's just hard to do this. And so I'm really putting in some force trying to get my hands under this to like separate this out from this membrane that it's attached to. And I've got me on this guy's one side, and I've got another grad student on the guy's other side holding him down because he's moving so much. And the TA for the class, like the main person, is standing up above his head because he's laying on his back. He's laying in the supine position. And she's standing here at the head of the gurney, just kind of chatting with us and like talking what's going on. And I'm working in here, and finally, I break through this fucking mass of scar tissue and get under there, and it sprays.
That's what I thought. That's what I was worried about.
Cancer lung blood that should have been purged. Lung cancer blood just sprays up and all over this poor woman. And that wasn't the grossest thing that had happened to her in that very room, because that doesn't even compare to the time that they were trying to remove like a lot of skin at once and had it held up, and she was underneath, and someone locked their clip and it just flopped a bunch of skin over her. And she is awesome and still comes over and drinks at my house sometimes, and we chat about she's still studying horses for her PhD. She studies horse evolution and biomechanics and horses. Cool lady. Really, really nice. Dude, I have a million stories of cadaver dissection, and if you ever want to be thoroughly disgusted, we can do it online. We talk about all these things.
I have plenty, and I also I was on the pre-vet track for a very long time, and so before I was bioanth, I was pre-vet, pre-professional animal science. It required taking a lot of ag classes and a lot of comparative anatomy classes, which involved dissecting a lot of critters of a lot of different varieties. Similarly gross, not as personal. There's something about it. Is the last thing I'll share about cadaver, and I know that you're going to have the same thoughts on this. The most visceral part of outside of the brain hemisection, because there's something unbelievably humbling about holding someone's brain in your hands or their heart in your hands, you know? And it's like, these are people who had hopes and dreams and lived lives just like us. And, you know, from dust you come, to dust you shall return, and so on and so forth, existential crisis. But the craziest thing is when you see people's tattoos or their painted fingernails or things like that, where you're just like, like this was a person, and they took the absolutely unbelievably epic and courageous move to donate their body to science so that people could learn how this stuff works. Awesome stuff.
Painted fingernails is a big one. One that hit me, we had in the last time I was working in a cadaver lab, one of the cadavers had a tattoo of the mascot of the university we were at. He was a grad. He was an OSU grad, and he had a Pistol Pete mascot. And like, fuck, like that's me in a couple of years on this table. You know what I mean? That's crazy. And let me tell you, after like we usually in these labs, they'll keep the faces covered, and a lot of times they'll keep the hands covered as well.
The wet cloth.
Yeah, they keep their hands covered as well, because those are very intimate, personal parts for a lot of people. But like mine, I had to uncover that, especially when you're dissecting out that face, and especially when I'm working on that. Like, I'm right up against this dude's face, and it was kind of a weird situation where in this particular situation, I actually knew the guy's name, which you're not usually supposed to know.
You're not, yeah,
And-
that's not usually.
And yeah, and like, dude, it's deep. Like, you've been working on this person for a whole semester. You've taken out his organs. You've done all these horrific things, and still you expect him to like just kind of look up at you like, fucking quit it, dude. Like, you expect an emotion. Your brain doesn't process that and it's a bizarre experience. And we have this. That's the whole thing about cadaver respect.
I was gonna say the same thing in a second.
Laugh about how gross these situations, because they are abnormal, they're gross, and they're weird. But you really come to understand just that this is a human being, and you come to like really care about these people. I've seen people like they're cutting on somebody and like they'll be like stroking their arm to like soothe them almost. Like, it's like you don't notice you're doing it. You realize
and
these are human
that respect
beings.
permeates like all of the fields. Yeah, I mean, you got to be a real piece of it. It's pretty common knowledge that like it's expel worthy shit if you disrespect the cadaver.
Yeah.
The person that you're working on. Like, that just doesn't, and it doesn't happen. And when it does, there are just drastic and dire consequences because that's just, I mean, it's abhorrent. It's profane, I would even say. I actually would say that insofar as science, within the halls of science, insofar as something can be profane, disrespecting a cadaver is about as profane as it gets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's not to say, in the cadaver lab you can't have a light heart. We make jokes, we have fun, we're doing all those things. But if you're slapping somebody around, it's there's a certain amount of dark, morbid humor that has to be there.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. But like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, cadaver respect is so paramount and so important. And it's why, I've given plenty of tours I've got a Clary Sage Beauty College t-shirt because I gave several tours to their massage therapy students who wanted to come see what muscles they were actually helping to learn to massage and things like that. And like, the amount of preamble I was legally required to go through, like, you are not going to bring your fucking phone in here. If I see you try to take a picture, I will physically fight you. Like, you're not, you know what I mean? Like, I never had a problem. But like, the fact that all those things are in place is because people don't realize, there's that weird moment where like, you have some people that see this as just a slab of meat on a table, and some people see this as grandpa, and there's not a lot of in between until you get into it for a while, and it's weird.
And then
I can talk about this all day.
Then those groups merge and sometimes completely switch spots, which is funky. Anyways, yeah. We could go on.
It's what should happen, and like that's I encourage you. Like, that's, you see somebody else and you see their organs, and what you're seeing is the person you cut up, and like it's
take a gross anatomy class. That's what
everybody should do it. Everybody should do it. Everybody should go see an actual what's inside of a human, and you should have that profound experience, and you should learn about it.
I was feeling I raised my chair up so that I could be on your lap. I was feeling tiny, just sitting here, and my hat is covered in dog hair, and nobody told me. And I tried to get some of it off earlier, and I didn't get it all off.
There's a lot of rabbit fur in here from yesterday. That fucking rabbit was hanging out, and it's I don't know, man.
I'm still not going to ask about that. I'm going to let that settle.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's talk to an old caller who hasn't called in this year yet. Looks like the last time this person called in was July of last year. Let's talk to Gohan, who has no pronouns as usual and wants to talk about the Shroud of Turin. Gohan, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Never had a bad day.
Fit as a fiddle.
As a fiddle, I like it. So I haven't talked to you two in a while. Forrest, I think I've talked to you like maybe 3 or 4 times now. I think Erika, this is my second time talking to you. So thank you for taking my call.
You remember what we spoke about the first time? I want to remember our connection if I can.
No worries. Yes, ma'am. It was about the idea that evolution is evidence for a designer.
Okay. I think I do remember some of this conversation at least. Thank you. That refreshed my memory. Yeah. Tell us about your question or your topic today.
Okay. And I also want to say, I think you two and Howard, I think his name was, I hope whenever I call into any other show, or if I call into your show, I can always try to be how you two and Howard work together. I thought that was a great call, even though, like, there was, I mean, I'm not in geology, so for me, there were some confusing topics. So even though I was kind of lost sometimes, I thought it was a great call. So I hope I can be more like Howard and how you two work.
Yeah, we also would really prefer another Howard style call.
May we all be like Howard.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So my topic was about the Shroud of Turin, and I don't know either how much you guys know about the Shroud of Turin or how much the audience knows, and should I kind of get into that, or should I just kind of jump into my main points?
I would like a little background. I don't know very much about the Shroud of Turin, so I think that would be helpful. Unless, Forrest, are you like a Turin head? Do you know like Shroud of Turin stuff?
No, I know a little bit about it. I know Justin, Deconstruction Zone, knows way, like, he can fucking talk about the day-to-day history of that thing, as far as I remember. I know vague details, enough to...
Me as well.
I know vague details, and I know enough just, like, in terms of how things like that form to not believe that it's authentic, but I'm happy to hear what you think.
So if I could maybe give like a 2-minute background summary of the Shroud of Turin,
Yeah.
I'll kind of start with the base idea, and then I'll give the strongest Steelman version I can of why it's not authentic, and then I'll kind of give my points after that. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fair to me.
Okay. So the Shroud of Turin is a piece of cloth that some people believe to be the burial cloth of Jesus Christ. There are images on the shroud. There's 2 like main kind of images. One is the image of a man, and then the other is the like blood-soaked images. And I'm going to say blood-soaked. Not everybody agrees it's human blood, but just for the quick reference to that image, I'm going to separate them between blood and the actual image of the man.
Gohan, can I ask really quickly? I've pulled it up in the background, so I know what you're talking about. So I see the man one. The blood images, are those these like sort of triangular looking things, like a sort of like a smudgy, blotchy? Do I need to type in blood specifically?
Good question. And yes, you probably should type in blood specifically, but those triangle splotches are the shroud. If you follow kind of the history of the shroud was folded up and put in a silver kind of container. And there was a fire in this French church, and the fire melted the silver, which caused those weird triangular, like burn-looking things. And that actually does come into play in a little bit, but yes, the Shroud of Turin was burnt inside of a silver box, and that's what those images are.
The blood then is like these speckly looking things that are sort of near what's proposed to be the side of the figure, and then along the legs and the tops of the forearms. Does that sound right? Am I getting this right here? What I'm looking at?
Yes, ma'am. And there's like a certain images you can kind of look up that like just highlight those blood-soaked images.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at. I think that's what I'm looking at. I'm sorry, continue.
The shroud is a 14-foot long sheet, and it's like kind of folded in half at the head. So the bottom of the shroud is the front side. The top of the shroud is the back side of the man that was supposedly buried underneath it. So that's kind of the basis of the shroud. There's 2 main images. One is the image of the man, and the other is from possibly blood. If I could try to steelman the argument against authenticity, I would say that number one, we'd have to talk about the carbon dating of the shroud. There was a team of scientists that went to go take samples from the shroud, and they actually carbon dated it. And it came with a certain range of dates from like 1240 to 1390. something like that. I'm not sure about the first number, but I know it ended in 1390 because they put an exclamation point at the end of it. But so I remember that. But it had a little bit of a range like that. So I mean, if it's from 1300s, it's clearly not the shroud that was connected to Jesus, or that piece of cloth never touched Jesus if it originated from the 1300s. There is a certain weave pattern to the shroud itself. And that weave pattern is called a 3 herringbone weave, and it was very rare back in first century Israel or Palestine. So that fact alone kind of makes you question whether that cloth was actually from that era. And then other things would be, and I'm not too sure if this is really, again, I'm trying my best to steelman it, but I would say that people have found things other than blood on there. They found like dust. They found some serious fluid, stuff like that. But I think I've laid out the best steelman version I can for doubting the authenticity of the shroud. And if anybody has anything else to add, I'm all ears.
I've got a couple.
Me too.
Okay.
I'm looking at a paper right now. So, Forrest, do you want to start? Because I could go grab some sour Skittles, and I kind of want to do that. So,
is your paper the Moraes paper from Brazil?
no, my paper is from Forensic Science International Reports from this year, 2025, or rather this past year, 2025, by Kelly Kearse. It's titled
okay.
"The Aggrandizement of Scientific Data in Media: The Shroud of Turin Blood Marks as a Case Example." So that's what I'll be talking about when I get back.
Hell yeah.
And if I could just really quickly comment, I've heard of the Brazil study. I didn't bring it up for the Steelman version because I didn't think that was a good point for saying it's not authentic. But I've not heard of Erika's reference. So
Okay.
First off, I'm open to both. But I didn't include the Brazil one because that kind
the
of
digital
proves
image formation
something.
one?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
The one
So
based off of
just for everybody watching, this is the study that I just pulled up. And this is what these guys did is they used a computer model to look at like an actual like what a human body might be shaped like, and then digitally drape a cloth over that and see what that cloth would then look like when it was spread out. And this is kind of what you get when you look at like projections on a map, you know, whenever you're talking about like the shape of a map. And so here actually I also found this thing from livescience.com that has an actual video. I couldn't find this video anywhere else, but it actually shows the draping of this cloth and what that looks like, and then spreading that back out, what that looks like on a person versus what the Shroud of Turin looks like. And it's just astoundingly different models that you get. And so what this looks like more is either a stamp of a human being as opposed to like something draped over the top of them, or it's someone drew this on later on. And that also has to do with that's a common thing I hear a lot, with the length of the fingers and the anatomical position of like the hands over the crotch, and yet the shoulders are flat, and like this all looks kind of like the shape of a human being in a painting around the 1300s, which is when this was dated to. So like that's what I've seen of it. That's my go-to, is like it's the same kind of what's the word for that? Deformation is the same set of deformation that you get when you are making a map of a globe on a flat surface. It's what we're getting with this same kind of thing.
So if I'm going to comment on that, I think in that study, he compared it to like the image of a cloth being like hotly pressed onto a buff of a man. So like, am I saying the right word for buff? Something like, not a full-on statue, but just like the, are you familiar with Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
At the end of the third one, when Arwen is seeing the version of Aragorn when he dies, and that like statue that's on the table.
Yeah, the relief on top of the sarcophagus. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So not like a full body image just of that, just like a half of that, just the front half of that, I think is what he is saying. It looks like it was pressed onto.
I don't think that's accurate, and the reason why, and I just found this paper quickly, and I was looking at because I have had this argument for a while. I was fact checking to see if there was a digital model, so I haven't taken the time to see what. But like even in the computer imaging that they just showed, it showed a full picture and a full image, and also you saw that represented along the sides where it went down the sides of the thighs as well. So like I'm just being clear. I haven't fact checked this paper or anything like that. But even from the modeling that I've seen in other sources that show the same kind of things, that is, it's not just like a slice of like the anterior part of a human.
Sorry, I like a slice. Like okay. Well, let me kind of back off of what I was saying about the buff. I don't know why, but I was pretty sure he said that it was very similar to the image if it was burnt onto a buff, but maybe I was wrong on that. But either way, I did include that in the Steelman version because the actual view of the authenticity side, again, remember there's two images. One is bloodstained and the other is the image of the man. Is the authenticity side, it says that the image of the man was not formed from direct contact with the body. So his study kind of proves our point.
So again, I've just pulled that study because it had that digital representation that I show on screen. But the idea is we're not just talking about like it sounds like what you're saying. We were talking about anatomy a minute ago. What we call a coronal slice, where we just go straight down the center of the body from top to bottom. So you have like the front half and the back half of the body separated, right? If you're like standing upright, if you could imagine like some sort of thing that goes through the middle of through your shoulders and your chest and everything straight across you. That's what it sounds like you're saying this study was representing, kind of like the top of a sarcophagus, right?
Yes, that's and maybe I'm wrong on
if that was the case.
That's why if that was reference.
Yeah, if that was the case, that digital representation wouldn't have had those wide ass thighs like when they flattened back the thing, and I can try to pull it up again. Jesus was thick as hell, and that's what you would expect on that. Let me see if I can pull that same thing up here. I don't know why I closed the fucking tab like an idiot.
No worries. Should
it's
I
gone.
YouTube right now, so I can see.
No, it's fine. I was showing pictures. But you don't need to see them. You should look it up, like to double check what I showed on the screen. But the reason why I was talking about all this is because what you have when you do a map deformation is what I'm talking about here.
That topography map.
Yeah. When you have, I was trying to pull up like a picture to show what I'm talking about. The globe is a three-dimensional surface; it's a sphere, and when you put that onto a flat plane for a map, it deforms a lot of shit, and you get some things that stretch and spread, and some things are too small, and that's what we would expect to see on the Shroud of Turin if it was actually laid upon a human body. We would expect the parts that go down towards the ground, the sides of our body, would be represented as the front of our body looking really fucking wide. That's the whole point that I'm trying to get. Rather than sit here and try to show you different things, that's just in plain English. We would expect the sides of our body to then stretch out in this representation and look like Jesus was just really fucking wide, especially his limbs. And that isn't what we see. When we look at the Shroud of Turin, we see what looks like a painting of the front view of a person. And that's not what that would actually look like if it was an actual shroud.
Yes, you're correct. The shroud doesn't show it as if the image of the man was formed by being laid on the body. And again, that's the point of those who hold it to be authentic. And again, there are two different images. One is the bloodstains. One is the image of the man. Most people would.
Yeah, I'm talking about the image of the man.
Yes. most people would hold that the image of the man is actually like the stronger evidence for authenticity, but I'd actually rather focus on the bloodstains themselves. And if we have time, maybe we can move to the image. But
can you help me understand? Maybe I'm missing something. It sounds like what you are saying to me is that you understand that this doesn't look the way that it should, but that is proving your point, and that's surely not what you're saying. So please help me understand what I'm missing here.
Okay. Just as long as we could like eventually move to the bloodstains, I'm happy to.
Yeah. And then I also want to hear what Erika has to say too, because I've been rambling for a minute.
I have a couple thoughts,
Okay.
but I've been eating Skittles, so it's okay.
My wife just brought me
Good
sushi.
choice.
I'm gonna be all over this.
I'm in Texas. I just had some fajitas.
Hell yeah.
But I'm sorry, Oklahoma. Do you guys have HEB?
Have what?
HEB, the grocery store chain.
Oh, the grocery store. No, we don't.
Okay, I'm sorry. You guys were missing out on their tortillas, but sidetrack.
I've heard good things.
So yes, the image of the man is a point for authenticity because it doesn't appear to have been made by direct contact with the man. So the way that there are other things, the image of the man actually holds 3D information. So there are parts that wouldn't make contact with the shroud that are actually on the shroud. They use this one device that they use from NASA to like map the moon and map Mars, so they can find mountains and craters and canyons and stuff like that. And they used it on the shroud, and they were able to find 3D information that you wouldn't find just from a shroud being laid on a man. So there's 3D information in the shroud, and the way that the shroud, the image of the man is actually on the shroud, appears to have been from a very intense but very short-lived amount of light energy coming from within the shroud itself. And that's how the image of the man is believed or thought of to be put onto the shroud.
Erika, if you want to take on
You just
that
want me to
part, and
jump
then
in?
we'll show your study and everything, because I'm gonna quickly just check something
Forrest
with
wants an
somebody
excuse
that
to
I
eat his
know
sushi.
knows this.
He wants me
Well,
to
no,
talk
I'm
so that he can eat his sushi.
I do want to eat the sushi, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to call somebody really quick who I know knows this better than me, and I want to just double check something before I say it out loud and sound stupid. So I'm just going to be right back.
I'll take a break from my Skittles and give my 2 cents on this. Okay, Gohan.
And sorry,
Let's
Erika,
sort of tackle
you
this.
can
Yeah, no,
go
it's
ahead
okay.
with the Skittles. You
No,
can go
no,
ahead
it's
with
okay.
the Skittles. I don't know.
No, the Skittles make me salivate like crazy because they're like sour Skittles, you know? And so if I'm eating them, then you're going to hear mouth sounds and that's going to gross everybody out. So I have 2 things here. The first one is on the blood. That's the one that I mentioned earlier by Kelly Kearse in Forensic Science International Reports from December of 2025. And then I also just have pulled up, because I don't know anything about the Shroud of Turin. But I do know a lot about radiometric dating. And so I pulled up the radiocarbon dating of the Shroud of Turin on Wikipedia, and I was just kind of perusing that as well. I'd like to get your perspective on that first and foremost, because to me, that seems like a pretty solid defeater that the Shroud of Turin was dated to around 1260 to 1390 AD is what Wikipedia is saying, which is, you know, quite a little bit too late to be from the death of Christ. So what's sort of your counter to that? And is it going to rely heavily on this guy? What's his name? Roy Robinson or Raymond Rogers?
A little bit on Rogers. Rogers brought up the idea that, like, he's a chemist, I believe, and he brought up the idea that the samples from the radiocarbon dating had things in there that the rest of the shroud does not have. So if you remember back a little bit ago, you were asking what those weird triangle shapes were. Those were burn marks from the fire. So the shroud has been repaired over time. So there's 2 kind of ideas to attack that radiocarbon dating. One is
can I interject just because I think I might know where you're going with this?
Go for it.
Sorry. I there was like a lag on my end, so it probably came out like all at once on yours. The repair hypothesis seems to be not viable, at least insofar as I can tell. An individual named Mecheld Fleury Lemberg, which is an interesting name, Fleury Lemberg, who is an expert on the restoration of textiles. I'm just quoting from Wikipedia here, who headed the restoration and conservation of the Turin Shroud in 2002. She has rejected the theory of invisible reweaving because a lot of people sort of countered Roger's idea that there had been these repairs because it doesn't look ostensibly like there have been, and Roger allegedly sort of like seems to have gone around that by being like, well, you know, it was a really good repair job, and Fleury Lemberg here is saying that that can't be the case because it would be technically impossible to perform such a repair without leaving any traces, and she found no such traces in her study of the shroud. So I think if you're going to appeal to repairs and somebody who studies textiles is saying that it doesn't look like those repairs took place, I don't think that that's going to hold. Contrary to that, or not contrary to that, sort of another angle to argue for the contamination of those radiocarbon samples comes from like maybe it was smoke, like maybe smoke from fires contaminated this, and then that a fire took place sometime during that time period. But I think that would be pretty easy to support. You could just say, look at the records and see when, where the Shroud of Turin was being housed, and if major fires took place in its sort of keeping place during the time period that we're getting for radiocarbon dating. But I will note that I think the most compelling bit of this radiocarbon dating, of these radiocarbon dating data, I should say, is that there were 3 independent laboratories that dated the same samples, plural, and they converge on this sort of date range of 1260 to 1390. On top of that, some individuals who have criticized the radiocarbon dating as like legitimate dates comes from other people like who did radiocarbon or who carry out radiocarbon dating somewhat regularly. I'm trying to find the guy here. I think it would be, hold on just a second. Century, I know what I'm looking for here. Century, maybe, yeah, here we go. Yeah, Roger Sparks, I think. Roger Centuries, maybe? Plural. Okay, here we go. In 2010, statisticians Marco Riani and Anthony C. Atkinson wrote in a scientific paper that the statistical analysis of the raw dates obtained from these 3 laboratories suggest the presence of contamination in some of the samples. They conclude that the area is not large enough over the sampled region. Our estimation of change is only 2 centuries. So that's only going to get you back to, let's say, 1000 AD, not what you need, which is, you know, 0 or whatever, 32 AD for this to be the case. Similar problems with contamination from bacteria. And then I think there's the elephant in the room, which is that Roberts, hold on just a second, Robinson, what's his name again?
You're not talking about Richard Rogers.
Yes, that is who I'm talking about, Richard Rogers.
Sorry.
The chemist. No, thank you for intervening there. Again, I don't know my way around this area, so I'm just sort of like farting my way through the Wikipedia article. This guy seems to me to be like pretty invested in the Shroud of Turin being legitimate, and it seems like reading his takes on it feels a little bit reachy, just in my opinion. I will add, okay, let's take a step back and deal with the radiocarbon dating first. Like, what is the Shroud of Turin community response to that? And I'm sorry for monologuing.
No worries. Let me go back to Richard Rogers. If I'm correct, he was a part of the original STIRP team in like I think it was 1978. Not too sure, 100%. Maybe 1988. But he was a part of the original STIRP team, which is the original team of Christians, atheists, and Jews that went to go study the Shroud. And upon investigation, he was not convinced at first. And he later became a bit convinced, I'm pretty sure maybe like a decade after. So something changed his mind. But there are some things that show there actually is 2 different parts. One is the chemical makeup of the cotton fibers, the shroud that was tested, and the original shroud. Some has like I think Richard Rogers called it like a gum type of substance. It had a different type of cotton than the rest of the shroud. And actually, if you look at the shroud with UV light, you can see where it was reweaved. So it's not actually invisible. You can see it with UV light. So that's not
I don't.
run.
Hold on though, Gohan. I gotta intervene there because that's not true. Because and by the way, we were both wrong. His name is Raymond Rogers, not Richard Rogers. So.
Oh, geez. Hey, I actually have looked into this and I didn't know that. My bad.
No, me too. We both knew the last name was Rogers, so we're on the same page on that one. But taking a step back to talk about the patchwork, Rogers died in 2005, right? So his idea of this UV light, like repatchwork, occurred prior to 2005 necessarily, because that's when he died. This work that I was telling you about of the medieval repairs by Fleury Lemberg is from... Her original work was in 2002, and then she had subsequent work outlined by Ian Wilson. Oh, nope. You were right. Sorry, that's my bad. Her work was in 2002, and then Rogers died in 2005, and then her work was summarized in a book in 2010. That's my bad. So I need to continue your point. I'm going to look into this UV thing while you're talking. Hopefully I'll be able to
if you can find when that UV study was performed, but from what I remember, again, I don't have it on hand, but from what I remember, that the UV light had a different pattern on the shroud compared to what was tested. I don't have the study on hand, but that's what I remember from reading. But so one argument is that the part that was tested from the shroud was not the part of the original shroud. It was the part that was repaired by the French nuns in like 1300s. So that's one thing. But the other thing is when they did the carbon dating, what you notice is that the shroud actually gets younger the more medial you get. So the more lateral, like towards the outside edge. That's why there's a range. So, and such a wide range. But if you look at there was like some scientists, I think in Britain, had to file for a petition of release of information, and eventually it forced the people who did the study in 1988 for carbon dating to release their results that showed that the carbon dating was not an exact number, and it changed the closer you got towards the center of the shroud. The more medial you got, the younger the cloth was, which didn't really make sense. And it followed a pattern so much so that if you got to the very center, it'd actually be in the future. So there was something a little off with that radiocarbon dating. I actually do kind of trust the radiocarbon dating to be fairly accurate. I don't follow that second path so much. I follow more the first path of the shroud is actually different than the shroud that was tested because of the fire that was mentioned beforehand.
I'm having a lot. Fair? Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying. My understanding. Well, actually, I know that this is the case. You're not going to radiocarbon date something and get an age that's in the future, right? Like you could get error bars that could potentially include a future date, but if you're talking about something that's dated to 1260 or whatever I said earlier, and you have error bars that are putting you older than today, then that's not radiocarbon dating. Like, well, I mean, it is, but it's like your error bars are so huge that it's like 1/50th of the entire range that radiocarbon dating can actually pick up on, because you can only go as old as about 60,000 years. So I'd need to see something more on that.
They did. Sorry to cut in. They didn't actually find that it was in the future, but the pattern held that if you kept testing, because they only tested the lateral portion that was burned in the fire. If you went more medially, the pattern would hold that the most medial position would be in the future. But I mean, that wasn't actually anything that was tested. That was just the pattern that was observed.
I still don't think that would work.
I don't.
I mean, that would only be if you were extrapolating it towards the middle, which I don't think. Okay, wait, hold on.
I don't I don't follow that path anyways. I go more of that part of the shroud that was tested was not part of the original.
So I really need to see a date for Roger's study on this UV light stuff, and the best that I can find is just people vaguely talking about using UV light back in the initial studies of 78 by STURP, which is the main Shroud of Turin research project, right? So to me, and I mean, this is kind of important, right? Because if the person who I was talking about, who's like an expert on textiles, if she's coming out here and saying that there's no evidence whatsoever of a patch job, and that comes before Rogers' last note on it, then I think Rogers could theoretically have a point. Because then it's like, okay, well, did anybody refute his counter here? But if her work came and then no one came out and like no, there was no subsequent work that says, no, actually, she's wrong for this reason, and here's where we can see all of the signs of like repair on this shroud, and that can explain these inexplicably younger radiocarbon dates, those are like different things, and all of that kind of hinges in my head on when this UV light by Rogers was actually done. This UV light study by him was done, and
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if Rogers actually did the study. I know I don't know if he did the study or not. I think he is a separate point from the study. I think his main point was about the chemical makeup of the two. I think the UV light is actually different compared to the study. But the point of my call was actually not any of this. It was more to discuss the blood patterns.
Yeah,
and I don't know if we have time to get into that.
I don't mind. We can discuss the blood pattern. I'm just going to tell you what I've read from this paper by Kearse and colleagues, where they basically say that even looking at the published data surrounding these blood patterns, the case is being overstated. So the idea of this blood and the significance of the blood, at least insofar as I could tell, and I'm reading from the abstract of this paper here, in several recent television programs that received widespread international media attention, a shroud expert made claims about the blood on the shroud that it has been demonstrated to be human, male, type AB, and was identified as Semitic. Additionally, it was reported that high levels of ferritin and creatine indicative of polytrauma have been found on the cloth, and that pre-mortem and post-mortem blood have been identified. Discussed below is a scientific fact check about such characteristics of the blood on the Shroud of Turin and the capabilities and limitations of the techniques used in this investigation. And the main thing that I found was sort of most telling, I guess, concerning is the word that I'll use. This article notes in the section titled AB blood on the shroud, sort of near the bottom, like one of the last paragraph in this section, the author says the claim that AB blood is Semitic blood is scientifically unsound. It has been stated previously by the same shroud expert that only 6% of the world's population has AB blood, and most of them are found in the land of Israel. The National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information Database says otherwise. The AB blood type is most common in Asian countries, including Japan, China, and Korea, being present in about 10% of these populations. A 1977 study of 55 ancient skeletons from Israel showed an AB frequency of approximately 51%. However, given the inherent unreliability of serological-based methods of aged material, the extrapolation of these findings must be viewed with great caution. Indeed, approximately 19% of the samples in this investigation were undiagnosable to any blood type. So the idea that we've sort of got all of these different features that are ascribable to the Shroud of Turin that are evidently, and again, I'm not like a shroud person, so I don't know this stuff very, very well, but that are being like parroted by so many people seems to be like sort of a what's the word I'm looking for? Like an exaggeration upon an exaggeration, and that makes me very wary about everything that's being stated about it. Does that make sense?
Yes, and if I could just kind of dive into that really quick.
Please.
So for me, it doesn't really matter if we can say it was AB blood or not. And I honestly, I kind of just want to go based off the assumption. Let's just say we don't know if this is blood or if it's paint. So if we could just go off of that assumption a little bit, I want to talk about the patterns that are there and why that shows that the patterns themselves show that it was not formed by an artist and it actually came from a crucified man. I think the patterns themselves can show that. So I'm not trying to boast, but this is a little bit in my field house. I'm a doctor of physical therapy. So one thing we do is talk about posture and how that can affect breathing. So if you look at the forearms of the man on the shroud, there are two different bloodlines coming down his forearm. One is from a certain position that the hands are in, and then the other is from another position the hands are in. So if it's a crucified man, the hands aren't moving. What's happening is the man is moving his body up and down, and then that's how you get the two different bloodlines. There is a doctor, I forget his name, he's a French doctor, and he actually worked with cadavers to do this and put the nails in the same spot and would move the cadavers in the same pattern that somebody would if they were crucified in order to breathe. So when you are crucified, the way you actually die is because you can't inhale. For me and you right now, exhaling is kind of you can't exhale. Exhale for me and you kind of happens naturally. Gravity helps us out. Our muscle tone helps us out. But when you are crucified, you are in like a state of always inhaling. So the only way to exhale is you have to pull yourself up in order to exhale. Your chest is kind of stretched out in this inhale position. So the only way to exhale is by pulling yourself up. And the amount that you would have to pull yourself up matches perfectly to what is on the forearm. Does that make sense?
I'm with you so far.
Okay. So the pattern on the forearm matches to what somebody would have to go through in order to pull themselves up and down in order to breathe. The coagulation of the blood matches what somebody would have to experience a certain amount of trauma in order to have that rate of coagulation. The nail insertions happen in the perfect spot. If it really is a mid-century, 14th century artistry, how come every other artist puts the nails in the palms, where this incredibly smart artist must have known to put it in what's called destot space inside the carpals in order to make sure that the nail does not rip through the palm. If he does it where every other artist puts it, it rips through the palm and the man would fall off. So just looking at those two, and then if you look on the back images, there's a lot of what appears to be whippings or scourgings of the man. The scourgings happen in a pattern that is consistent with a Roman flagellum. So, which is like a 2, sometimes a 3, leather whip, and usually tied with bone or little iron balls on the end that are used to kind of rip skin. So that's perfectly matched on the shroud, which an artist could have known. But you can see there's one kind of blood spot on the lumbar sacral spine. That would be from the man on the shroud continuing doing a posterior pelvic tilt, and an anterior pelvic tilt in order to breathe. So when he is trying to go up in order to breathe, he'd be doing kind of a posterior pelvic tilt, putting pressure on the cross on certain parts of his back. And when he relaxes, he'd fall into that anterior pelvic tilt where he's just performing inspiration the whole time, not able to perform expiration. So the only way to do that is with a continuation of altering between anterior and posterior pelvic tilt, which would form that line at the bottom of the lumbar section for the man on the shroud. There are other things like the crown of thorns. Every artist in medieval times has the crown of thorns as like a circular crown. Almost nobody has it as a cap. The man on the shroud has a cap crown of thorns, which is actually historically correct to what the Jewish crown in the first century Israel was, actually more of a cap instead of a circular crown. So that matches as well. And then there's one spot on his forehead. It kind of looks like a gamma bloodline. And that only happens if you use your frontalis muscle to like scrunch. So either if you're in pain, you would do that, or if you're looking up, you would do that. And that's on there's a lot of detail. I'm just kind of scratching the surface, but there's a lot of detail based off of blood
I hear you.
That
I'm a little confused though.
Yeah, I have some questions too. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, and I rambled for like 20 minutes, so go on.
Please.
You're fine.
Don't apologize for rambling when Forrest and I are hosting. You're good. So a couple of things. First off, I have a 2018 study here, and maybe this is one that you guys have already gone over, but this seems to be a different forensic study by Barini and Garashelli. Is that who you mentioned earlier, Forrest?
I don't think so.
Okay, these are specifically forensic scientists who are arguing that while some blood stains could be reproduced, others, particularly on the arms and back, like within the Shroud of Turin, don't follow natural gravity-driven post-mortem flow patterns. So they're actually saying the opposite of what you've just said here. They're arguing that some of the easier, like more intuitive blood flow patterns on the Shroud of Turin make sense, but the more niche ones, as I like to say, don't actually. I'll add too that when I look at, and maybe this is me just not being familiar with the Shroud of Turin, but when I look at this picture of the Shroud of Turin with the blood marks, the one that I mentioned earlier, it doesn't look to me like the blood is sort of in the radial ulnar space, right? Crucifixion at the wrist. It looks through the hand to me. Like you made a sort of big to-do, and appreciably so. And the reason, I'll add this really quick, the reason why I think this is important is because after you said that, I thought, that's really interesting, because I don't recall ever seeing any sort of Renaissance crucifixion art that shows the nails being driven through anything other than the palms of the hands. So that would be an interesting data point if true. So then I looked and I couldn't find any, and then I was like, wow, that's kind of an interesting point. But then I went back and looked at the actual blood dispersion, and to me, this looks like the hand. I mean, it looks like the biggest blood splotch is right through the palm.
Sorry, for the blood spots from the nails, they're actually through the carpals, not through the metacarpals. So
but this looks like it's through the metacarpals, like the palm of the hand to me. Like specifically not the radial ulnar space, and specifically not through the carpals themselves. I don't know how you would do that, but I did that.
Yes, it's not through the radial ulnar space. There were options for like where you could put the nail. If you put it through the metacarpals, like the long phalangeal bones, it would rip right through the hands. It's not there. If you put it through the radial ulnar space, it would hold, but wouldn't exact as much pain. If you put it through desktop space, it actually inside the carpals, which is what the shroud holds.
I hear you. I hear you, Gohan. We're on the same page with this. Like, I agree that what you're saying makes sense. Like, I don't know enough about the subject of crucifixion to give my take on it, but that does make sense. What I'm saying is that I'm specifically looking at a picture from the Catholic Herald right now, which I think that they're quite sympathetic towards the idea of the Shroud of Turin being legit. And I'm looking at, and I'm trying to put my own hand for comparison here. To me, this looks like it's through the palm. Like, this just looks like the biggest blood splotch, which is on that left hand. Yeah, the left hand resting on top of the right. So it looks to me like the biggest blood splotch is through the palm. But I'm not an expert. Like, I think it would be compelling-ish if it was through the carpals or through the, as I said earlier, the radial ulnar space, but you said that doesn't matter. Through the carpals, I should say. But it doesn't look like it is. No. It looks like it's just through the palms.
It is through the carpals, which is a part of the palm. And if you do it through there's carpals and metacarpals. The metacarpals are more the...
Yes, I am aware. Yes, I'm aware.
So if you do it through the carpals, it will hold, and that's what the shroud showed.
Move, Fred. Hold on, bring a skeleton over.
Go for it. And
I'm looking at this.
I don't have YouTube up, so I can't really see, but...
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm looking, I got my skeleton right here, right? I'm looking at the carpals versus the metacarpals and where they're actually located in space. And I'm looking at where this nail hole is, and it seems to me to be the proximal portion of the metacarpals, not the distal portion of the carpals. But I don't know what else to say. Like, I hear what you're saying, but it just doesn't look like that to me.
Okay. So you're saying that the picture on the shroud doesn't look like it is
through the carpals.
In the actual carpals. It looks like it's through the metacarpals.
To me, with
is that what you're saying?
On the picture that I'm looking at right now, again, I'm giving you my source here, the Catholic Herald. They've got this 3D death mask body of Christ, and then they've got the Shroud of Turin on top of that, like scanned onto that or whatever. And to me, when I'm looking at this, it does not look like the nails are through, or the big blood splotch is actually through the carpals. It looks like it covers primarily metacarpal space. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know if that's true or not. Like, maybe there's some kind of in-depth anatomical study that someone has done where they're like, no, necessarily it's the carpals, but like I'm looking at it and it just doesn't match my expectation here. Forrest, do you want to talk for a minute? Because I need to go put on a shirt because I'm like burning up in this sweatshirt now because these 3 dogs are in here with me.
Yeah. So my big thing, I called Justin, and he's fucking live right now on his own channel. That son of a bitch. So that's why he couldn't pick up the phone, the bastard. Just want everybody to know that. Everybody go tell Justin, fuck you for having a job while I have questions, you son of a bitch. Yeah, so my big thing here, Gohan, is like, did we lose Gohan?
Yeah, I think he's
Is he gone? Oh, son of a bitch. I had questions about, like, specifically, like, anatomical issues that I had. Because, like, if I pull this back up here, and I go over here, and I look, like, I had issues with, like, where this guy's hands are, and where his shoulders are, and I know he touched on that a little bit, but I wanted to talk about, like, how long his fingers are. I wanted to talk about the framing of his face, why his hair isn't laying down around his face. It like looks as if he's standing up. I wanted to talk about the blood he was talking about. I want to talk about the back of this thing and why isn't there blood pooling behind him like you would expect with blood coming out of there. Like I had a lot of questions that I wanted to get into about just like the anatomical position of like what we're saying right here. Gohan, if you're still listening, go over to Justin's channel and ask him. Because, like I said, I was going to call him first. The dude knows this topic front to back and probably could talk to you a lot more about it, a lot better than I could, for sure. Because this is not my area. Justin?
Where's Gohan?
Go on, he fucked off the second you left.
What? Where'd he go?
I don't know if he got disconnected or what, but, like, the second you left, he just wasn't here anymore, and I started asking questions, and he was gone.
Wait, Forrest, am I stupid? Can you please look at this picture of the Shroud of Turin blood and tell me if you think that nail or the big blood splotch is covering the carpals or the proximal portion of the metacarpals?
That's why I keep showing on, let me see here. So that's why I keep showing here. And again, this is Justin, fuck him. And this is the image that I keep showing here of the Shroud of Turin. This is that reconstruction, that one paper that I showed at the beginning when you first stepped away, is like, this is an actual digital reconstruction of what a blood stain or what the model would look like if it was laid over a 3-dimensional human. And so you see all the parts that go along the sides of the body are stretched out, and Jesus looks thick as all hell, right? And then you got this kind of crown over here where it lays across his face. And this is what it looks like if it's just laid across a flat model, or rather, kind of painted in, like I'm suggesting it is. And this is the actual image. This is the actual shroud. And so you can kind of look and just see, what looks more likely, And you're right, the blood patterns that I'm seeing here, this in the actual image, like, can I not zoom that? Can I zoom further than that? No, I can't. Fuck you. That looks wrist-ish, so I could see where he's coming from there. And the only reason why I say that is because I could make the case that's the wrist, but then the rest of this hand is also so oddly stretched in order to cover this guy's genitals while his shoulders are flat. And that's just, I don't know, man. This doesn't do it for me.
I wish he was still here.
Again, can't stress enough. How dare this man have a job and do his own streams while we are here doing our streams. You know, how dare he?
Live streaming is such freak behavior. Live streaming in general,
awful.
red flag.
Yeah,
huge red flag.
Love you, Justin.
I don't know. For me, like, I feel like let me just summarize my perspective here. Like, again, I don't know anything about the Shroud of Turin, which is why I biffed it so hard. Like, I just don't. I was sitting here trying to learn about it live. But to me, it seems like the case for the Shroud of Turin was a lot stronger in the 1970s, and that modern technology and methods have not been friendly to it, authenticity-wise. I think that a lot of it has shown to be doubtful, at least certainly as an actual burial shroud for Jesus, the person. But I also think that I think what's telling is how a lot of the pro-Turin guys like try to hand wave the criticisms, right? Like, I really want to know, the timing of this UV light micro repair kit in the medieval times. Like, I want to know the timing on all of that. But at the end of the day, I don't know enough about the subject to say. I would also like to say, let's just entertain the idea that it's legit. Like, what if there was a burial shroud for Jesus? What would that mean? That would mean that a guy named Jesus was crucified. Like, I don't know where you stand on this, but like, I'm not a mythicist personally. I do believe that a guy named Jesus got crucified and probably buried somewhere. To me, that's not a selling point for the resurrection, in my opinion. But maybe I don't know enough about maybe I'm not a big enough Turin person to know why they think that this is such incredible evidence outside of the fact that they're like, oh, it proves Jesus existed. And it's like, I don't really have a problem with that anyways. Like, I think that's the consensus. So anyways.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Because like, he was talking about some stuff about like, such and such a thing only makes sense if there's like this radiant light from inside of the shroud coming out. And he mentioned that briefly, and I've heard that stuff before, and it's just like, the best case scenario here is we can say there's this guy named Jesus, and he glowed for a minute. And I know the argument here is like, okay, yeah, this is the magical light of God and the magical blah,
see.
Blah.
I see. So they're
like,
saying that
this
isn't a common type of thing, and that it was the sort of magic reaction that caused. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what
but that, like, to take it 10 steps further than that, I don't know. That's such a big claim where we barely touched on it, and we spent all this time about blood pooling and blood patterning, and like, again, I even if I were to buy into the veracity of the thing itself, I'll grant you put it around a dead guy who died in a horrible way, and he was extremely light, and he never laid, when you put the shroud on him, it never laid flat on his back so that there was any blood pooling, and there was no weight to his body to cause differential like deposition of the pattern. That didn't happen at all. His hair remained like he was standing straight upright while dead, and you wrapped this around and just kind of squeezed it on him all over the place, and that's so his hair was perfectly in place and wasn't falling down, wasn't spread out, none of that. And he had freakishly long fingers and freakishly small genitalia, and so there was he was able to cover all that. Whatever. Like, take all of this together and now do the work of showing me that he was magical. Like, I don't know. The best case scenario here is you've proved a guy named Jesus exists. And I don't know. There's more to it than that, and I don't see it being presented.
I was chewing a Skittle.
Yeah.
But I agree. Like, but again, I don't, I'm sitting here like, sorry, my dogs are going to be fucking loud in here now. I know they are, but the alternative is they sit and they scratch at the door. I think if you're going to propose that, for lack of a better term, like magic burned the Shroud of Turin, burned the edifice of Christ onto the Shroud of Turin, like, I think you got to do a lot better than this thing that was radiometrically dated to the 1200s.
Do you guys want Gohan back? He's calling back in.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, yes, please. Invite him
I'll
back.
take him for a little bit longer.
Hello?
There you go.
Hey, did we lose you?
Sorry.
Hi, Gohan.
Yeah, my phone died. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, and next time I know my phone is dead.
I'm glad you called back. Forrest wanted to talk to you about cooling.
I was about to talk about fucking this Lloyd Pye guy, because this is totally off topic, but while we're all here, this guy, let me see if I can pull this up on the screen. Everybody should go watch this shit if you ever want to have fun. It's called Everything You Know Is Wrong. It's a 2-hour-long lecture by this guy named Lloyd Pye, and it's all about, Erika, you'd love it. It's all about how human evolution is wrong and Bigfoot is real and Bigfoot is a pre-evolved human or something like that, and how it's the old shit about like Tiamat crashed into something and seeded life here, and it's like basic like semi-panspermia, and the ancient gods of ancient civilizations were aliens that taught us how to use plows.
Let's go.
Yeah. I watched this shit like 10 years ago, high as all hell. And what I was looking it up because of Howard's call.
Nice.
Yeah, because of Howard's call. I was gonna bring this up to make fun of him until he ended up being polite. My favorite part of this that I had never seen before was down here in the description. It says Lloyd Pye, one of the world's leading experts on primate development and the human genome. He had a bachelor's in psychology. Is what he had.
That's crazy.
So I'm gonna put the link to that in the chat if anybody wants to have fun watching that thing. That'd be great.
Never ever feel bad or nervous going into a job interview, because there are people less qualified than you who are just lying through their teeth and they're going to get the job.
Call themselves experts. And this is the one. It's so good because he'll keep talking about like. He'll say something about like how Bigfoot is clearly real and clearly a human. He's like, an idiot could see it. An idiot could see it. And it's like, yeah, an idiot is seeing it. That's what you're saying. It's crazy.
Very loud and clear, brother.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Anyway, Gohan, yeah, I had a couple of quick questions about the Shroud thing, and specifically, let me pull up that image that I had again and pop it back up on the screen and move away from call-in studio so I don't dox you, and put this thing back where I was there. So my specific questions that I had, and we kind of touched on this. I don't know if we covered it a lot, so forgive me if I'm asking you to repeat yourself. It's been a bit of a call. Is when we look at like the deposition patterns of the blood here, wouldn't we expect to see, if this is wrapped around a person who's lying on their back in a grave, wouldn't we expect to see that blood pooling on the backside of the image? And we would have a much wider image and a much lower resolution image. Like, we wouldn't have the clear depiction of a human body that we have on the backside of the shroud that we do if there's blood coming out of this person. Like, does that make sense?
Sure. And I can get into that for a little bit, if that's okay. So,
sure.
Most of the blood happens from the scourging that happened, I don't know, up to, you can see in the shroud, the man has like a bruised right eye. You can see it's swollen. Again, that's that 3D imagery that's on the shroud that wouldn't be there if it was a person, from contact from a person. But there's damage that happened to the person hours before he died. And so like most of the scourging happened, if the gospel reading is believed to be true, happened hours before the crucifixion. And that's usually how Romans would do crucifixion, do scourging first and then crucify the man afterwards. But in Jewish burial, you're supposed to kind of wash the body and then anoint it with spices. And this is another thing that I could have used to steelman the non-authentic argument, is there aren't really many spices found on the body. But the idea is that the body was taken down from the cross around like 3 p.m. on a Friday. And in Jewish society back then, the Sabbath starts at sundown. And if this happened in March or early April, sundown would have been 6 o'clock. So they had about 3 hours from death to, and there's time spent where the Roman guard went to go tell Pilate he died, and Pilate said, "Oh, he's already dead. That's a surprise." And then the guard went to go spear him in the side. So there's time spent there. There's time spent getting him down. So what I'm trying to say is the people who took him down did not have enough time to do a full Jewish burial of the man, which is why they came back on Sunday. But they were trying to do the burial, and they got part of it done, which is why it's partly washed, and which is why it doesn't really stick well to the shroud itself. Did that make any sense?
A little bit. The thing that bothers me is like there's so much fucking blood in a person, dude. And like what this would make it sound like is that there is like this shroud is only used in this very, very final funereal practice after this person has been drained of blood to an extent that he isn't, like, nothing else is coming out of him, and there's not even enough in him, and not enough coming, not even enough to him to give him weight that causes a different pattern of just the mass of his body lying down. But there is still, even after all this washing and spicing and blah, 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 there is sufficient blood for them to have this particular lambda pattern on his forehead that you were talking about, which shows the pattern of this and like that's just, there's so much here where you're talking about the blood from his wrists and it has this exact pattern that you see, and the blood on his forehead is an exact pattern, but we don't see a single drop that differentially slides down his backside and makes a weird blobulous oblong pattern around the backside of the shroud. That just seems unbelievable to me.
He does have a oblong pattern on the lumbar of his back, but I mean, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are you saying there's too much blood or too little blood?
Too little.
To be accurate.
Too little.
And you would expect like more drainage from the whippings in the back or something like that?
I'm saying that I would expect, like, just even if we weren't talking about any specific wound, I would expect for the weight of a human body on the backside of this shroud to produce a wider, flatter, a more strong image, because there's actual pressure pressing into the cloth instead of just the weight of the cloth laying on top of the front of the body. I would expect a much more strong image on the backside, and I would expect it to be a slightly different shape than the front side, and have a different outline than the front side, and have a lot more blood pooling. All that is what I'm talking about. And it seems to me like the front and the back are damn near symmetrical in their outline. And we see some of these, like you're talking about these specific wounds. I'm willing to grant all of that. We don't then see the same kind of enough blood to make those wounds coming out of his back. We don't see any of that.
So if we're just going to kind of toss this up, I would probably toss up what you're saying now as a point against authenticity, that the blood is too clean, or the images from blood are too clean and there's not enough pooling. Am I saying that fair?
That's most of it, sure.
Okay. And you know what, honestly, I could 100% see your point. And my only reference from this is from I talked about his name before. His name is I didn't actually mention his name, but he's a doctor who did studies with cadavers and stuff like that for the shroud. His name is Pierre Verbeau or something. I read his book. It's called The Doctor at Calvary. And he kind of goes into this a little bit. He made an argument that it is kind of what you would expect. I'll be honest, for me, it wasn't very convincing, but I haven't really worked with much blood, especially wounds like that. Well, if I see wounds in a hospital, it's all stage 2 ulcers or stage 3 ulcers, stuff like that. So I
even if you take the blood out of it, even not just the blood patterns, you said you have a doctorate in physical therapy. We were talking about cadaveric dissection earlier on. Surely you've cut up a lot of people too, right? You've done that?
We've done more of wound care type of dissection. I mean, we've done dissection to observe hearts for sure, but
okay,
most things we've done is wound care type at UTMB.
Okay, so what I'm asking specifically is, when you're working with a long dead body, somebody who's been dead for a couple of days, and I know cadavers are preserved, and there's a lot, the tissues are going to behave very differently, right? But even when you're looking at parts of the body that are fresher, and you can see like patterning, what happens to the tissues like after death before embalming, right? You see those kind of press marks, and you see the ways that things get kind of squished and flattened and deformed, and after preservation they stay that way really well. What I'm saying is, if you've ever worked on a human cadaver and flipped them into prone position and seen the way that certain parts of their back have those big pressure marks on there that are like locked in place now, that's what I would expect to see on this shroud if this was wrapped around a human body, especially one that was lying there for 3 days. I would expect to see pressure marks of certain parts of the body pressing into this shroud. If there was enough whatever on this body, blood, oil, spices, whatever it was, that allowed for enough detail on the face to see a swollen eye with just the weight of the cloth touching the face gently, then I would damn sure expect. What am I missing?
Sorry to butt in. But the face, the swollenness on the right eye is not from direct contact with a shroud. Again, this is kind of that topography characteristic that the shroud has. The eye actually didn't make contact with the shroud, but we have that image there with the 3D effect. So, that image is not a blood image, and I'm kind of sorry I brought that up. That's from the image of the man, which is kind of a separate image. But
okay, even still, we have
not from direct contact.
Then, but yeah, I can scrap that point. It's the rest of what I'm saying remains the same. You have images of, I think you can agree, you can see his individual fingers, you can see his facial features, you can see all these really minute details just from the weight of the cloth laying on top of him. On the other side, we would expect to see a lot, a way more defined pattern of his back, of the back half of his body. We would expect to see, I remember reading one thing, and it is an irrelevant point, I'm not trying to go off on this tangent, but someone was talking about wounds on the heels that are more associated with crucifixion. We would see that. It doesn't even have to be exactly that thing. It would be every bit of any kind of damage that was there, because it's being pressed with at least, that guy had to weigh at least 150 pounds, squished up onto this thing. And we would expect to see, again, any kind of blood that was on the front, we should see it in the back. If it was a long enough time before he was buried for whatever evacuations to happen, cool. If it wasn't, we would expect to see urine and feces. We would expect to see a lot of things here that are all differentially deposited on the back of the shroud. And whichever one you want, you can dismiss or accept any of those. It doesn't matter. The overarching point is the backside of this body should look fundamentally different than the right side of the body. And both of them just look like a painting. They look like this is what the backside of a human body looks like, and this is the outline. And there's not as enough differential deposition of material for that to be satisfying to me.
Can I ask a question really quick? How much longer am I allowed to go on for?
We can go to a little bit more. We've already been on this call for a little while, but if you have something specific you want to dig into, I'm down to hear it. I don't want to say a bunch of shit and then run you off.
No worries. So I'm not a doctor who does autopsy or anything like that. I don't really interact with blood too much. The guy who wrote this book was, he is a doctor. He's done studies, and it's really not maybe fair for me to say, but I'm taking his word for it because he works with this stuff, and he says that kind of is what he would expect to see, especially from the amount of time that the man in the shroud has been dead for, and the fact that he was lightly washed and carried. I think he said maybe a quarter mile to the tomb, stuff like that. But let me throw this.
So the argument, just to be clear, the argument is that his body was thoroughly cleaned, and then he was wrapped in the shroud. Okay, so his body was cleaned somehow or another, and then he was carried a long way. He had already been dead for at least a full day, and then he was wrapped in the shroud as the very last thing. as he was being put in the tomb, that was a thing that happened at that exact moment, and there wasn't any other contamination at any other time going back. He wasn't like wrapped in the shroud and then carried a few miles, right?
Yes, yes for everything except him being dead for a full day. He was dead for maybe like 2 to 3 hours before
Okay, I thought
he was placed in the shroud.
Maybe I misunderstood. So you were
okay.
I thought a minute ago you said that like he was pulled down from the cross at this time, and Jewish tradition said that that was the end of the day, and he would have to wait a while.
Yes, sorry. He was pulled down from the cross at 3. He died at 3 p.m. is what is believed. I think it's written down somewhere like the 9th hour of the day, which would be, I think, 3 p.m. or something like that. I forget how, but they say 3 p.m. Sundown is 6 p.m. So they have 3 hours from his death to get him into the tomb and be home on Sabbath, because this happened on a Friday. Sabbath starts Friday night at sundown. So they have 3 hours to get this job done and be home. And
gotcha.
They quickly walk. And one of the guards has to go talk to Pilate, come back, stab him. Then they have to take him down from the cross, get permission to use somebody's tomb, Joseph Arimathea, so the saying goes. So all this takes a little bit of time. They can wash them a little bit, but they definitely don't have time to do the whole job, which is why they have to come back on Sunday morning.
Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were saying that they would have waited a day or so after he was dead to even do this process in the first place. I misunderstood. Okay,
cool.
I'm
not the best with words, so no worries. But
it's all
if
good.
I could kind of get into some of the things you were talking about as far as like the bloodstains in the back, let's just give you that point and say, okay, the bloodstains in the back are concerned for those who believe the shroud is authentic. I still think the overwhelming evidence points to it being authentic just from the blood marks alone and some of the anatomical points that come from the body but are not blood. Like if you notice, he doesn't have any thumbs in the shroud, and his arms, I think you already pointed to, one arm is longer than the other. Do you guys know why that might be?
I'm guessing just because the way he was laid and it's an artifact of the imaging on top is what you're going for here.
Close. When the nail goes through that desktop space, it severs the median nerve, which would actually cause that thumb to be in the flex position.
Adducted.
So that's why you can't see his thumbs, because that thumb is flexed. One arm on the shroud, it looks like the left, but it's a reverse image. It's actually the right arm of the man is longer than the other. And if you look on the reverse side at the scapula, you can see that's actually a little bit, not just the humerus, but even the scapula is like a slightly more lateral than the left side. Again, it's a reverse image, but slightly more lateral, which shows there was actually kind of a dislocation. Not just the humerus got dislocated, but even the scapula kind of moved with it. And if you look at the pecs are a little bit higher than they should be, which is actually what would happen if you are in that constant inhale position, and then you're having to use your pecs to go into that posterior pelvic tilt in order to exhale. So the pecs would shorten and kind of rise up the body. So I think all of that points to too much detail for an artist to be like, wait, let me draw the pecs a little bit higher than they should be. You know what? Let's remove his thumb and say that the nerve was severed. Let's get that frontalis muscle working to show that he was in pain. The crown of thorns, I don't want to do a circle crown. Let's make it more like a baseball cap that no one knows in the 1400s that's what Jews actually had.
The problem for me is just I'm looking at this image. I pulled up another image, and I'm looking at this in as high a resolution as I can find online, and like I'm seeing what you're going for here. I'm seeing a difference in the pecs, and I'm seeing how high they are. I'm seeing a difference in the scapula. I'm seeing all these things, and the reason why this is still messing with me is because those would not remain flexed in this way. after death. If your body is relaxed enough to evacuate your bowels within a few minutes to an hour, then these would relax too. And unless he's flexing in death, and unless he had full rigor on his pecs, but not enough to disallow his arms to be relaxed down like this, those kind of behaviors and characteristics that you're talking about there, they sound like post hoc rationalization to me. They don't sound like an anatomical reality.
I think I've got the same problem with this going on. Go ahead.
Look at the what?
I'm sorry to butt in, but if you look at the knees and the hips, it's not the shoulders that are the only things that have you could say rigor mortis, but when you are actually dying of crucifixion, you either die of tetany or of suffocation. So your muscles kind of go through spasms when you're it is part of the painful process, but your muscles go through really, really intense spasms that causes certain positions of the body. So if you look at his knees, I think his knees are flexed to 30 degrees, and that's from rigor mortis. But I think the pec is more of tetany.
So okay, Gohan, I gotta say, to me, when I look at the Shroud of Turin, there are a lot of aspects of the anatomy that strike out as just kind of odd or uncanny. There's a list that you can find online where somebody will list all the characteristics out. The head is really small and the fingers are really long, and some of the stuff that Forrest mentioned with how the pressure on the posterior side of the body looks. There's people discuss why it is that the hair has the impression that it does when the hair should be sort of more posterior than the rest of the head, than the rest of the faces. Yeah, spread out, or even just look at my hair, right? As I'm talking to you guys right now, the lower portion of my hair is more recessed, obviously, than my face is, which is far more anterior. And it seems to me like there are a lot of weird things about the Shroud of Turin, kind of anatomically speaking, and some of them could theoretically be explained by crucifixion, or by a lot of different horrible ways that people were killed back in the day. I bet you could change the mode of death and find a lot of correlations with, I don't know, strangulation or something like that. You could flip it around and find similarities with other causes of death, because there's just a lot of anatomical inconsistencies in the shroud as a whole. I think you can make it work if you want to force it to, but what I see is a lot of odd bits that don't seem to make sense, a lot of facts that don't seem to make sense, with the Shroud of Turin being the actual burial shroud of Jesus, the radiocarbon dating, the splattering of the blood, the anatomical inconsistencies. A lot of it, to me, the whole picture doesn't paint it as authentic. That's my 2 cents. You've made some interesting points here, but I don't think they add up to this thing is authentic. They more add up to you can make this make sense if you squint.
Yeah. And especially talking about the knees show rigor mortis, but these other, if some of the body's in rigor mortis, all of it's in rigor mortis. And so if the knees are in rigor to the point where they can be flexed at this specific angle that you would expect to see while this guy is vertical on the cross, and yet they're able to lower his shoulders down and cover his genitals for dignity, those are contradictory ideas.
Yeah, why rigor mortis for the lower half of the body, tetanus for the upper half, tetany rather for the upper half?
So I would say rigor mortis is all over, but the tetany was to explain the raised pecs, and not so much to explain why you could move the shoulders. So I would say rigor mortis was for the shoulders as well, but tetany is why the pecs are raised, and then why the thumbs are hidden is not rigor mortis. That's more the median nerve being severed. But
right, but after death, that relaxes. After death, that relaxes. So, during life, I could agree with you, but after death, that should be floppy, and it should be easy to put it together.
I mean, I have not spent too much time with corpses, so I would have to kind of look into that more, if it's really more from the severing of the nerve, which is why they couldn't get it back, or if rigor mortis just held that thumb there itself. But that muscle was contracted, and stood contracted. I know if there's no energy to make it relax, then it should stay contracted. It shouldn't really be floppy. But so if I could, I know we've been going probably for like an hour and a half. I would like to say, one, I really like this call. You guys are great. I'd hope to call back in the future. Two, I hope this has shown that there's a little bit, at least a little bit of an argument to make it more interesting. Maybe you guys will try follow up with this on your own in the future. For me, I was fairly convinced that the shroud was not authentic until that wide angle X-ray imaging came through, and then I started to look for more evidence, and then I found this book from this physician called Doctor at Calvary. I suggest, if you are interested, read this book, especially if you have a little bit of a scientific background. Go ahead and look at it yourself. He references the studies he does with I'm forgetting the word, with corpses, I guess. So he references the studies he does with corpses with arms and stuff like that. So if you guys are interested, if this made you interested at all, go look into that.
Yeah.
And again, this is really only focusing on half the argument. The other half, and I would say the stronger half, is based more off of how that image of the man, not the blood, man actually got onto the shroud.
I would encourage you, in the meantime, also to, while you're here on the YouTubes, bop over to a channel called DZ Debates. That's where Justin is live right now. He's a Bible expert, but this is something that I know he talks about from time to time, and I guarantee he will have a better handle on the arguments and counter-arguments, so you might have to let him know, like, hey, I'm calling in with this beginning, and this is what we just talked about with Forrest and Erika, because he's going to start immediately, and I'm sure with, like, well, here's the carbon dating and everything like that, which we already kind of talked about that you dismissed for these reasons and that. So, like, I think it would be a much more enlightening call as far as, like, actual pushback, whereas for Erika and I, as far as Erika and I, we don't have much to cover here, and so, like, we're kind of coming in this fresh, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't have anything in the chamber for the Shroud of Turin.
Yeah, I go on. If you call back, definitely call back when Justin is on, because he'll actually be able to give you a good counter. Like, we're sitting here sort of trying to learn this on the fly, and like we're trying to think skeptically as we go, but obviously we don't have the background that Justin is going to have, and he's going to give you a much better challenge, let's say, than we will.
I'm going to say, don't sell y'all short. This conversation was mostly based off of like an autopsy, if you could say this is an autopsy, but an autopsy of the shroud. And I think y'all being biologists were really good to talk to. You bounced some ideas off me, and I'm actually taking some of yours and putting it in the non-authentic Steelman argument now. But if I could just leave one more piece of evidence that is a little bit shocking, I would say so far in summary, evidence against that was mentioned is carbon dating, and I'm also going to include the cleanness of the images, the blood stains on the back, too clean. I'll include that now for the Steelman argument. But some of the strongman arguments for it was, not strongman, some of the Steelman arguments for it was the wound on the brow, wound on the wrist, correct spots for the wrist, correct weapons for a Roman flagellum, correct breathing ideas regarding anterior pelvic tilt, posterior pelvic tilt, and inspiration exhalation. One other thing I did not mention was that I think this is a really big point, is that the blood stains are on the shroud before the image of the man was. So if we would say it was painted, then we would have to say the painter did the blood first and then painted the image of the man around the blood. And to me, that just seems completely unlikely, if not impossible.
I can see it either way, but I hear where you're coming from. All right, man. Well, it's been a pleasant conversation, and let's try it again sometime.
Thanks a lot, you guys. Have a good night, and enjoy
goodbye.
your Skittles.
Thank
And
you.
I forgot what you're eating for us. Sorry. But enjoy
I've
your
already
food.
ate
Have a
all the
good night.
sushi during the call. Take care. Bye-bye.
Sushi, that's
Damn,
Well,
every time.
Yeah. That was, to my knowledge, the first time Gohan has ever called this channel and not been hung up on while screaming slurs. You know?
First, we're like, I kind of feel like we activated some kind of ancient curse, and that by summoning Eric to the stream tonight, he sort of absorbed all of the negative energy
hate
into himself, and then sort of kamikazed his way into the stream, thereby sacrificing the one for the many and making the rest of the calls quite pleasant.
Yeah,
He's probably still listening, and he's like shaking the webcam.
I'm pretty sure Gohan was banned at one point. And I say screaming slurs. I'm probably conflating him with somebody else. So forgive me if I'm being, flippant.
Seem like the slur type. I was going to say that's surprising to me. And maybe it's true, but
I know he called in a ton of times
about called themselves Gohan. It is in fact from pop culture. So
that's possible. True. That's possible. But the last time I remember talking about to Gohan, he was talking about how he has a little brother who's trans that he refuses to accept and all this shit, and was just saying a bunch of really weird, hateful things. And then I remember a time before that, we was talking about how Jesus is God and he knows because fuck you atheists. And like, I don't know, but so maybe it was a different guy. This
is why I'm saying that like Eric took the energy, because the fuck you wokey already happened. So
yeah.
Maybe we were lucky.
Maybe we can get that fucking guy who's called in to troll my shows the past 4 times by just yelling the F slur a whole bunch. Like maybe that guy will call in. Who knows? It's a Jim Bob.
Hey.
We have a Jim Bob stan who's been just following my shows to call in and call me names.
Let me tell you, probably the third or fourth show that I ever. No, you know what it was? It was the very first time I hosted on this show. I hosted SkepTalk. Guy calls in, I'm being my usual self. I'm being pleasant, trying to be pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Hey, thanks for having me on. By the way," just drops a hard R inward. And I was like, "Pardon?" I was like,
yeah.
What? I was actually so flabbergasted. I didn't know what to do. Thank God our producers were like instantly booted. But I was shaken.
Yeah, no, we get those. We get it's like there's someone who will wait on the line for like an hour just to say a bad word. Like that's all they've got. It's weird, dude.
It's not even like it's like a bad word. It's like a hateful word. Like it's just like a word that it's like you're just trying to be an asshole for no reason. Fuck is a bad word, but that's also a fun word and it's appropriate.
Right. That's the legacy. I said a mean word on the internet, and now everyone will know that I'm the person who said a mean word on the internet.
Liberal. Leftist destroyed. Let's go. What do we want to do?
We've got 3 calls left in the queue, and right now lines are technically closed because we have this, and then we have super chats, and we're trying to wrap up within the next 2.5 hours at the latest. But we will say that both Erika and I would love to talk to a fucking creationist. We would love to talk to somebody who denies it. Yes. If we get, we're gonna. So lines are open. Technically, if you are but I can see right now we already have somebody populating the line. We're just saying we're gonna take a call from a science denier. If you don't believe in evolution, and you want to talk about it. And I'm going to say, for your benefit, if you want to prove a cryptid, and for my benefit, if you want to prove synonymous and binary sex and gender. Those are the calls, but mainly, we're talking about creationism here. If you can prove evolution wrong, call the show.
I will give fair warning to my cryptid enjoyers out there. I do not think I have permission to say we are accepting cryptid stories. I think that you have to call and say, this did happen. As much as I would love to sit here and listen to you tell me about the cool thing that you might have seen, I get outvoted every time on this. I'm the only one who seems to be obsessed with these types of calls, and so I don't have the power here.
If they genuinely believe it, then that's one thing. But if they're just like, if they just want to shoot the shit with you, then it's like, okay.
Yeah. You can.
I just also.
You can shoot the shit with me other times. Call back next time and call in earlier.
I just said that. So like, if that's not the one kind of special call you want to take, like we can say something else. But like, I'm just saying.
If I'm being honest, the main call I want to take is creationist. I would love to get one creationist on here talking about evolution, or
only reason
call it Age of the Earth. That's what we like.
The only reason I was letting other stuff in there is because that, like, sex and gender things is the biggest thing that people get pissed at. It's evolution and sex and gender are the biggest things that people get in my comment sections about. And so I'm trying to open the door for both of those.
I believe, I would believe, if I was a betting woman, I would say I bet sex and gender gets you more like vitriol than the evolution does. I would wager
evolution gets me a lot of smarmy assholes with the same 5 arguments. Sex and gender also does that, but people are angry about it.
Yeah.
It's Anyway, and of course, we'll be reading super chats, anything over $5 at the end of the show. So send those in if you want us to read those. But lines are technically only open for creationists or science deniers of other kinds. So call that number 720-619-2288. Use link in the description. And with that, do you want to jump into the next thing?
Let's do it, man. I'm down.
Hell yeah. Let's talk to Nix, who wants to talk about science in a post-truth era. Nix, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Doing well. My mouth, the roof, actually, Nix, I'll tell you this. The roof of my mouth is destroyed. I don't know if you guys saw how many sour Skittles that I ate during that last call, but I ate about half a share size alone of sour Skittles. And so the roof of my mouth is shredded right now. They're like, if I were to, it's like I ate 3 bowls of Captain Crunch and didn't wait for the milk long enough. It's a bad situation. Drinking water
only with acid.
So, yeah. Yes, exactly. And
I do that with my sinuses.
Yep. Tell us about your topic.
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of on brand with I'm an anthropology guy, but I also believe in the phrenology kind of thing, where it's like it feels like there's this like increasing like movement of science denial and not believing experts and like all that sort of stuff, and especially now that we live in this kind of post-truth era where you can just say bullshit and people will believe you. Like, how is this situation salvageable? Like, how do we turn the shit back around, so to speak?
I mean, my answer is going to be fund education, but like, I'm sure there's a better answer out there.
I mean, we talked about this a little bit on Sunday, Forrest. Like, we touched base on this. Like, what do you do in the ruin and basically the end game of the Heritage Foundation's last 60 to 70 years of like hard work, demolishing education, and not just education, but like love of science and trust in science. Which, like, that seems like a kind of goofy thing to say. Like, it's kind of cringe to be like, trust the science. Like, they've managed to turn that into like a phrase that is like cringe-inducing. And then if you actually say it, or like, they'll I don't know, say horrible things. They'll violate TOS. Let's put it that way. So, like, how do you fix that? How do you fix that shortly when this is the end result of decades and decades and decades and decades of concentrated deconstruction of the education system in the United States, at least? And the answer, unfortunately, is like a concentrated counter effort to rejuvenate education, love of science, and trust of science in this country. And I will add that I think there also needs to be, and I'm saying needs to be not like punitive, like I hope this is what happens. I'm saying that if the end result is to occur, this is something that probably will happen, probably consequences for some of this stuff. Climate change denial, those consequences are coming down the pipeline for all of us, whether we like it or not. Anti-vax consequences are already here, and also in several other nations that have sort of rebuffed the basic vaccine schedule, and now measles is having a revival. And it's like, you don't want to see that because innocent people are impacted by this. The kids whose parents didn't vaccinate, like they had a say in it. But oftentimes that's how it works with human society, where like there has to be actual consequences, tragic consequences, before we pull our heads up out of the sand, we as a society. So I think it's got to be a combination of a couple of things. Yes, we need to just absolutely dump money into education. 2, we need to increase transparency in scientific endeavors. I think that transparency is something that gets people interested, for 1, and for 2, it makes them feel like they're a part of things and not being duped. I mean, how many times have we all seen the sort of conservative commercial where it's like they spent $8 quadrillion to put shrimp on treadmills, and then what they don't tell you is the actual purpose of a lot of these experiments. I mean, we spent tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars researching Gila monster venom, and then it turned out to be the core base research that led to Ozempic. Same thing with bacteria and CRISPR-Cas9, or CRISPR-Cas in general. I mean, this kind of stuff matters. So it's like, I would say increase education, increase access to education and science, increase transparency in science, and we just need a major cultural level shift in like, it's actually just cringe to think that you know more than the person who studies this for a living. Like, we need shame is what we need, unfortunately.
No, and you're right. And what's great about it is like that sounds so pie in the sky on its face to say like, oh, it has to be this major cultural change. But like literally, if you look back to like, there's that famous quote from Jonas Salk, developing the vaccine for polio, right? And he develops this fucking vaccine, and then they're like, are you going to patent it? And he says, would you patent the sun? This is really famous quote from him. And is of course I'm not going to patent this. This is for everybody. This is for the good of humanity. That's why I'm doing this. And we look back at that today with this beautiful, like, oh wow, what a beautiful man, what a wonderful soul. That was the culture of science at the time. Like to ask him if he was patenting it was as ridiculous as our impression of him saying, would you patent the sun today is. And it wasn't until the 1980s that the culture of science as a profit thing kind of became more prevalent. And before then, especially here in America, like, scientist was a respected job because you were doing science for the sake of science. You were learning for everybody's benefit. We were putting people on the fucking moon. We were reaching for the stars. We were developing new drugs and new ideas, and we were like learning just for the sake of being the smartest fucking people we could possibly be and getting better and better every generation. And it wasn't until around the 1980s we had this shift where like all of a sudden now, if you have a molecular bio PhD, you can make a lot of money on the side if you work for a biotech company, so go do that. And now we're worried about publishing, and now we're worried about profiting, and now we're worried about patenting, and now we're worried about putting money in our own pockets. And then you kind of start breeding this culture of what we get today, where we talk to science deniers, where it's like, well, you'll just say whatever the people who funded your study want you to say, or you'll just say whatever the university tells you to say. You'll just say whatever the company, whatever. And that's a valid criticism sometimes. Most of the time it isn't. And also they have a fucking statement of conflict of interest at the end of the study. And if they don't, there's a problem. And so like I think Erika's right. We need to have that moment where it's like, hey, Erika and I are trained biologists. If you are calling in with no background in biology, wanting to disprove evolution, you have a fucking problem of arrogance. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to be skeptical and to challenge things. It is okay to ask experts to explain themselves. That's wonderful. But if you think you know more than the people who went to school for this for a decade at a time because you heard some fucking preacher talking about it, you're an asshole. Meanwhile, if I did the same thing as an expert in biology, if I were to call up a fucking physicist and tell them why the Big Bang is wrong, I'm equally an asshole. I'm not special because I'm a scientist. I'm in this particular field. And even then, I have my limitations. I'm never going to pretend to be able to talk about hominin fossils the way that Erika can. It's not my area. It's just not for me. And so for me to then try to challenge her with no good well, I have some training, but like with relatively no training, that's dumb, you know? Like, so yeah, definitely there has to be something there.
First, thank you for gassing me up. I very much appreciate it.
It's
the
my
feeling is
jam.
mutual when you talk about like you're talking about dicots and monocots. It's like I know those are different plants, but I couldn't tell you. Like I learned tonight that it actually has to do with when the leaves come out. Is it one little leaf in the seedling or is it two leaves? That's cool. I learned that from you. I'll add that like everybody on the face of this planet, with very few exceptions, agrees with this in principle. This is why you don't take your car to see a plumber, right? You take your car to a mechanic. This is why people specialize at all, because we recognize that areas of expertise matter and that no one can be an expert in everything. And being able to divvy up this expertise amongst us as a species is what makes us stronger, better in the long run, right? So it's like, it's only been a recent thing that big S science has suddenly been deemed elitist, along with a whole host of careers that are seen by some individuals as tools of the establishment. When it's like, I am on my hands and knees. Sorry, when there were grants to beg for, I was on my hands and knees begging for the scraps of the scraps of the scraps that trickled down to non-medical biology, being paleontology, right? Like it's about as anti-establishment as it gets. I don't know. It's got to be a wholesale shift, and you are seeing this to some degree, right? Like I've seen people start to. Sorry, one of my dogs is sneezing. Hi, I know we're talking about dumbasses, and you count as one. He thought he knew we were talking about idiots, which is why he came over. Hold on, I'll show you. Boy, this boy. Anyways, I just showed him. We're seeing a little bit of a cultural shift already, where it's like people will call you out for being cringe if you pretend to know more than somebody who's an actual expert in this subject. But it's not enough as I would like to see. I want more people. I want more shame on the internet. I want it's time for shame to come back. We need to shame people that are talking out of their ass more. I would like to be shamed when I'm talking out of my ass.
Seriously, like it's fine to have an opinion. You know, I talk out of my lane from time to time. I talk about history, I talk about culture, I talk about race, I talk about, all the politics quite a bit. None of these are things I have specific expertise in, but as somebody with at least some kind of humility, I'm able to say, like, this isn't my area of expertise, or I'm able to back up what I'm saying with a source, or I'm able to, like, at least, even if I don't have a concrete source, you know what I mean? If I can't say, well, in this paper published in this time, it said racism is bad, you know what I mean? I can at least walk you through it because I understand it enough to be able to talk about it. And that's a big thing that I think people need to, one thing that we should be teaching when we teach people science, there's this thing called the illusion of explanatory depth that people encounter a lot if they're paying attention, but it should rattle people's cages more. If you ask an average everyday person, you know how like an engine works, right? For example, right? And they're like, oh yeah, totally. I'm like, okay, cool. Explain it in detail. Start to finish, break it down, tell me piece by piece. Nope, not going to happen. Because in your head, when you have something that you're just kind of familiar with and you have a heuristic about, you have a mental image of, whatever like that, and be that something mechanical, political, relationships, socioeconomics, dynamics in the population, scientific, you name it, you kind of have this vibe of it, and you're pretty confident that you know what you're talking about. But if you ever actually had to detail it out and teach a class on it, you're going to fall on your face. And that's what that is, the illusion of explanatory depth, the illusion that we give ourselves that we know a lot more about a topic than we really do. Kind of like that Dunning-Kruger thing, right? And so when people like call in and talk about vaccines, I remember distinctly, we had one call a little while ago. This person was calling in to talk about why vaccines are bad and whatever like that. And within a minute of the call, it became very clear he didn't know what the fuck a vaccine was. He associated vaccine just meant needle. You know what I mean? And like didn't understand there was different types of vaccines. Didn't understand that not all vaccines are just for viruses. Didn't know what an antigen was. And it just fell apart very quickly. But he's read enough Facebook memes to think that he's got something here, And so that's the big thing. When I talk about education, I think, and Erika talks about shame, I think the biggest thing here is teaching people what any good scientist has, which is just kind of a general understanding of the limits of your own knowledge. and a willingness to then push those limits and learn new stuff. If you can do that, you're great.
I want to co-sign what Forrest said, and like I will walk back a little bit of my severity, because I agree. You don't need to have a degree in something to talk about it, but I think we do need to be honest about our limitations. I like to believe that Forrest and I do an okay job with that. I mean, in the last call, we were talking about Shroud of Turin, and the first thing we both did is we were like, I don't know shit about that. And we started looking around.
We were very clear about it immediately.
Yeah, and we were like, we can try, and we're trying to say what makes sense and what doesn't, and what we find compelling and what we don't. But we also ended the call by being like, call back when somebody who does know this subject really well is on. We're good for a very specific sort of circle of calls. And Forrest and I have a Venn diagram that has a lot of overlap, and we're good for a lot of different sciencey type of calls. But you got to know your limitations, and it's worth noting. And this is a cool tip for any of you out there who are struggling with identifying pseudoscience in the wild. Always make sure that the person that is speaking, first of all, you want to see what their area of expertise actually is in, and see if it's relevant to the thing that it is that they're talking about. And then I would recommend, if at all possible, find a clip or an interview or something of that person talking about an area that you know really well, and see how they fare. Because oftentimes you're going to find that when somebody is comfortable speaking out of their ass in one place without disclosing it, they're comfortable doing it everywhere. And that's not a good quality to have. You see this a lot with creationists and flirters and like anti-vax people, etc.
This is a handout that I give to students in like high school and whatnot. It's a cut from a loose leaf psychology textbook that I have from my undergrad that I scan and pass out all the time. And on the front side, it's got 6 principles of scientific thinking. And those are ruling out rival hypotheses, correlation versus causation, falsifiability, replicability, extraordinary claims, and Occam's razor. And like that's how to identify scientific thinking and scientific claims. And on the backside, it's warning signs of pseudoscience claims. And they are overuse of ad hoc immunizing hypothesis. Pseudoscientists often use escape hatches and loopholes to explain away negative findings, such as evidence of supposed psychics that perform no better than chance when tested in the laboratory. Number 2 is exaggerated claims. Pseudoscience tends to promise remarkable or dramatic cures, rarely delivers the goods. Remember, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And it's got this picture of like a diet guy, like lose 20 pounds in 1 week, like kind of shit. Over-reliance on anecdotes. Erika's frozen or I'm frozen. I'm not sure which one.
I'm frozen. I'm trying to fix it.
Over-reliance on anecdotes. Pseudoscience tends to rely heavily on anecdotal evidence. I know a person who assertions. Absence of connectivity to other research. Most sciences are cumulative. That's the whole point of the talk that I just gave in Tulsa, was building on past science. In contrast, pseudoscience neglects previous research and purports grand new ideas. Lack of review by other scholars, called peer review, or replication in independent labs. Most pseudoscience bypasses peer review and relies on anecdotes or conducts informal research that's never submitted to journals. Many of these research studies are conducted, quote, in-house. Lack of self-correction when contradictory evidence is proposed. Meaningless psychobabble that uses fancy scientific-sounding terms that don't make sense. And talk of proof instead of evidence. That's a really big one. Like, this is something that I pass out all the time to high schoolers, because and it's for exactly this reason, what Erika's talking about here. If you have somebody who gets up here and says, I have these degrees, therefore I'm correct. Well, I know like you say this is wrong, but actually here's this special detail that makes it right, even though you didn't realize it. And this can explain everything about this one. It really just boils down to this one simple fact. You can hear the clickbait in your head, right? Here's this one simple fact discovered by a mom that totally proves everybody wrong. It's that kind of thing. And especially when they talk about the truth with a capital T, proof with a capital P, reality with a capital R, knowing really what's going on in the world, and they have the answer. You need to fucking be extremely wary of that, and you need to raise every eyebrow you got. and ask them a million questions. And if they ever get mad at you for asking them questions, then you need to fucking run. Teaching those lessons to younger and younger kids is, especially now in the age of AI and fucking grifting influencers, like recognizing patterns. Like, hey kid, if somebody's telling you science is wrong, click the link in their bio. I promise you will find supplements there. And like, you're going to get a great deal on a 1 week course to make you a doctor of naturopathy. That tells you so. You know what I mean? Those kinds of lessons to kids with like a media literacy angle is so unbelievably important. And yeah, would love some more of that.
Anyways, Nix, now that we've solved the problem forever, do you feel confident?
Ever. No problems ever.
Yeah, it's fine. Like thus history is over. Forrest and I figured it out. we did it.
We are now at the end of history.
Yeah, we did it, Reddit. Don't worry about
it. Yeah, that was like the main question that I had, but I do have some notes from the last time that I talked to Forrest that I would like to kind of go over very briefly.
I say shoot. We've got one more caller on the line and then super chats, and we're waiting for eager beaver creationists to call in, but they won't. So by all means,
eager beaveriest.
Okay, cool. So the last time I talked to Forrest, we were talking about like my personal faith, how I'm a Norse pagan and everything, and the biggest takeaway that I got from that conversation with him was just like falsification criteria. I couldn't really like come up with anything on the fly because it was very off the cuff. But the like falsification criteria that I came up with that I think is fairly reasonable is so Norse paganism, like it's kind of like one of the central components of the philosophy is the cyclical nature of everything, of the universe, of life, of nature itself, that sort of thing. And so there's like a cyclical model of time that goes with it. So like if like the big crunch hypothesis was ever falsified or rejected, and we discover something new that makes it like impossible for there to be a cyclical universe, and that would be like a direct falsification.
What was the question?
So you asked me to like come up with a falsification criteria for the religion that I have. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I must have missed it because I heard you giving the preamble here, but like where do we go from there?
Yeah, so I guess the question would be like, do you think that's like reasonable? Do you think that that's like
I must have missed what you said. Maybe it went one in or out the other. What is the falsification criteria that you came up with? Maybe I missed it.
Oh, yeah. So if the sort of, like, you're familiar with the Big Crunch model of cosmology?
Yeah.
Like a cyclical universe. Yeah, so if if that hypothesis is falsified, that would then falsify paganism because, it's kind of contingent upon there being a cyclical model of nature and the universe and kind of everything. It's a very central tenet of the faith.
Okay, so you're saying that in your religion, nature as a whole is somehow cyclical and there's always cycles and everything, and therefore if the Big Bang Big Crunch model is ever proven wrong, then your religion is proven wrong. Is that what I'm hearing?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. That makes way more sense than what I thought you said. I was trying to keep up, and I must have just missed a part of what in the middle there. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's as far as like, it's fuck, yo, if that is a major crux of your religion and you could think of no other way to interpret it besides that, then sure. But then if I was in your shoes and I really wanted to make it work, then I could just say that the beginning of the universe in the singularity is after the heat death. They're basically the same thing, because everything is compressed into one tiny thing where nothing makes any difference, as opposed to expanded into a huge thing where nothing makes any difference. And that's a cycle of meaninglessness. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I had to squint my eyes at it, I could try. But if you have something that works for you, that's great. And I would now go talk to physicists about it and see what they have to say.
And then another, like, one of the notes that I think it was the other co-host that brought up this point. It was later on in the stream, but it was about, like, the privilege to value truth over surviving day to day. Like, how it's, like, you kind of live in a privileged position to be able to, like, pursue, like, absolute truth, if there is such a thing, and be, like, spend so much time being so skeptical and being able to do that over just believing whatever, like, gets you.
That sounds like some
day to day, and
that sounds like some shit Owen would say.
It might have been. But yeah, that kind of resonated with me, just, like, being trans in America, because, you know, like, like, the religion that I have, for me, has, like, been, like, a way for me to ground myself and kind of stay sane a little bit. And so, you know, that just kind of clicked with me. So do you guys have any thoughts, like, on that at all?
I like cyclical cosmologies. I think they're cool. But I mean, I don't know enough about astronomy or cosmology in general to be like, oh yeah, heat death for sure. Or, oh yeah, cyclical cosmology, brain cosmology for sure. We're destined to have this conversation an infinite amount of times, and also in an infinite amount of different ways. And then in an infinite amount of other universes, we never have it. And in another infinite amount of universes, we never exist at all. Right? Like, sure. But I can't tease that apart. I don't know enough to parse it. And I think my read on the situation is that it's like there are a lot of models, and many of them have correct aspects, but we haven't, like, totally nailed down how this all kind of ends. You know, we don't know the ending. We haven't reached that part of the book yet. I would like to think that before I die, we'll get a better handle on it, just because I want to know. People, actually, that's one of the reasons, to me, that would be the biggest perk of eternal life. You know, we talk about, like, how living forever would suck in some ways. It would suck the second I stopped being able to learn new stuff. As long as I can go and my little ephemeral body can, like, groove around the galaxy and, like, see cool shit, I'm down. The second that's over, I'm no longer interested in living forever. But that's neither here nor there. I'll co-sign what Forrest said and say there are a lot of cosmologies out there that seem to have some stuff right. I don't see a reason why cyclical cosmologies have been booted from the playing field. So if it makes you feel good, if it provides you with some kind of comfort, or if you think that there's good support for it, or hopefully all of the above, have that.
Well, no, like, I appreciate your perspective on it. What I was more asking about was, like, how do you guys, like, respond to, or, like, have any thoughts about, like, what I was talking about a second ago, like, the privilege to value truth over surviving day to day.
I think that I get where they're coming from on that, whoever that person was. Definitely it being able to, when that fucking sad fucking bitch called in earlier and was screaming about how everything is political. That is absolutely right, and that's why I agreed at that moment. That, like, yeah, so studying science is political. The ability to study science is political. What science you're allowed to study is political, because inherently, just for a myriad of reasons, but one of the biggest ones is, if you have the kind of life that you're comfortable enough to be able to sit down and ponder the mysteries of the universe, rather than fighting and scratching and clawing and begging for food and shelter and water and basic human rights. Like, that's a political thing, you know? And so I would say that, yeah, it's definitely a privilege to be able to care about truth in a major way. but I think that there's space for it unless your life is entirely, completely, forever dedicated to nothing but survival. If you have time to sit down and wonder at all, which humans seem to have had since the beginning of humanity, not saying every single individual human, but like humans in general have had that, then you have time to care about what's true. And does that mean that you get the privilege of going to university? No. Does that mean you get the privilege of using a microscope? No. Does that mean you get the privilege of, learning statistics? No. Does that mean any of that? No. But you can care about what's true, and you can care about whether or not your beliefs are true. And that's something that almost every person, I would say, has the ability to try. So yes, and I absolutely agree with that statement, but I also don't want anyone to take that as an out, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I drew this Among
I like
Us.
that. Nice.
He's twerking.
I like that. What Peter Sage just put in the chat was a quote from Bill Nye that I've never heard before. All science is political; it's just not partisan. That's exactly right. The truth is not Democrat or Republican. Reality tends to have a left-leaning bias, but there's the truth is not a political thing. The ability to study is a political issue. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. I hope that answers, gives you. I'm not saying anything new here that the original quote you talked to us about hasn't said. So it's up to you if you take any more value out of that than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, I also had one more note from that stream. I think it was something that you talked about was like experiencing phantom sensations and phantom body parts for trans people, because I've had that. What's up with that? That seems like something that needs to be studied more, if it's studied at all. Yeah, what do you think about that?
About phantom pain in trans folks?
So me personally, being trans woman, I've had dreams and I've had experiences where I get phantom vagina and phantom tits and shit.
Yeah.
So, how does that work neurologically if you don't actually have that body part?
I can't give you a mechanism that's. Yeah, I can't give you a mechanism that's outside of my area of expertise. I'm sorry. As far as I know, it's the same kind of thing as other phantom pain, but I don't know for sure if there's any difference there, because there are different parts of your brain. You have a somatosensory cortex that does physical sensation that wraps across the top of your the very front of your parietal lobe right in there. But as far as what that actually does, and if there's another part of the brain the anterior cingulate gyrus, I know also is associated with not actual physical sensation, but emotional processing associated with it. I don't know if that's a different thing or not. So it's so far outside of my expertise that for me to try to give you a good answer would be doing you a disservice. I know that that's a thing that exists, and I know it is studied enough to show that it happens, and I know it works, but I don't know the actual mechanisms. I'm not a neuroscientist.
Well, I'm doing biology. That's what I'm going to school for. That's what I'm getting my degree in. So I'm kind of at this point gotten over the heuristic that a lot of people go into, things should follow, and things in biology just it should just make sense. It should just be intuitive, and I've kind of given up on that, because biology is not intuitive at all. But also at the same time, it's that hang up, because with other phantom pain sensations that people get, it's a limb that they used to have, or a limb that they've had at one point. But for trans folks, me and some of my friends, we never had those body parts. So how do you get a phantom sensation for a body part that you never had?
Yeah, as far as I know, the homunculus on that somatosensory cortex is going to be the same. So it's what your body is coding for perceiving, like what that part of your brain is expecting to perceive. That's the difference. But I don't know. There's a lot of good questions there. That's a good question. Anyway, I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Have an awesome rest of your... Yeah, please, last thing.
Well, yeah, like soft tissue is not really my thing. I am more of those bones and like evolution kind of person, like in my field of study. I like animals. I like studying bones and ecology and that. So like soft tissue doesn't click for me, and neurology is a soft tissue thing. So I don't really know a whole lot about that.
Yeah, I mean, you can fucking learn a lot about things from specific bones. Like you would. One thing that I talk about quite a bit is like if you have if you have half of a mandible from a primate, you can tell whether that thing had a prehensile tail. You wouldn't expect
That's true.
if you didn't know any better. But
That's
like,
true.
Yeah.
You can, so like if you want to be a fucking, a paleo ortho person, get into it. You know what I mean? Or paleo osteo would be the thing. Paleo osteology. Get in there. Have fun with it. Mm-hmm. And with that, we're going to jump on to probably our last call and then move on to Super Chats.
Yeah, you have a good night.
You too. Take care.
Thank you, my friend.
Jeff Thomas in the chat apparently had to get muted last time for saying some shit about communism. And now is in here saying L Forrest
about communism. Call in about communism. Let's do it.
If you can express, the person said L Forrest, and I put in here like, what did I like disagree with you on? Like, what if you disagree with me on something interesting? I'd love to open a line. So, and then he comes back and says in here, what are you talking about? So if you can tell me in the chat here what you disagree with me on and what you would call... Wait, show me that again. What was that?
No, I'm drawing Pokemon for chat. It's Pokemon's 30th anniversary, so I'm drawing primate Pokemon. It was not for you, Forrest. You're not entitled to them.
I didn't know. You yelled something up for a second. I'm going to draw my favorite Pokemon too. That guy, if you put in the chat what you disagree with me on and what you think I'm getting an L for, and it's interesting and funny, I'd love to take the call, and I'll ask Luxander to please open another line. I'm going to draw my favorite Pokemon real quick. Hold on. It's real easy.
It's going to be Shuckle. It's going to be Shuckle.
It is not.
It's going to be
It is
Diglett.
so much.
It's going to be Magnemite.
It's motherfucking Diglett, dude. That's my favorite Pokemon.
Let's go.
Diglett's the best. Best Pokemon ever, y'all. My favorite.
I just like nailed you, dude. Like
because I said my favorite Pokemon, and you know that my opinion would be radical, and so you just thought of like the coolest fucking Pokemon you could, and it's Diglett. That's what happened.
Here was my actual thought process. You said I'm going to draw it, and I thought, what's the easiest one to draw? Diglett, Magnemite, Ditto, probably, and you can tell I'm like. I gotta be honest with you guys. If it's like post Gen 5, I probably don't know about it. I
don't know anything past Gen 1.
What? You didn't play Heart Gold Soul Silver. You didn't play Gold and Silver OG?
I played Red.
Color ones? That's so warped. That is so offensive and wrong.
Yeah. I played Fire Red as well later on in life. I went back and played Fire Red so I could have a colorful version. But yeah, just Red. That's all I got.
Fire Red also slaps, to be fair. But like, honestly,
because it's just red with colors.
The fact that you haven't played Gold and Silver, though, because you know the twist of the games, right? Like at the end of the game, you get to go back to Kanto and get all the original badges with your new team, and you face all the even stronger team. And then the remakes, the Gen 4 remakes, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, chef's kiss, incredible. Didn't fix a lot of the problems with the generation as a whole. The scaling is still all over the place. But anyways, let's take the last call. I'm going to talk about Pokemon for too long.
Potentially last call, unless this person in chat says what they disagree with me on, and would also like to call in. Let's talk to Hansel, calling in all the way from somewhere else. He wants to talk about spirits.
Spirits?
I'm just kind of glancing over the call screen here. Hansel, you're on the line finally with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm good tonight. How are you?
I'm all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
All right. So first things first, let's get the greetings out of the way. Erika, I don't know. You're a great example of a great ape, and Forrest, you're a great ape with great hair.
What?
Thank you.
2 incredible compliments. Thank
you. So I've been watching both y'all's content for a long time, and the whole deconstruction of religion isn't hard for me. I stopped believing in it and honestly come to dislike it way back when I was a teenager, and that was 30-something years ago. I think all in all, it's absolutely bad for humanity. I think it was more of a way to control people, right? But when I was growing up, I had these experiences that I thought were more to do with like spirits and ghosts. And if that's true, wouldn't that make a soul true? And how do we deconstruct that? And how do we get past that? Does that make sense, what I'm asking here?
That does make sense to me. Yes, it does. I am picking up what you're putting down.
Okay.
So to speak. I don't know. This is why I get so interested in stories about ghosts and poltergeists and stuff like that, because I know people who have had weird ghostly or spiritual experiences. Some of them are religious and some of them aren't. And I think that some of them have decent explanations from a naturalistic perspective, and some of them I don't really know what happened. But I don't feel comfortable saying that if I don't know what happened, that means it's a ghost, or that means it's a spirit, or that means there's a soul. Like, we have been investigating the presence of a soul for a very, very, very long time. It's a subject that we're very interested in because we want to live forever, or at least some of us do. So because of that, we have a rich body of literature and all the, I mean, to be fair, we haven't been looking for that long, a couple hundred years. But it doesn't seem like there's any support from the scientific side of things that there is a soul, like that there is a you that is sort of divorced from your physical body. I wouldn't dream of sitting here and saying that means that there definitely isn't, because I can't say that. I can just say I don't see any support for it right now. So, with that in mind, I think we have to take a lot of these weird experiences with a grain of salt and sort of place them within the context of everything that we actually know. And I think if you do that, you'll come away with, okay, why is it that if there's such thing as like ghosts and spirits and souls, we don't have any concrete support for it? Like none outside of I saw a weird thing. You know what I mean? My 2 cents. Now I'm going to keep drawing Pokemon while Forrest talks to you.
I would say the same thing. It's just like, if I agree with what you're saying. I think that religion fundamentally it's a domestication tool for humans. And if the best you've got after thousands of years and all sorts of cool new, modeling techniques and imaging techniques and technology that allows you to see beyond, the largest thing you could imagine and be down to the tiniest thing you can imagine in all sorts of different ways. And it's just the best data that we've ever had on anything and the best ways to learn about anything ever. And you've still got feelings and dreams and visions and vibes. Sorry, yo. It's just not for me.
So, Forrest, I do have a question for you, though, because I thought I heard you say that you kind of grew up with this when you were a kid.
Yep. And I got all the same. I was raised pagan. So yeah, I was raised pagan, and I was given all the same bullshit thought stoppers that I deal with on these shows today. Where it's best one on top. Good shit. Yeah, I was given all the same everlasting thought stoppers that I get on these shows today, that, magic is just science we haven't figured out yet, and that there's more to the universe than what can be tested in a laboratory, and how arrogant for humans to think that they can figure out everything, and all the same shit, all the same stories, heard it all, said it all. The thing that got me out of it was applying the same, like, basic rules of, like, evidence and the same expectations of like evidence and reason and morality and logic and everything for everything else to my religious beliefs. And as soon as I started saying, okay, well, I'm talking about like the Big Bang, black holes, evolution, whatever, I don't get to just say, well, we don't know everything, so I'm just going to assume it's this. That doesn't work. And meanwhile, when I'm talking about fucking spirits and shit, I'm like, well, yeah, I feel this patch of cold air, and that must mean there's a ghost there. And yeah, there are other explanations for it, but like, this is what I believe. This is what I'm taught. And so, like, I just think, and when I burn these incense and do this chanting, it feels so good and I feel these ways, and that's where, and it's just, I realized that I had a completely different way of thinking about those things than I did for thinking about anything else, and that's just not good enough for me. And so I dropped that shit pretty quick and moved on. And the more I started thinking critically about it, the more I would catch myself doing it. And a big thing, I say, oh my glob all the time. That was a conscious choice because I started doing it as a bit just to be fun. And then it kind of hit me.
How long did you have to work on that?
Like a year or more, because I was just shocked by how often I said God casually. And the more I started thinking about that, the more I started realizing all the other kind of supernatural language that I was using without thinking about it. And that's the thing about when we talk about like propaganda. I've talked about this on the show before a couple of times. It's like people think propaganda is always just like the big TV that you can't turn off that's shouting the government is right, and you have to hear the lecture all the time until you memorize it and it's in your soul and like all this stuff. No, propaganda is like, if you just have a statue of dear leader standing here and you see it every day, that becomes commonplace and it becomes expected, and pretty soon it's ridiculous for there not to be a statue there, because what else is going to be there? That has to be that way. And you don't realize that you're assuming the paradigm. You're begging the question. You're just assuming that this is right, and you're wanting proof against your assumed existence or reality. And that's not how actual fucking thinking works. And it's the same thing with that. Every time I would talk about, like, if I was talking about adaptation, I was talking about evolution, whatever, I'd talk about how an animal is perfectly built for XYZ, perfectly designed for this. It's made to live in the water. It's designed for digging. It's perfectly built for flight. It's like, no, it's fucking not. And using that kind of language allows for magical thinking to creep its way in. And you don't realize the same way when I'm talking about that I have the same kind of paradigms of like, actually, yeah, no, my dad and my grandpa and all these people are watching me and they're watching this thing. No, they're fucking not. And this is just a way that I was used to thinking, and that it doesn't work. And the same thing as, you know, I have to manage my thoughts and my emotions and everything, because there is this reciprocal effect, the law of attraction and all that shit. It's all partially real. And so if I'm listening to sad music too much because I feel bad, I have this obligation to do more happy things, because otherwise I might invite bad energy into my house and hurt people that I love. And like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And all it's doing is emotional abuse. And like, just, so you kind of just, as you start investigating and analyzing your own beliefs over and over, it shocks you just how much deconstruction you have to do. And sometimes that puts people off. It's scary, but it's worth it. And every single brick you take out of that wall is another step closer to freedom on the other side.
Yeah. Wow. Something just kind of rang pretty hard there with the emotional abuse, and that might have a lot to do with it. But so I watched your channel, I watch Erika's channel, I watch Professor Dave, I watch all these people on YouTube or listen to them while I'm working. And one thing I've had to learn how to do is separate this anecdotal. You know what I'm talking about. Somebody said
anecdotal
something
evidence,
versus what can someone prove? Right. And what do you do when your anecdotal evidence is your own? Like I could swear I saw a ghost one time. I know I've had, I guess now the best way to put it would be auditory hallucinations, but, you know, I've heard things that I wasn't supposed to hear, I guess. And it's like, but if that's true, then this other thing might be true. And I really don't want to deal with that other thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would say, like, number one, the unsatisfactory but unfortunately true answer is you got to be willing to say, like, hey, that was fucking weird, and leave it at that. But like, I would say you'll investigate possibility. Remember the fact that, number one, your, eyewitness testimony is like the worst fucking kind of evidence. And just your memory of the thing, every time you remember it and recall it, you're tweaking it, you're adding to it, you're subtracting from it, you're making it different, you're making it fit whatever in your head. Like, all that shit that we learn from, basic psychology, all that shit's incredibly relevant, especially when you're talking about supernatural claims, right? But, like, if you remember a time when you heard something you weren't supposed to or whatever, dig into the possibilities. Dig into the most ridiculous possibilities you can and see which ones hold the most weight and make the most sense and work the best, whatever. That's the way that I would start it. And at the end of the day, like I said, and I have these too. Unfortunately, there's a certain point where you just have to be like, that was fucking weird. And I'm probably misremembering it after like over a decade of thinking about it again and again and again. But at the end of the day, it was weird enough at the beginning to spook me and freak me out. I hope someday I can find out what it is. But if that's the best the spirit world's got to throw at me, it's going to have to do a lot better than that, Yeah, that's my whole thing.
I agree, and I think, like, when it comes to the inexplicable, I mean, I've had stuff that has happened to me that I don't really have a good explanation for. But I can't jump to aliens or cryptids or poltergeists or possessions or whatever, because that's just a placeholder explanation. There could be a million different things that could explain weird things that people experience. So you talk about UFOs, from like weird weather phenomena that wasn't documented. Like some we're still documenting odd weather phenomena today, and we've been observing for quite some time. You have to allow for the possibility, unless you can absolutely rule out every naturalistic explanation, then that's a possible explanation. And it's always going to be a more simple explanation than appealing to the supernatural or unseen alien beings or unknown creatures to science, because we have plenty of support for natural things happening and El Zilcho support for the rest of that stuff. I think it's also important to remember that, like, taking that perspective, and I'll say this as sort of like I'm pretty friendly towards these types of ideas, maybe a little too friendly, some might say, but I think you'd be fine just saying, okay, like, I'm not going to rule out that it was a ghost, because I guess it's possible that it was a ghost. I mean, I really don't think it is, because we don't have any support that ghosts even exist. But, like, you could entertain the idea. But necessarily, you need to also be entertaining all of the other naturalistic explanations that could also explain it. And I think that if you do that, and if you move into this, like, with that sort of as a mindset, you're going to come to the conclusion that for every odd experience you've had, there is an explicable way to interpret it. Even if it seems highly unlikely. Highly unlikely things happen every day, right? To us all the time.
It rained meat once, and we still don't know why.
Yeah, like, exactly. And, like, no one is looking at rain and being like, that was the influence of Grohl, the god of violence, like, that doesn't happen.
Look up the Kentucky meat shower. An incident that occurred within several minutes in 1878. Chunks of what appeared to be red meat fell from the sky in Bath County, near Olympia Springs in Bath County, Kentucky. And we still have no fucking idea why, as far as I remember.
I know that's happened with a couple of weird things falling from the sky. Like, tornadoes can be, like, for a long time, there were isolated incidences, here in the United States, where, like, someone would be like, yeah, and it, like, rained frogs. And no one really knew why. And then it's like, yeah, because tornadoes would pick up, and, like, now we understand this because we've documented it, but, like, tornadoes can pick up frogs by sucking up a pond 30 miles south of you, and then the tornado dissipates and the air is full of frogs. And so the frogs, what goes up must come down, and then it rains frogs. So, like, something that seems completely inexplicable becomes explicable. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think you have to say everything 100% weird has happened to me does have a natural explanation to think skeptically. I think you need to think skeptically and say, this is not the only explanation. There are plenty of naturalistic explanations that probably could explain what happened to me. And even when there aren't, that doesn't mean you default ghost. That doesn't mean you default supernatural. That doesn't mean you default aliens. You know what I mean? And I think if you have that kind of perspective, you're going to come out on top on a lot of this stuff.
Cool beans. Kentucky. That makes sense. Weird things happen in Kentucky.
Yep.
Yeah, so I've heard about, like, raining fish before. because they got picked up in a water spout on the ocean, things like that. And like, some of these things, you know, like I remember when I was a kid laying in bed, I'd hear a heartbeat. Well, you know, after so many hundreds of years on this planet now, I've realized it was probably my own I was listening to. So.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your time. I really don't have anything else. I just still don't know how to deconstruct this one part of supernatural from that part of supernatural everybody keeps trying to shove in my ears and down my throat. And I'm kind of sick of it, honestly.
All a process, my friend. No rush.
Yeah, dude. Good luck to you on your journey. And like, I think it's really important, especially if you've grown up with that kind of thinking and you've had it for a long time and you're like, be patient with yourself and give yourself the time to ask questions and just treat it like you would with if someone, I don't know what your background in science is, but like pick a science you're not familiar with. Somebody makes a claim about it. I don't know dick about computer engineering. Somebody tries to talk to me about how, fucking a graphics card works. I don't know. I can ask good questions. Even if I don't know anything about something, I'm good at asking questions and investigating it. So do that. But also understand that there's a certain level of things that nobody fucking knows. And that doesn't mean you get to fill in that hole with magic. Just treat it, like I said, for me, treat it the same way that you would treat any other claim ever. And keep that same level of expectation. Like Erika said, if someone tried to explain the meat shower with some other demon that you don't believe in, you wouldn't take it any kind of seriously. So treat your own religious beliefs like there's some other wackadoodle fucking belief that you don't believe in, and just demand the same amount of evidence.
All right, I love it. Wackadoodle, that sounds good. I was going to say something. Yeah, so I constantly watch educational stuff. Like I said, I watch your channel. I especially like Reactoria, and I watch Erika's channel about how we got here, all that cool stuff. Because knowledge is constantly evolving, right? If I was stuck on what I was stuck on 30 years ago, I wouldn't be wrestling with this. I'd be just chalking up excuses like, well, Einstein said that energy only transforms. And, thanks for entertaining the thought here. I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you calling in and talking it through. Have an awesome rest of your night.
Happily.
Yep, you too.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. I also drew the Gen 1 starters. I got Shermundus, Bulb Ass Sore, and Squunt.
I'm noticing that there's a little bit, you're kind of playing favorites here because Tremendous is taking up half the board, and then Bulba, Assor, and Squint are having to share the other 50%.
That's an artifact of me being overconfident with the space here.
Yeah.
So Squunt is actually my favorite starter. I always pick Squirtle to start with, and I always name him Abe Lincoln, and that's how I always do it. But I've never in my life picked Charmander, and I never fucking would.
No, that makes sense. This makes sense to me. All of that actually tracks with what I know of you. So yes, I'm on.
Yeah.
I'm on board.
Has anybody drawn Eevee yet?
No, but I can draw Eevee for you right now.
I'm on it.
I'm going to draw a cute version, and Forrest is going to draw a freaky version.
You don't know me.
I think I've proven that actually I might a little bit. Okay, I'm doing these from memory though, so you're going to have to cut me some slack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. And I'm doing it in my own style.
Okay.
It's going to be very cute.
It's got this dumbass.
Oh,
What's really funny is that I don't think Forrest was planning to cheat until you said something about it, Erika.
Wait. Is Forrest cheating? Is he doing
trash.
it?
Looks like trash.
Yeah, you Googled the picture.
Oh, yeah, I immediately Googled the picture. Absolutely.
Not me. I can handle this. See, this is how you tell a real fan from a fake fan, but that's fine.
Well, I'm trying my best. Oh, I'm not an artist, all right?
This is Gen 1. You also don't have an excuse.
You're an artist. I don't know how to draw things.
I am not an artist. I draw cartoons sometimes, though. Okay, check this out.
A really blocky fucking head.
It's so fluffy.
Isn't that a cutie?
He's got these fucking...
What's your preferred evolution?
I mean, Eevee's my favorite. But I like Vaporeon.
Vaporeon? I like Vaporeon too. I like Vaporeon too. Vaporeon's like a complicated one though. Not a lot
I think it
going
was
on.
also my first ever Pokemon card. Like an older cousin gave me a holographic Vaporeon, and it was my first Pokemon card.
Does Vaporeon have ears? I think it has like little
like fin things.
It has
right?
like fin ears, yeah.
I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna make it badass though. It's gonna be in like a fighting stance. All right. My favorite thing about Vaporeon is its cool ass tail. Its little fluked tail. All right.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Check it out.
I can imagine the sprite making the little pixelated like fighting sound.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm also imagining that. I don't remember anything else though. Like I know I'm missing parts of this design, but some of the complicated ones, like I couldn't sit here and draw like Kangaskhan. Like I don't remember what Kangaskhan looks like. Plus I don't have a brown. And there goes my blue. Damn. First, are we getting this Eevee anytime soon or? No, that's really good. Damn, that's really good. I don't even know why I bothered. Is it blood? Is this blood?
I love your Rick and Morty Eevee.
Yeah, I did. I made the ears wrong. I fucked it up a lot. But I tried. I'm not a good art.
It's gorgeous.
Person.
It's a good looking Eevee.
Can I try again? Oh, I got.
You
can
definitely try.
Let me do one more. Hold on, I got this. Hold on. Wait. It's got to be like this.
I just love the idea that one of us would be like, "No, you're not allowed to try again."
It's got like
and then,
such
he acquiesces. Stupid... He's like, "All right, I have it one and done."
Like, no, we gotta get down to business with these super chats.
One and done.
Kind of like a. I'm trying to make the fluffy like rough, and then that. And then it's
just gotta over fluff. You gotta over rather than under. Yeah, I like that a lot. I'm liking that.
It came apart. It started so strong and it came apart so fast.
Which part started strong? First, which part of it started strong? I need to know.
The eyes. Okay. I was into the eyes, and the face was a square, and then it was like a fucking. It just got worse.
It kind of looks like a sheep or like a goat.
Wait, did you hold on? Wait, hold it up again. Hold it up again.
It just got worse.
So where are the legs?
Yeah, I didn't put them in there. I didn't draw the legs.
I was making sure.
I really like. I got the rough around the neck.
Yeah. And you were like, I think I'm going to take an artistic license here and call it.
I was going to put it in Zerba style. And it just kept getting worse.
In Zerba style.
It's so stupid.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try your Zerba style.
Oh, man. It looks like it has a propeller on its head.
I'm going to try your... you know what?
It's a little balloon boy, like, hat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the propeller. Okay, hold on, wait.
Oh my god.
Let's see.
Is that a self-portrait, Forrest? Fuck you. Yes, absolutely.
Forrest is known for not having arms or legs and having a big neck fluff.
Bulbous eyes.
You always give your Zerba guys like really. It's very Invader Zim. Hold on. Oh no, I got this. I don't know. It keeps coming out. It's giving lion over and over again because of the neck.
Don't erase anything because I didn't. Just roll with it.
All right, I won't. I did it in. This is your style.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's really good.
He's kind of like falling, Okay, what is this? $10 from @Terminus. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being
Terminus. Wait, Terminus EST. Oh, okay, there it is.
They sent more. So then they sent $5. When and where did religion come from, and why is religion so universal? Could it be an evolutionary tribal instinct for more efficient tribes? You covered this a little bit in your last thing.
I mean, yeah. I think it's a byproduct of cognitive species trying to figure out what we are, and where we came from, and where we're going. And so, because of that, we don't like the idea that we come into being and then we cease being. So, for any cognitive species, you're going to see a proclivity towards trying to understand what happens next. I think that's where a lot of religions start. And I think that they also find smatterings of support in trying to, kind of as we were talking about earlier, explain the inexplicable. So, that's why you get burial of the dead in hominins and Asian elephants and stuff like that.
Zerbion from the chat. Jesus Christ. I would say also, like, I think you're right about that. And then also there's something to be said for, like, the assumption of agency, where, like, these early hominins, they're like, well, if I want a rock cracked, I got to crack it. And if I want a plant cut, I got to cut it. And if I want an animal brought down, I got to do it. Or a lion has to do it. Something has to bring it down. It doesn't just fall down by itself. And so here's lightning creating a fire.
Yeah, someone did it.
I only know how to do that by rubbing sticks, by, whatever. It's like this thing, it must have been some guy. I think that's a big thing as well. $5 from Joshua Everett. Erika, that top you wore to that show is epic.
Oh, what I wore to Tulsa? Yeah, that was a great shirt. I was very happy with that shirt, and I was pleased with the reception. I was actually probably more pleased about the reception the shirt got than anything else. But I do want you guys to know that I tried to get Forrest and Seth to wear suits. I wanted to do suits.
We were going to wear tuxedos, yeah.
Nobody wanted to do suits besides me.
I would have been okay with a suit. As we talked about earlier, the only suit that I have is one that was tailor-made for me right before my wedding. And since I've gotten about 20 or 30 pounds stronger since my wedding, especially strong around the middle. And so I just want to make sure that, I have tried it. And let me tell you, even when, I'm not even going to say that, it's just gross. It's a gross thing for me to wear at this point. Hey, also, we have shows, by the way. Today is this, and you watched it. And then tomorrow is Chewed Gum with Alyssa and Taylor. Then we got The Hang Up with Matt and allegedly Ian. Then we got Transatlantic Call-In Show with Luxander and Josie. And then that brings us around to next week when something else happens. So tune in for the rest of whatever this is. The line, let me pull it.
Oh, wait, this is the $10 from Emerald Star 9811. I wish I could have made it to the show on Saturday. I bought the tickets. Oh, no. But then I broke my leg and I need to get a refund. Super glad to hear there may be more soon. I've been so excited to see y'all. We'll do more. And I'm sorry to hear.
I fucking believe you broke your leg. You just wanted to get out of it.
Yeah, that actually, I can just admit. Emerald is sitting there like, I gotta come up with an excuse for this. I cannot leave them hanging. The drums up an email. Compound fractured my femur. Makes sense.
Yep. Next week is Jovan and Matt on the Sunday show, and then Paul and I on After Dark, and then SkepTalk next week. SkepTalk is Erika and Aaron. So we're keeping the all scientist all day kind of thing going on for that.
Let's go. Ready.
Forever Unbound sent $9.99. Yeah, Saturday was so cool. It was lovely meeting you two, and I can't wait for the next one. I'm super stoked as well. We have some big ideas in plan. Did you notice this, by the way? This fucking one light strip that broke? It's infuriating.
That broke last week for you.
Yeah, and it's been a piece of shit since.
Have you tried hitting it?
Yeah, there's a short in the wire, and I know where.
I know you and Amber spent a lot of time putting those up too. That's brutal.
I can get it on for a second. But then if I let go of it, it just immediately starts fucking itself. But the good news is, because of that, we're replacing that one, and I'm buying another one. I'm going to try to get one up here to illuminate these.
Okay.
And maybe if I can get another one on top of this guy shining up to kind of illuminate these skulls like an underlighting thing. Maybe.
Yeah.
Send your suggestions to the chat, because I would love to see it. So if you have any other ideas, hey, you should put a light here,
Knickknacks, because I have.
I want to know. I want to get this top of this I want to make these light up,
Yeah.
But nothing. I don't want to obscure the sign. So maybe I can do. I don't know. I got plans, y'all. And also, I'm moving soon. So what does it even matter?
You need more hominins, I think.
I do.
You
I do.
have one.
I've only got one. Got one over there.
Yeah.
I've got two. Because I've got that one. And I've got this fucking thing. You know?
Forrest, can I be honest with you? That felt like a jump scare. That activated my fight or flight. I was immediately fearful upon seeing that. Yeah. So where did you?
A fan sent me this.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody sent me this in the mail, and they took a lot. I think they 3D printed
sculpt,
me.
or is it it's a 3D print? Okay. So how did they get the scan of you?
No clue. No idea. I don't know where this picture came from. But that's.
I feel like it's pretty accurate for like a freehand.
Get yours today.
No, I will not be doing that.
I can send this.
If I ever. As delightful it would be to have my own homunculus living in my house that could come alive at any time and gut me in my sleep, I'm good.
It is evil. I would love to I would love to make a 3D scan of me in the most unflattering possible position, and then I could actually sell the STL file on my merch store.
You're in luck because one, we have plenty of options to choose from given the
right
taken of us from the show. But also, I would caution you against that. I once was toying around with the idea because I want a CT and then I want to 3D print my own skull desperately, but you can't just get a CT scan. Like you have to have like a reason or whatever. Like
yeah.
So unless I get like a traumatic brain injury, which, God willing, I won't be getting that anytime soon. But I toyed around with the idea of if I ever did it, it'd be cool to be like, hey, you can buy my skull on my and then I was like, no, actually, that's a horrible idea. So you really don't want to sell miniatures of yourself or of any part of your body because people will do depraved things to them. So don't.
The first thing, I sent a picture of that to Jesse Jerdak, and the first thing he said was, send it to me and I will install a fleshlight in it.
My God.
And I was like, fucking
threat.
Right. And I thought that was great, but I thought it was underachieving. Like, why would you just put one in the body? You should put one on the top, Chinese finger trap style. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
just
you should
two guys hanging out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a couple of bros being bros.
Yeah. Hey, you coming to the Forrest Fleshlight hangout sesh later?
Like we're gonna charge up our crystals. $10.
This is the show. This is the show that people.
Oh wait, we're live in front of thousands of people.
I'd like to check. 1,100 people are watching this now. You guys made this choice for yourselves. Like there are so many things you could be watching, and you're here. So
you could have turned this off. You could have turned this off hours ago.
You could be
and
like,
you
this
chose
isn't
not
professional.
To.
Leave then.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you get.
Speaking of really creepy shit, remind me later on to tell you some really creepy shit that I found online about me and the people who think things about me and put them online. I'm sure you would be unfamiliar.
Yeah, I have I'm very unfamiliar with that, for sure.
I learned some things that haunt me. Kimirara. Yeah, this fucking asshole here sent $10. The show is great. It was awesome to meet you, Erika, and fuck ice. Hey, while we're talking about fuck ice, by the by,
great to meet you too.
Where did I put that fucking Tiltify thing? There it is. Zip zap.
He's pulling in. He's pulling in the QR.
There's the Tiltify link.
Wait, is this me? Oh wait, it's
And look at that. We've raised now over $2,444. So I wanted to raise 1,000, and we've more than doubled that. So use that link and throw in a few bucks.
I'm gonna hit you with the young Marge Simpson. I'm excited to see that.
Your mic cut it out, and that's okay.
Oh, well, that's a shame. $5 from Valera Fern. Erika, I love puns. Awesome. That's so great for you. But even more, I love respecting people's wishes, so I will not pun. This is so kind. Wow, this is incredible. Plus, you're like 8 feet tall, will crush me. Yes, I would. And by the way, speaking of depraved things that people will say about me online, There are
Mhm.
many odd things that people have said to me with hope in their hearts that I cannot provide. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. And thank you for no punning. That was excellent.
It's okay. I got your back, homie. I'll do it for you. It was very cool to meet you both. I hope you enjoy your tiny brains. Now, it sounds like this person's insulting us. They gave us little tiny brains, little foam brains.
It was like okay, so this is like a color changing stress ball. It was like this size, but for your finger. So it was like this big. It was like a stress ball, but for your little fingies. It was awesome.
It was this size, except significantly smaller than this size.
It was like this, but not at all.
Yeah.
Unrelated. $9.99 from Rinkyu. The tiny brain I gave to each of you, to be clear, not like your actual brains. Not trying to insult your intelligence. Yeah. Do whatever you want with your brains, both of them. No, you can insult my intelligence. I don't mind.
$5 from Mystic Mind Analysis. No, Howard. For something to be petrified, it must first be afraid. Funds for Erika. Curse of the NB Brony.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How wonderful. I saw your PFP show up and I prepared myself. Yeah, you're about to be afraid. No, first I was afraid. I was petrified. Yeah, that's right. That is in line with the song. Anyways, $10 from Terminus Set. 5902. When did hominid religion begin and how did it affect nearly all cultures? Could religion be an evolved human instinct that increased with the efficiency of tribes, i.e. with law, culture, motivation? Fear of death is an impeccable motivator. So it could be selective. There have been people who have proposed that religion is a selective binder of group cohesion. And like we always talk about with things like non-procreative sex in apes, for example, something doesn't need to be directly impacting your individual fitness to actually help the group and thus your fitness within that group. So it could be that religion is something similar in that it's a behavior that ends up being selected for, or it's also been proposed that hominins have always lived in relatively small numbers, like effective population size and also just generally. And so it could be that it was just whichever ones managed to make it through were religious. I don't know the answer to which is which, but I suspect it's probably more likely the former, since we also see, insofar as we can infer it, spirituality adjacent things in Neanderthals. And if you believe in that kind of thing, hominoleti.
I would just throw out also that like different religion traditions and whatever are also associated with different cultures. So like if you have a super multicultural society that has like is really reliant on trade and shit like that, you tend to have a pantheon of individual gods with different, you know, jobs and roles that don't really care about the individual things that humans do in the bedroom and what their, you know, moral proclivities are. Just, are you doing my job, my domain properly? Whereas if you have like a really, really big society, you need a monotheistic god to be in people's houses where the government can't be and keep them in line. So like there's a lot of associations there that are outside of my wheelhouse to talk about too very much, but like I would encourage you to dig into what patterns we see with culture, certain cultures appearing in certain areas. Everyone knows that the Earth is a triacontachi pentagon. Triacontachi pentagon. Triacontachi-pentagon. You know what I mean? I don't know. That should go without saying. Yeah, totally. I don't know. What is that a fucking actual term? What's a conta? 3 acontas and then a chi pentagon. What's going on with that? You know?
Triaconta, I'll Google it. Let's see what comes up.
Is that an actual shape?
Triaconta. I see it. Oh, no, wait. I see triaconta pentagon. It's a tetraconta pet. That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked for. And where's the chi part? Hold on. I'm working on it. Conta chi pentagon. Chi.
I got according to triacontagon, a triacontagon is
45 sides.
A 30-sided polygon. A triacontagon is a 30-sided polygon. So a triaconta chi penta, I guess they're just adding things in there. There's a lot of Greek that I wasn't familiar with. That's
I feel like
cool.
This is just a joke because I put a poll earlier that was like, is the Earth flat, a square, or a rhomboid, or oblate?
Yeah, but now we're learning Greek, Luxander. So like, this is we've gone into a new era of education now.
That's true. We're expanding our minds.
We're
Yeah.
talking about those who try to stifle education. That's Lux right now, trying to
Exactly.
bring us
Exactly.
down.
Stop
our
being
learning.
curious. I'm just going to become the opposite of Hank Green now.
Stop being curious. Don't ask questions. Always stop learning.
Yes, exactly.
SGD
Exactly.
for 5 currencies. 5 SGD currencies from Max V101. Don't ask him about dragons and vampires, please. I know that this is about Howard. I don't have to ask. And I would have loved to open up that. Was he a dinosaur denier? Did I miss?
I'm not surprised. Not surprised. You missed it.
I had my desired call on a silver platter for an hour and a half, and I missed it.
Yeah.
That
You
is
blew it.
actually devastating. How come none of you said anything?
He did. He sent $5.
Yeah, now.
Apparently, it was a while ago. I don't know what you want.
Well, I didn't see it then. I call it. You did. Oh. All right, next. I like this PFP by the way. That's a cute.
Howard is annoying me. So here's my worst dad joke. What's brown and sticky? A stick. Hell yeah.
You're hitting your
those are 10 Australian dollars. It's hard to tell if that was like just some fauna from their backyard or if that was like their child or something.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it
Like,
could have been either. It really could have
Yeah.
been. I want to point out that pun was meant to be doo-doo adjacent, which I fucking hate. $10 from Ray Gatto. I wanted to fly to Tulsa for the weekend to see the show. I also wanted to show my son all the football fields in Oklahoma that have real grass so that the cheerleaders can graze at halftime. Does Oklahoma have like they bring out the cows and their cute little? Do they attach like pom-poms to their little horns? That would be so cute.
That's great. $5 from Miranda Rensberger. Howard's claims are shaped like a pile of nonsense. Coincidence?
I don't know. You'll have to cut it open and see. $5 from Mark Fern Kopp. 5133. Fantastic event. Can't believe I made it from Des Moines. Sorry, I was too enthusiastic, overwhelmed, high on Conti. Thrilled Tommy finally with Forrest alleles.
There's a lot there. Oh! I'm going to grab a thing. Hold on a second.
Okay. I'm sure I can decipher that. $10 from Ray Gatto. I accidentally sprayed Axe body. Okay, wonderful. Axe body spray into my mouth. Now I talk with an accent. You're about to talk. Your breath is about to smell like blood from when I punch all your teeth out and pick your molars up off the ground. £5 from Dylan Johnson, V7C. Thank you for helping me deconstruct. I'm trapped in a Jehovah's Witnesses family. Oh boy. What's the best way to debunk Noah's flood from an old Earth creationist perspective? Easy. Everybody knows this. This is my go-to. It creates too much heat. If you accelerate all the new... Oh, this is older creationist perspective. Duh. Global flood? Global flood from an old Earth creationist perspective, I would say you need to find out how much of the geologic column they think it's responsible for. If you're talking about a global flood from an old Earth creationist perspective and it's the entire geologic column, you have to explain why it's ordered. And if it's some of the geologic column, you have to explain why we don't immediately know which portion of the geologic column it is, because a global flood would leave and I'm not kidding, the biggest geologic signal of anything ever if that actually happened. So that's what I would say from OEC perspective. I was going to say he probably...
Somebody made that person that just chatted, they made a Tommy Valkai.
That's a Tommy Valkai?
Yeah.
Is Tommy Valkai like evil? I didn't know that.
He's not evil. He's an international man of mystery. He's an international, what is he? He's a spy or something?
So he's kind of giving SCP, creepypasta, kind of Slenderman.
Yeah. Well, if you go to valkaimerch.com, and let me pull that up here. You can see.
This feels like an Undertale villain to me.
Yeah, well, this is the design that was made by. I hired a graphic artist to I told them everything about international con man, Marxist Freemason, former politician and Christian school teacher Tommy Valkai, and they made this guy, the international criminal, Tommy Valkai, and so. Yeah,
I think it's the low poly look that makes him feel more like an Earthbound style RPG Maker villain to me. But that's
he's a Slenderman type creature for sure.
Yeah, a Slenderman type creature, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is you.
That's how I met Amber, by the way. I was dressed as Slenderman in a Halloween party, wearing a suit and like a morph suit underneath it with like, it works.
You had the
I used to be,
face?
no, I'm just very long, and I used to be far noodlier than I am today. I used to be way, way lankier. I've like I said, I've gotten, I used to be, I think when I met her, I was like 165 pounds.
Yeah.
And now I am 45 pounds stronger.
Right.
Yeah. $10 from Herbie Shine. I had a very quick look at Howard's YouTube channel earlier today. He's a conspiracy theorist. His channel, to my eye, looks like absolute shiz. He seems to want to be a mini David Icke. That was like I said, that was the most pleasant call I've ever had with Howard, because usually he is just trying to, or at least from my experience, he's looking for a clip that he can put on his channel. And so he's got a bunch of clips of like, I got Matt or Forrest or whatever. They couldn't explain this thing about the Big Bang, and that proves whatever. And like, so I don't know. This was the most pleasant call I've ever had with the dude. And I hope we get more of those.
The black hole Eric Dondero hypothesis is running really strong today because everything besides Eric was relatively tame. 999 from Outwitted by a Fish. The many diverse species of all, please be a citation question, of whales and porpoises seem to radiate away from a common ancestor. What do you consider to be the grand central cetacean? This isn't even a pun. What are you talking? What is like supposed to be Grand Central Station of evolution? I will kill you with hammers. But if you're actually asking, the last common ancestor was probably TACIS. That would be my. Of all extants, you'll probably go more recent than that. It was probably a member of Protocetidae, but I'm not sure which one it would be. Georgia Cetus, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, this, by the way, Eric, this is the comment. This is the back end of my channel here, as you can go in my studio. This is this person saying, evolution versus creationism is old. Debated in 2026 is race realism versus race realism deniers. Erika dipped her toe into that a couple of years ago with her attacks on Robert Seffer, then pulled back after she was creamed. Wonder if Forrest is up to the challenge. My guess, he's too afraid to take on race realists because he knows he has no valid arguments. And I said, I've actually talked several times about why race realism is dumb. If you'd like, I'd be happy to let you know. Next time Erika and I host a live show together, we usually do one every month or so. You can call in and challenge us both from the crowd. I rarely keep up with replies, but I'll do my best to remember to check this thread next time we're scheduled together. If you've expressed interest, I'll post a link to try to tag you. Dumb, let the record show, which he said in the call as well, which is very funny to me. You just called Charles Darwin, Raymond, Dart, Lewis, Leakey, and all these other people, all of whom are race realists, dumb. And my favorite is down here where he's talking about other guys. Zeke Darwin, by the way, super nice guy. I love that dude. We've worked together before. Yeah, he's really nice. And people are talking like, hey, just you remember his offer. Just call in. I'll debate him. Bring it on. I'll destroy him. These leftist agitators who masquerade as evolution supporters can't handle a right-winger like me, who's a die-hard Darwinist. We use your own arguments against them. They resort to punching down, attacking the Christians who are nicey nice. Look at that Donnie guy. Who the fuck is that? My God, he's about as nice as they come. And the Paleologos guy. Forrest, that's not how you spell my name. Erika, Zeke Darwin could never handle debating a right-winger like me. They'd cry in their diapers. Now play that, and then play the clip of him literally saying that he cannot stop screaming, and then hanging up because we asked him what his own positions were.
If that's man, I don't know. I would like to note, too, that actually, the reason why I stopped talking about Robert Sepper is because Robert Sepper stopped wading into my area. He quit talking about it and went back to his Vril content material, which is just like his like white supremacist dog whistling, which like he is just a bald-faced white supremacist. I'd like to tell you though that when Robert Sepper, the last video that I made about this guy, he was sent the video by a lot of his fans on Twitter, which he preemptively blocked me on while I was still on Twitter at that time. Never had interacted with him. He blocked me preemptively. Anyways, he said he wasn't going to be watching it because, quote, I am an Antifa BLM woke veterinarian.
That's
so
right.
I feel you on this, Forrest. I really do.
Yeah.
These guys are birds of a feather.
I'm never gonna stop laughing at it. Like, this dude had
It's so goddamn funny.
he had the golden opportunity. I'll make these people cry in their diapers. They could never handle a debate with me.
In their pants like little tiny
And
babies.
and literally screaming at the top of his lungs for 30 minutes and then hangs up on himself because we ask simple questions. And I will never stop laughing at you fell into my trap. Do you think this? And you're like, yeah, of course. You fell into my trap. You liberals are so fucking stupid and predictable. And it's like, okay, I just said the thing that you agreed to, though, right? Like, what you don't understand.
Yeah, that's true. He's like, okay, right. And then at the end, before he bails, he's like, I will never let you forget this. This will haunt you to the ends of the earth.
Yes.
What are you talking about? We just agreed that we agree. What is this?
It was so fucking funny, dude.
That dude's
it was
wild.
so fucking funny.
Eric, call back.
Please call back when we're both on. Call back every time we're both on. Make that the highlight of the show. It did something. It affected the other calls in a magical way.
Rod. It's a lightning rod.
It was incredible. 1999 from Rob Lifton. When these hearts were fossilized, they still contain phlogiston. What the fuck is phlogiston? I added an Y in there. Phlogiston.
I don't know, but we're not even to the Eric calls yet. We're literally not there yet. Cool.
Phlogiston is a substance supposed by 18th century chemists to exist in all combustible bodies and to be released in combustion.
Okay.
Neat. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm going to add that to my fucking history of science ramble that I did the other day.
Petrifying virtue. Holy mackerel for $100 from the Plastic Mouse. Thank you very much for this donation.
Why? Thank you. I like that leopard gecko.
I like that leopard gecko too. Mr. Howard, what you said just as... I'm sorry, Howard. This is a $100 super chat. I'm reading it. Mr. Howard, what you said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you ever even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Mm-hmm.
Comment after Howard on this one.
Right. They're heavy. You know, another thing I'm fucking pissed off about? I bought a new camera. Remember how my background used to be all blue and glowy? Yeah. Nothing has changed except this is now a higher resolution camera. This is now a fancy 4K camera.
Wow.
And now the lights are... And this is actually a different color, too. I had to turn this way the fuck up to make it look even this good.
Right.
It used to be real luminescent back there. Things were glowing in the black light. The black light's completely washed out now. It's actually more blue. The white balance is weird. It's more blue in person than it is here. In the camera.
It doesn't look strange. That blue. Like, it looks kind of blue, but not that blue.
It's strange. Look at that. That's red. That looks great.
Oh, that's like we're in.
That's blue as fuck.
Yeah, that's really blue.
But like it used to be different, you know? I do have green.
Nice. That's very science, actually. But you know what? It kind of messes too much with the Valkai Labs neon sign.
I'm wondering about that. I don't know. Like I can tinker on this and get some dynamics.
Nah, the blue looks the best. The blue looks the best for sure.
But then this is just the regular, like, it's just white, you know? Maybe I need to stick with the blue the whole time. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to make this thing look decent before I die.
Are you just are you just workshopping it live? Is that what this is? You're just like...
That is exactly what is happening. Okay. Yes, I'm putting this on camera for a bunch of people to tell me what to think. Yeah.
People will give you some good feedback, because my feedback is I like blue. It's a good color.
I appreciate that. 10 more. The only problem is it washes out the uterus. See that? The uterus used to glow.
It does wash out the uterus. Yeah, it definitely washes out the uterus.
This kind of makes it pop a little bit more. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know, though. It depends. Is the uterus like the centerpiece?
I like to think of it as such. Hold on. Let me pull up Let me pull this up for a second. And get in here. Oh, fuck. That's even more blue now. Nope.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure that this is a single quote, and I'm pretty sure I know what this is from. Is this from Lux? Do you know what this is from?
It's from Billy Madison.
That's it. I knew it was some kind of Adam Sandler. Okay, and then everyone in this call is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may Glob, in reference to Forrest here, have mercy on your soul. I award you
It's
no
somewhere.
points.
Somewhere in that blue spectrum, maybe like over here. Well, that's just black and white now. You get like that's blue as tits, and then bring it down into white a little bit, maybe more
Maybe
into
a
like this kind of.
$5
I don't know,
for
man.
listening to win. Harry's clearly using Occam's Timu disposable razor, not Occam's YouTube channel sponsoring Dollar Shave Club razor. That's so true.
That's right.
That's the
right.
duality of man right there.
That's a phenomenal joke, and you should be very proud of that. $5 Canadian, and whereas Waldo, Howard got a lot of things wrong, but he wasn't a deliberate moron on this level or a record-breaking asshole like Eric. That's what I'm saying. Credit where it's due. Yeah, I think Howard was wrong about everything he said, but he was pleasant about it, and he was willing to listen to our objections, and that's the best I can hope for. If we don't have to agree. If we never agree, fuck it. At least he wasn't a dick. You know what I mean?
For real, and like actually this goes hand in hand with it. $10 from Professional 5552. I am actively losing IQ listening to this. Most emotional man-child I've seen in a while. Hates the woke so much he would rather deny modern science than just listen to the facts as they are presented. I'll even take it a step further. Let's just say he does disagree with. Let's say Forrest and I are totally wrong. That's still no excuse to act like that. Like,
Right.
come in and pitch your case. Like I don't think that we did we weren't coming at him at all. This is the same exact way that, of course, I guess he's never seen the show before, so he doesn't know that. Maybe he thought that by asking for his pronouns, we were trying to fool him into our own trap card. Haha, he, him.
Well, even that, like when you walked, I don't know how much you were hearing it, but like when you walked away, he said, "All you woke people," and all he was shouting about all his usual things. And I asked him, like, "Hey, I noticed you didn't put any pronouns in here. You listed your pronouns as I'm not liberal, and you're talking about woke. And so I just want to know, like, is like sex and gender another area of biology that you take issue with? Am I understanding that this is not a political position, but also." And that was all that did it. And it just set him into screaming. And I had to say several times, I don't remember when you came back, but I was saying several times, I was like, listen, dude, I'm not trying to have that debate with you. That is also, just like, race as a social construct is what's in fucking biology textbooks. It's modern, agreed upon science. You have an issue with it. You disagree with it. Great. I just want to know if it's the same thing with gender. That's all I want to know. And dude could not even explain his own position without freaking the fuck out.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about that. Like, the dude was in hysterics, like old school, what we thought women did in the 1800s hysterics. Like the corset was tied too tight. I don't know. $5 from Space Barbarian 3484. Also, what?
The perfect glowing uterus is what I'm trying to look for while we're speaking.
Yeah, I think that's also, there's a moth in here. You guys keep seeing it. I keep seeing it fly around, so I don't know what to say. $5 from Space Barbarian 3484. Eric, did you take the tamping rod to the frontal lobe? Calm the fuck down, person. Eric's going to get triggered by that because you said person instead of big, strong man, conservative, Republican, libertarian.
Yeah, praise Charlie Kirk. Fucking $5. So weird and snowflakey to get triggered about something you don't care about. That was another thing. He was screaming and he doesn't care about this gender stuff. Screaming about how he doesn't care is a wild thing to do.
Also, textbook definition of triggered. Like, I go over to my modern dictionary and I'm like leafing through it and I'm looking for pictures. It's not Big Red. It's Eric from this show.
Yeah.
That is as triggered as I've ever seen triggered.
Yep.
$5 from Kate Space. Eric needs to get Mr.'s emotion under control or Mr. is going to have an early heart attack. That's what I'm saying. Like, this was a hazard to his cardiovascular system. I don't know.
Fucking Eric, grow up first and then try calling. Absolutely. I can't handle it. And like I said, I showed you the fucking the gambit. The gauntlet that was thrown, that he's gonna we can't handle someone on the right. We can't handle a right winger, and he's gonna make us cry in our diapers. He was the only one who yelled. He was the only one who cried.
And almost the whole time. But I'd give it a solid 60% of actively yelling. $5 from the Eagle fan on this same topic. Erika's a typical MAGAT. So very clueless. Actually, I don't think he's typical MAGA. I think he's like on the more like here's the extreme line. He's on the more extreme line. He's not the most extreme, but more so than typical.
I was gonna say he made it very clear from the beginning. He wanted everybody to know that he was not a typical MAGA because he doesn't believe in Christianity.
Or
he believes in Nazism. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's listen. I'm not one of these fucking Bible thumping Christians. I think blacks are inferior subhumans, and it's like, oh, okay. Like, wow.
I've got like I'm like picking my spot to sing Kumbaya, and I'm like, I'm gonna go stand by Howard on this one. Like,
yeah, it's for real. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Give me the super Christian MAGA Trump cultist on that one. Like, hey, let's talk. Maybe we'll have some through line. We'll find some common ground.
At least we both like aren't going to have a heart attack within the next 40 minutes. $5 from the plastic mouse. What a sad, angry little man. What a sad, angry little man. I don't even fly off like this, and I'm half Scotch. Yeah, I don't know what kind of concoction was going on under the hood on Dad. He was very mad.
It was rough. It was rough to listen to. It's been way too much of a Monday-ish Monday to have to deal with Eric. Yeah, dude.
Tell me about it, Meg801. And thanks for the $5. We got $10 from Lovey Livy Suffering. Like a live, laugh, love, maybe? For 1003, just want to say thank you, Erika and Forrest, so much. Or you have inspired me so much curiosity in me, inspired so much curiosity in me. I just literally cannot read. Also, y'all should check out Hannah, a musical artist who makes different music based off of different animals. It's a bog. Awesome. Sounds cool.
I listened to their album that was the Bugs one, and it was very pleasant.
Is it really? Wait.
I'll take bug music all day long.
Find out if
it's
I've
like
got
each song is as though it's like representing a bug, I guess. So there's one that's a bumblebee one, and a butterfly one, and a beetle one. It was good vibes.
I'm seeing if I've got any. Oh, wow, music for bugs. They got a Cambrian animals. Okay, I'm into that. Oh, wow, and the art is so cute. Wow, that's really adorable. I like that. I'll be looking into that. We got, oh, wait, this is you. You want me to read it?
Sex is binary. Let's use plus and minus for presence or absence of SRY. Let's use A and B for gamete types, or O for neither. That's A plus / A minus / B plus / B minus / AB plus / AB minus / O plus / O minus. That's binary. Yeah.
Wait, putting it. Yeah.
Yes.
Two sexes, folks. That's it.
Yep. Easy peasy.
$5 from Melissa Nguyen. ... I concur.
Wait. What do you mean I just described blood type? I'm just pairing up SRY with each possible gamete. Blood type is not sex. Blood type ain't binary.
Damn.
Weird, right? That's a good model. That's fun.
$20 from Chris Clark 784. I was hyperventilating just listening to Eric. How can people have so much hate? And all directed specifically at Forrest and I and our ilk. What did he? Mm-hmm. I hate you guys.
Lefties.
I hate people
because
like
at one point he even fucking asked me why I hate America so much and why I want to destroy America, and he said that I'm an enemy of his country. I guarantee he doesn't know dick about my politics, and yet he's right. And like it's
broken clock and all of that.
Right.
Vote to permaban
so
for being a Nazi. No, he must call back in. This is something he needs to call. We have to get to the bottom of this. And I know that everybody will be this is an opportunity to sort of turn a spotlight on this type of behavior every time we clip farm this. I can't.
Shout out to Fiona in the chat. I hope Eric's wife is okay. God damn. That's a scary thought.
What?
Absolutely.
Why? With that kind of attitude, I'd be scared. I don't know. I'm getting yelled at. It's not my thing.
Mm-mm.
We got
$5.
Yeah, this is
what kind of sea creature doesn't give good data-driven decisions? What do you think it is, Erika?
I'm reading it right now, and that's
what does it say?
It says a hunchback whale because you got a hunt.
I don't understand. It's I thought it was a humpback. How do you explain this? I don't understand the
because it's wordplay. It's meant to be. And so instead of humpback, it's hunchback because having a hunch means that you aren't doing good data-driven science.
Well, that's clever.
How
isn't
interesting is that? It
That's
could
really
be clever. It could be clever if one had well, I'll steal the line from earlier. If one had driven a tamping rod through their frontal lobe, it could be very funny. If I was lobotomized. $10 from Andrew Sorensen, 6138. And that's what I'm going to do to you, by the way. Eric was without a doubt religious. He's a member of the religious cult of racism. I mean, again, like, we got the kumbaya circle. We're picking our spots. I know who I'm standing next
to. $5 from Space Barbarian. I'm just a dumb white male rocket scientist, but don't humans have like feet and boats and enable migration? Yeah, no, you notice at the end there, when the last thing he crashed out on, he was asking me about white genocide. I said I don't know what that is, but it sounds like Great Replacement Theory. And then he started screaming about the Great Replacement Theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is just so fucking pathetic. Now, I gotta tell you, genuinely, seriously, like, the Great Replacement Theory is obvious bullshit. Like, it's obvious nonsense. It's Nazi propaganda. It's, if you buy into it, you are so unbelievably dumb. It pains me to think that you were able to either vote or reproduce. But I just want to throw out there,
like, looking for or just looking for justification to propose heinous shit.
Right. Like, but it's also it's that wild thing where it's like that middle ground between, like, all these other races, they're so inferior and stupid and they need to be dominated and controlled, and also so incredibly intelligent and organized that they will generationally influence our society and invade us and destroy us by being superior lovers. And, like, it's just crazy. You know what I mean? Like,
you must understand, Forrest, that's actually the Jews doing that. Right. So
the Jews. How had I forgotten?
Who are orchestrating it? You know, I mean, if they've got their strings and everybody puppeteering from their Illuminati seat, shouldn't the inferior race, or it's the inferior race, shouldn't the superior race be able to, like, counter this?
Right.
Like,
but what gets me is, like, they literally, like, to believe in the Great Replacement Theory thing. It is so. I'm trying to find the right words for it. It is the weakest, most pathetic fucking fear that I've ever fucking heard of. That, like, my grandchildren might be brown is the fear.
It's just,
you know what I mean? Like,
it's like
it's so fucking pathetic.
Like, first of all, not happening. Second of all, it's very similar to, like, I don't want to give my kid the polio vaccine because they might have autism. Like,
yes,
I really think your priorities are not set straight right now, to be honest. But
I'm looking for this, piss. I might have it on my threads then. It's this quote that I love from a German philosopher from back in, like, the fucking 1700s or some such shit. A guy by the name of Arthur Schopenhauer. When someone has nothing to be proud of, I'm paraphrasing slightly here to make it modern English, but when someone has nothing to be proud of, they take pride in their ethnicity. Having lost taste and achievement and character, the frightened soul seizes the tribe like a talisman. Identity becomes armor, and contempt for others becomes consolation. Pride that rests on accident, birth, or color is a poor substitute for worth. Those who cannot command themselves will command an imagined belonging. They will shout the name of their soil as if it were a deed. This is the misery of the herd. And that's exactly what I think about it. It is so unbelievably fucking pathetic for your actual concern to be racial integration and the belief that your skin color and ethnicity is something that is inherently valuable and worthy of preservation. So the point you would use the word genocide to describe fucking multiculturalism and people getting to marry who they want to marry and have kids with who they want to have kids with and be able to survive in different countries and having a pluralistic, globalistic society. The fact that that is something that you would attribute the word genocide to is such bitch behavior. I genuinely cannot imagine being that weak of a fucking loser. And this speaks to racism in general, because racists, especially white supremacists, especially white nationalists, are the dumbest fucking people in the world. And like you would call them a bag of sand, but the fact of the matter is, it's an insult to sand. These stupid pieces of shit go out there with a fucking red flag that rivals their intelligence and fucking shout about this need for this perfect fucking society. And it's absolutely fucking Nazi talk. And what gets me about it is they're so fucking stupid, they don't realize that they are benefiting from the culture that they hate, that gave them the rights they have to shout about why that culture should be dismantled. These fucking oxygen thieves are out here using the freedom and protection, the First Amendment protections, the right to assembly and the right to different ideals and the right to different opinions and the right to share your opinion, coming here on the fucking internet where we allow the freedom to share your ideas and all of this, which is fundamental values of multiculturalism and plurality and global intrigue and sharing of the free market and all these things that we all care about. And you're saying all of that is wrong and needs to be shut down and taken away because my whiteness is better than everybody else. Oh my God, dude. Like, come on.
It's such like, I don't know. It's such embarrassing behavior to me. Like it's cringe in sort of the primordial Platonic ideal sense of the word. Like it's just, it's unfettered kind of cringe, because it's basically, first of all, they can't define what counts as white, and they've never been able to describe, like, go take it back to the 1800s, the 1700s, like the definition, as you pointed out earlier, for what even counts has changed. They'll be like, oh, you know, where's our homeland? And it's like, bitch, this is America. This has been the melting pot day one. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's in the DNA of this country that it's, but setting all of that aside.
Can I also, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were saying nothing. I thought you were going to read the next super chat.
Yeah, let's move on. Like, we could beat this horse to death, but like, God knows I've already done it.
I apologize. I did not mean to interrupt you. I thought you were about to read the next super chat, and before you did, I had one quick thing to interject. That was all.
No, interject. I was going to continue, so by all means.
My interjection is to Economic Hitman in the chat, who is currently has a message held for review. I'm certainly not fucking putting that out because who cares? But it was talking about beta cuck that they're calling me right now, and I just go in here and I look at their channel activity, and the last time they wrote in was asking, how do we call in, as if there hasn't been a phone number on the fucking screen for over 6 hours. And then apparently called in, was writing in also with Justin and Thinker were on a Cus I Wanna, talking about how scared the hosts were to call and talk to them, and how the atheists are stupid and they run away and mute and everything like that. Sorry to hear you're too fucking stupid to figure out how call-in shows work, bruh. I host every Sunday night at 7 p.m. on a show called Sunday Show After Dark. Learn how to work a fucking phone, and I would love to talk to you about religion. But if it took you over 6 fucking hours to ask how to call in and then get all pissy in the comments, sounds like it's a you problem, bro.
I don't buy it. I don't believe you. Like it's so transparent. Do you think we're stupid? Do you think that we don't pay attention? Like, Forrest and I pay attention to chat marginally because we host the show, and sometimes it's fun to throw chat a bone, even when they're being rambunctious. Do you think we don't realize that the strategy, the like baby's first YouTube interaction strategy of like, I'm too scared to call in, so I'll just say, oh, I was going to call in, but then I couldn't at the very end when I think that the post is clear and I'm not going to get called out? We have a schedule. Call in whenever you want. Forrest won't mute you. He really
will not. It takes a lot for me to use the mute button. I will also say I didn't like I as a mod, I can show or hide comments. I generally don't. So I don't know who muted this. I think Monkey at Typewriter did. That's not my bag. But I am going to go ahead and force to show this comment that says, all I hear from that is, I want to fuck my cousin and no one else. Purity garbage is absolute nonsense. Showing that one. And this one, if I could double show this, I would. White supremacists are genuinely the weakest, dumbest, most bitch-made losers ever. Absolutely showing that comment, and I wish I could show it twice. Good for you.
I'm glad to see. We need more. We talking about like bringing shame back. Bring shame back for this too. Like, yes. It's okay to make fun of these people. Like, it's just fine. You're allowed to make fun of people who are
You're allowed to make fun of Nazis and races. Absolutely. Like, they're just the worst.
Just be a little bit of a bully. This is so much for the tolerant left.
Right. Yeah, can you imagine how apocalyptically stupid you have to be? Honestly. To call in with that argument. Did you see that guy who killed somebody with a machete, and you're going to tell me that's a human? As if the fucking Europeans, the white people, weren't eating mummies a minute ago? As if they didn't do fucking genocide in the US? As if they didn't do genocide in Congo? As if they didn't do genocide every fucking where they went? But this black man killed a white person, so that means that, fuck, are you kidding me?
I really don't.
Absolute fucking clown.
Like, I really don't think we want to play, like, heinous Olympics with...
No.
When we've got, like, Holocaust to point to, and then, like, ooh, don't let everybody get off scot-free. We've got, like, Unit 731 or whatever the fuck in Japan, where it's just, like, experimenting on children and pregnant women and like old people and whatever, just for the hell of it, with very little to no scientific gain from it. And even if there was, it wouldn't even be remotely justified, but like it's sort of rubbing salt in the wound. I really don't think you want to play that kind of game. People suck is part of the problem, but like you don't get to be like, these people suck more because skin brown. Yeah, you know how they get you with that one.
Yeah, you know, I did an Ancestry.com thing, by the way, and I got my results, and you want to see them?
Yeah.
Here it is. Assorted crackers. That's
That's pretty good. That one caught me off guard. I was actually very interested I was like, oh, wow. And then I was going to scold you for giving your DNA to an evil company, but then I was like, I better not. I don't want to rain on his parade if he did at the Ancestry.com and the results are interesting.
Right. I did actually when I was like a teenager, and that was starting to come out. My grandma got real interested in it. We did run my DNA, and big surprise, it's 99.99% East European, and then all humans are African for the last 0.01%.
It ain't so. I don't know what I've got lurking in I don't know. My dad's half Pakistani, so I've got some interesting stuff in there, like atypical stuff. But other than that, it's probably just, as you said, assorted crackers. Yep. Oh, sorry, that's a slur now. My bad. Assorted.
Oh, yeah. Assorted. Did you say C words?
C words.
Assorted cunts.
It also works. I'm saying it works. It works both ways. $5 for more. So, what are the odds that this Nazi weirdo had his sex toys linked to the volume readout of his computer? The louder he got, the more he got off. I'm surprised that his phone didn't turn off from all the spittle that was getting on the surface and
put that shit in rice.
Yeah.
But no, he can't put it in rice because that's Asian and that's wrong.
No. Oh my God! Put it in barley, maybe.
Barley. Bran. Put that shit in some bran flakes, some Kellogg's corn flakes. Fucking $10 from Where Is Waldo. Also, if some completely separate branch of Australopith did still exist, that still wouldn't validate racism, and all of Eric's beliefs would still be stupid and more childish than any actual child. Exactly.
He definitely thinks that it's the ghost lineage that gets gestured at for some sub-Saharan African populations, and it's just like, we can compare these genomes, right? Like, we know what these genomes are. We would know if it was Australopith because it would be substantially different than all the other genomes, and it isn't. So I don't really know what to say. $5 from Mirandarin's Burger 6919. I would love for Erika to make a video responding to Eric's garbage without Eric being there. Check any of my Robert Sepper videos. He basically says he makes many, if not all, of the same arguments. And the main reason why I haven't done that is because he's kind of been wanting my attention for quite some time. I mean, I'm glad he called in because this is something that I would have rather hashed out in person. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think he's, and I would say this to Eric because Eric will probably rewatch all of this or like Control F for his name, which will suck because my name is Erika. So you'll have to comb through a lot. You'll have to comb through a lot because I'm in this. Very inconvenient. But yeah, like I don't know. Like he's just not very receptive to the arguments from genetics, at least that I've presented him in the past, but like back when I was on Twitter. But whatever.
499, race being a social structure. What would the scientific term be, as you can tell the difference between races by their bones? Yeah, so when we talk about ethnicities, like ethnicities exist, races do not. And there's a lot of fucking race realists out there. They'll say, oh, well, you're just changing one word for the other. The difference is, yeah, we can see different populations have slightly different bone structures. Take a look at Aboriginal Australian and the massive fucking amazing mandibles that they have, as opposed to indigenous East Asian or something. You know what I mean? It's going to be very different. But it's no different in terms of phenotype than things like skin color, nose shape, eye shape, hair texture, any of these other things. And again, these are patterns that are explained by evolution that pop up in different populations when they're isolated for a couple of tens of thousands of years. And they're nothing that they vary independently of one another. So it's not like I can go get a tan to a certain point where I can then call myself black, right? That doesn't make any sense. And if I were to pin down one thing, any one of these racial characteristics, very good chance it's not going to be predictive of too many other characteristics. Do you have, white hair and black skin and blood? Cheddar Man exists, y'all. Would have loved to hear Eric poop his pants at the word Cheddar Man.
Oh, he'd call it woke. He'd say that
of course he would.
That the genes don't make sense and that it's actually very woke.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing that we see with these bones. It's just another phenotype that we see variability across so-called races, and it doesn't match the social categories that have been changed for the past 400 years over and over and over. It just doesn't work.
You can play games too with like, okay, relative, like the size and thickness of the brow ridge, or like orthognathy versus prognathy, because like these are characteristics that do vary within existing human population groups. But just like skin color, they are adaptive in most cases, and some of them are plastic too. Like I'm not convinced that the mandibles, the robusticity of the mandibles that we see in Aboriginal groups isn't just due to the diet of like what they're actually eating.
It almost certainly is. It almost certainly is.
Remodeling, and that in mind as well, right? One thing, oddly enough, like consistently doesn't change, and that's the encephalization quotient of population groups, which is brain size to body size. Like, and boy howdy, if you wanted to make a case for like the disparate nature of human populations or races, as Eric would consider them, that's something that you're going to really need to point to. Which is why, incidentally, you never hear, even when phrenology was a thing, like there was never really that much focus on like, look at the differences. Ooh, look at the differences in the brain case size. Like this shows that they're inherently inferior. This, put your favorite, least favorite race of the day for these guys coming up with this kind of stuff in there. But they couldn't, because it's hard to do.
And that's the thing, is like when you look at these things, even when you can find really strong phenotypic variants, it's important to remember that there is greater phenotypic and genotypic variability within these races than there are between them. And so the line between them is always necessarily arbitrary. There was that one study out of I want to say Stanford a while ago, where like they used an AI model to do this, and they asked the computer like, "Hey, here's like just the human genome from like all these different places. Make some races. What would be a grouping if there is?" And like the first four were kind of what you'd predict, where it's like, all right, so we got European here, and we got African here, and we got like East Asian here, and we got like the Americas over there. It's like, okay, I see where you're coming from. And then it's like, just this country, like just Indonesia, but not the rest of the islands here. You know what I mean? And it's like it was like these tiny things. Like just this one part of Africa is a race now. And like that's the big thing. If you really want to pin down especially a genetic basis for race, you need like a dozen different races just for Africans.
And they're never what you think. Like, they're never going to be what race realists think they are. Because this is why they can't define race. Because if you do it on the basis of genetics, you're going to end up with some it's going to be like 10 races and 8 of them are in Africa and 2 of
Yes.
them are. Like that's
Right.
That's
Exactly.
what it's going to be. Anyway.
It's just so dumb. So unbelievably dumb. I'll bet these $5 that Eric is crying right now. He still is. And
no
you know
mistake.
what? Tears making great lube for him.
There will be a series of very angry blog posts breaking down every word in this live stream.
Cannot wait until Eric clips the call and puts it on his channel with a thorough debunking and rebuttal that takes 10 goddamn hours for the 30 minutes that he was on the show.
It like go nuts, man. But more importantly,
it's gonna be great.
Back. $5 from
Please, yes.
Fleet Admirals Idiki? I don't know what that is. 1941. Race derangement is a white problem, I see. Good luck. Brother, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this.
Historically, if we're talking about, if we're saying historically, yeah. Race
Here,
derangement is very much a white problem.
Historically here, yes.
$5 from Vincent King. Oh, I know what made those super old footprints. I'm not a chiropractor, but I'm 98% sure it's feet. You know any good nudibranch facts? Yeah, dude. Nudibranch facts. There's isn't that slug that eats little plankton dudes and doesn't digest them and puts it up to the top of its very clear skin, and it actually uses photosynthesis, and also it can decapitate itself and live. Pretty sure that's a nudibranch, I think.
Yes, it is. And nudibranch is also kind of like a loose term, I guess. But the term for that is called kleptoplasty, which is very cool.
That's a phenomenal word.
We got $5 from Jay Online. Hey chat, Cataboo is the best and she can win. Needs calls and texts. YouTube Cat Maboo has an epic anti-ice and community support work. Help out when you can. Any anti-ice is good by me.
Yeah, I've been loving watching her campaign. I've been loving watching her. This is a cat. I believe her last name is Abu Ghazala or something like
Abu
that.
Ghazala.
I can't remember. Yeah. But I've been loving seeing her pop up more and more on my timeline. I just recently started following her, I think a couple of days ago, because I saw like a 3rd or 4th clip of her just ripping people to shreds on like a news panel and killing it in terms of like her rhetoric and calling out like fucking the Hakeem Jeffries and the Chuck Schumers of our fucking Congress who do dick all and continue to just say, oh, well, if we're just nice enough to the Republicans, but we send really strong letters, then they'll understand why we're serious. And it's like, she's ready to fuck it. She's out for blood, and it's amazing to see. So, everything.
What's the joke where it's like, I need Hakeem Jeffries to lower me into the ground when I'm dead so that he can let me down one last time? It's like, at every establishment Democrat, it's so exhausting. But we must continue to fight, because if we don't, then they win. Then Eric wins.
Oh God, don't let Eric win.
Wins.
I love the something that's been levied against like pro-trans biologists, like people talking about sex and gender. A new term that's become fashionable among transphobes I've been seeing a lot is Lysenkoism. And they're accusing us of being Lysenkoists because we're changing science to benefit the political narrative. As you know, strong pro-LGBT stances have historically in this country been a golden ticket for political winning, right? Always, True. Hasn't been a long, multi-generational fight that only started becoming better in our lifetime and now is exponentially worse within one single election. Nothing like that. But I find that that's interesting because it's one of those things where every accusation is confession, because you see with Trump immediately getting into office, dismantling science agencies that he doesn't like, literally making proclamations from the pulpit to say, we as a nation only recognize 2 genders and they're synonymous with sex and they're established at conception, and we as a nation are no longer in the Paris Climate Agreement. We don't believe climate change is real anymore, and we don't believe in these FDA rules and these EPA rules and all these things, and this is bad science because I say so, and the whole fucking crowd cheers behind him. Like, that's fucking Lysenkoism that we're seeing. And the shit that Eric is talking about, That's fucking Lysenkoism. Is like, he kept identifying his scientific stance by saying he was a Republican. Like, I believe in this because I'm Republican. I would never say I'm not a Republican, therefore I believe in this. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Evidence is important. And the dude didn't have any evidence. He had emotions, screaming, fucking hormonal outbursts, and then talking about how great of a MAGA Republican he is, and that's why he believes these things. It's just another one of those things, man. Every accusation is a fucking concession to them, and it drives me up a fucking wall. It sucks so bad.
Spell this word that you're saying, Senkoist. How do you spell it?
Lysenko. Lysenko, I believe. Ism. ISM.
There might be a K in there. I think there's a K.
Yeah, I got there.
Yeah.
Was there a K in there?
I said K. Lysenko. I think. I don't know. I'm probably spelling it wrong anyway. But yeah, Lysenko was when the quick history here is that during the rise of the Soviet Union, there was this dude named Lysenko who was like the biologist that Stalin wanted. He was the chief biology officer of the region, and they believed in social Darwinism and whatnot like that, which means actual modern Darwinism that was moving forward was rejected. And so they wanted this, state-approved science, and Lysenko had other biologists fucking, thrown in a gulag or executed or whatever if they were teaching like real modern biology, so that he could push his sort of weird neo-Lamarckian beliefs that if they just expose wheat to enough cold, it will grow more cold tolerant, and then they can feed the entire country with this special snow wheat and shit like that. And his science fell apart, so their agriculture fell apart, so their economy fell apart, and the rest is literally history. But that's the whole thing, is Lysenkoism is now this kind of term for government-approved science as opposed to real science. And that is what, it's become a popular phrase among transphobes especially. And it is exactly what we see with people like Eric, who identify their political party as a scientific position. It's just fucking lazy.
Like,
dude.
I honestly, it's really incredible how much asking someone to use your pronouns and then saying that you couldn't say the R slur just lit a firecracker in the brains of like so many people over 40. Well, let's say over 50.
Yep.
Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that. It's incredible. The gall, the fucking audacity, the brass balls on someone to use Lysenkoism to refer to trans-affirming biologists when you've got RFK in the White House is unbelievable. Like, you cannot fathom it. You actually cannot fathom it. It's beyond parody, beyond satire. This is such a joke of a time period to have to live in, and it will be made fun of for centuries to come, assuming we make it.
If we survive in one generation, RFKism will replace the word Lysenkoism, because that's the new guy. He's our Lysenko.
We got $5 from the Raven 200. This isn't a pun. How wonderful, the Raven 200. I just want to ask the host what their favorite prehistoric era is. Mine is the late Permian period. Gorgonopsids were pretty cool. Gorgonopsids do rock, but I'm obviously biased. I'm going to pick the time period that has the Miocene epoch in it, which is going to be the Neogene period.
I also fucking love the Permian. It's because it's just weird. It was insanity. Absolute insanity. I love it a lot, but I'm all about that Cenozoic, y'all. Age of grass. Everybody loves grass.
Milk. $10 from Dusty3189. Hey, Erika, just noticed your gorillas posted that. How did you just notice it? It's been here for eons. In the background, what'd you think of the new album? I love it. I actually think The Mountain slaps, and I was not. It's funny. It really grew on me when I first listened to it. I was like, okay, that's pretty good. But now I'm all about it. It's a wonderful concept album. You can really feel the heart and soul that Damon has put into it. I'm a basic bitch. Moon Cave and Sad God are both my favorites. What else do I like? I really appreciate the inspiration. The Indian influence is evident and wonderful. Really cool stuff. Great album.
Oh, the Raven 200 didn't include a pun, but I had one that I wanted to share as well.
No. Raven 200, he does not represent you.
Send your super chat if you want me to represent you. $5 from what comes out of an acetabulum, poopatabulum.
Jamnico6, you're very, very lucky that we've not met in person yet. I'm about to pop the femoral head out of your acetabulum and cram it down your neck. $25 from Becker's29 at Forrest. God, that shit is so gross. I've had PT for years for neck probs. A new physical therapist gave me an ulnar nerve flossing exercise, which was life-changing. If you can understand why that works, can you explain briefly or share a resource? What is ulnar nerve flossing?
So I don't know how to do an ulnar nerve flossing, but I know how to do like sciatic nerve flossing. And so what happened? So you've got, your these nerves that are they're wrapped in their own, fashion and everything, but they lit between muscles and whatnot, right? And so what you can do, like with and everybody can do this, and I'm going to do it in this direction, so I'm not plopping out my cakes at you, y'all. But what you can do is with your sciatic nerve, it goes down underneath your glutes, and it's got, I think, goes behind piriformis, if I remember correctly. And it gets, and unless you have like a perforation or whatever like that, it goes in between these muscles, and sometimes, just like if you're like pressed up against something for a long time and it's moist, you get sticky. You know what I mean? It gets stuck on there. And so people who can't touch their toes, even though they do a lot of flexibility exercise and all these things, what the idea is that you're just literally kind of sticky there. And so what you can do is just bend over, and if you need to hold on to a thing, you can, and literally raise one knee and straighten the other one and like tilt your hips, and then just kind of rock that back and forth. And what you're doing is you're like kind of flossing that nerve through here and just loosening it up a little bit. And then suddenly it becomes a lot easier to touch toes. You become more flexible. It works. I've just did it, and it literally in front of you. I wasn't able to reach down to the floor, and now I am. And so like, it's just a kind of a mobility thing. I don't know if there's any validity to the mechanism that I just described. That's the way it was taught to me. But I know that it fucking works for whatever reason.
So do you touch your toes, or are you trying to like not touch?
Like, can you bend down, keeping your knees more or less straight, and touch your toes at this moment? Do you have that flexibility? Okay. Well then, let's see if it does anything else for you. Just give it a try and see if you're more flexible.
Okay. Wait. What am I? So I'm going like that.
No. Just, yeah. So what you're doing? Raise, like, keep one leg straight. Bend the other knee and like raise one side of your hip up. So like drop one side.
Is the
like
side
you're failing
the same side as the one I'm bending? Or
I'm bending this knee and raising this hip. Yeah. It's like a if you're trying to fail a 10 Trellenberg test. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
And then just bop that around. Give a little shimmy shake here. Yeah. Wiggle your hips back and forth. And the idea is to floss your sciatic nerve up and down in between your piriformis and gluteal muscles, and then see if you're a little bit more flexible.
But I think I feel better.
Yeah. It just loosens some shit up. And so with an ulnar nerve flossing, is you're doing the same thing. You're doing on the ulnar nerve here, and you're just somehow or another, I don't know what the mechanism would be, kind of flossing that through and loosening some things up and maybe getting rid of some neuropathy. I don't know. That's the whole vibe. And again, I don't know if that's accurate. It's just the way it was taught to me by a physical therapist at one point or another, and all I know is that it works.
It makes sense to me.
Forrest is really out here just casually explaining how he dissects the boy. Dude, I've dissected so many boys, you wouldn't believe.
We got $5 from Squirrel Knitter. I watched an exam of brain anatomy as a part of my review of a school for work.
Hey.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Did they do the thunk?
Thunk.
Yeah, like a thunk. That's the sound that the little big butter knife is making when it thunks down and breaks the brain.
You cut through the corpus callosum, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've always wanted to assist on an autopsy. Is there any way for a layperson like me to sit in on one? Unfortunately, yes, but not ethically.
Anybody can sit in on an autopsy.
Right. Yeah, so if you are, this is the way it works where I'm at. Like, I studied at the Oklahoma State University Center for Health Sciences, and this is the way it works there, is if you are in an academic program and you have legitimate academic interest in human anatomy, that isn't to the level where you would take a gross anatomy class or whatever, you're just wanting to, then they have options for you to sign up for a tour and to see some cadavers and things like that. Like, those things do happen. And I don't know if that's universal or whatever. I think there's some, I know that there are like anatomical boards that have strict regulations on shit like this. So just like call your local medical school or whatever and talk to them about it and ask what the protocol is and what you would have to do it. They will probably tell you. However, there are, I don't know where, I don't engage in this and I don't encourage this. There are people out there that do like kind of like sell tickets to come watch a cadaver dissection, and people, I like the benefit of it insofar as like people get exposed to that, and that's good. I think more people should be exposed to that.
Is that legal?
The problem is the ethics and the maybe legality of it. I remember reading about it briefly in Mary Roach's book Stiff. She talked about that shit where like you could literally like buy a fucking like a club, cool. Like a nightclub. You go in and watch somebody get cut up. So like I don't know what that's still around today. I certainly don't think it's very ethical. But I do appreciate people being exposed to that kind of imagery because I think it actually is healthy for our brains to like see what meatbags we are. So if you want to do it the right way, for a lot of reasons, just don't do that shit. Go to your local, university that has an anatomy program, or a medical school, whatever, and just ask what the regulations are, what kind of thing you have to be involved in order to come see some stuff. At CHS, I know the last time I asked, I had a friend, I think it was one of the hosts here, who was talking about just how they would fucking love nothing more than to just be able to like hold a brain in their hands, and that would just mean so much to them. And I texted somebody up there and they're like, we can usually demo a few organs, but actually getting in there to see a body is a total different thing. So like if you want to come in and just hold a brain, sign some paperwork, we could probably pull that off. But seeing a body is a whole other level of whatever. So who knows? And yes, that's why is it called an operating theater? Yeah, because that was the whole thing, is that people were there to observe, but they were students,
Okay, this is what I'm saying. $5 from Joshua Everett. First thing, the technology required to get a weaving pattern of the shroud as it exists was invented in the 13th century Southern Europe with Eurolena. Yeah, but that's why they think it's magic that did that made the image. That's what I learned today. Another thing I learned.
What did Gohan say when he first saw the Shroud of Turin? Holy shit. I don't understand, because they're
gonna be able to recreate a new Shroud of Turin with all the blood that I let from you.
I don't, but yeah, but it's a sheet and it's holy. So like that that would make sense. That's what I don't understand the joke. Is that?
Well, no, you get it. $5 from. Oh wait, this is you. Wait, yeah, you gotta sing it, dude.
Oh, I get to okay. The image of a man. What man? The man with the power. What power? The power of woo-woo. Hoodoo. You do what? Image of the man. Yeah, dude.
Was that actually the song?
I'm imagining.
Okay, yeah.
No, I think it's the power of voodoo from Labyrinth.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. $10 from Hassenhofen. Have you seen the old short film, They're Made Out of Meat? Yes. It was so great. Two aliens discussing humans. It's a great short story prior to being a short film, but it is very good.
I didn't know that was an actual thing. I've just heard that referenced sometimes, and like I've discussed
It's about how organic life, like us, is actually uncommon in the universe. Most shit is like energy based, like, and detached from physical bodies.
Got it.
So they're like, should we contact them? But they're made of meat. Well, how do they
talk
speak?
with meat? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard it. I just didn't know it was a whole thing. I just looked it up. I'm gonna watch that shit later.
It's a good short story too.
Forrest, you're an idiot. Erika, you're super smart. Not as smart as me, of course, but pretty smart.
That sums it up.
I think that was the call. That's about it. Yeah. Wild ride.
I did pretty well for a Foyd. £5 for Iana Spee, 2657. I was running by the local penitentiary and I saw a prison break. I already know where this is going. A 4-foot-tall prisoner was climbing down the outside wall. He was a little con descending. Iana Spee fell off a wall. What is it? Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Iana Spee had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put you back together again because I hid all the pieces in unmarked graves.
Wasn't there the extension of that like a short convict who is also a fortune teller escapes, and it's a small medium at large?
Yeah, I've heard
about?
it. I'm pretty sure I heard it from you. I'm pretty sure I heard that same joke from you, Forrest, years ago. You're lucky you survived to tell the tale.
Jesus, Fort Gohan, and the horse he rode in on. It's weird with that was particular. It's having such a long history of like angry. I'm pretty sure he was banned at one time. And then having such a polite conversation afterwards.
Eric Dondero, lightning rod theory. $5 from Squirrel Knitter. Forrest, after you machine gunned your way through your presentation on Saturday, can you do Eminem's Rap God? That's actually a great question.
I don't know. I felt like I was talking at a slightly elevated speed, but some people seem to be genuinely blown away by like that I was rambling so quickly. And I didn't think it was that fast.
No,
I could have gone faster.
The breathing really sold it. A couple times you gulped air.
That was part of the bit. I wanted to make it like extra.
That's how that came across for sure.
It was really fun. That one thing that I did learn at the thing. Did you know that New York and Minnesota are actually like they're opposites in the country? They have like a major difference because New York is where the Big Apple is and Minnesota is where the Mini Apple is.
First, we do shows together. Like, I see you in person. Yeah. And I have a tire iron in my car. And I can swing it really fast.
I bet you can.
And you're taller than me, but Forrest and I have compared wingspans. And despite the fact that he's got like a foot on me, my arms are like as long as his. So I know that I could hook this thing up and just uppercut with this tire iron. Again, molars on the floor, picking them up, blood in the mouth. $10 from Calibrating entropy. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. 4212. Redating the young Earth creationist info I was inundated with as a kid mentioned that dating is wrong if the materials are immersed in water issue. Can't find source now. Is this a real thing or has it been debunked? You can reintroduce some elements to systems depending on what they are. Carbon is kind of notorious for like percolating groundwater, reintroducing it into the system. But like if you're like potassium argon dating something or like argon dating it, it can be in water. It's fine. I don't know where they get this from. This is probably because they think the whole world was in a flood, so this is how they can be like, and none of it worked. And that's why the dates are what they are. Hello. Okay, nice.
$9.99, hour and a half with Gohan in 2026. I just joined. Hopefully not an hour on the Rag of Turin. It's from 300 AD. Got bad news for you. This feels like the rag has been pulled to its last thread. Anyway, you guys rock. Hell yeah.
It's like a little.
We were all on the rag today. The Rag of Turin.
Yes, we were. Mostly Eric though. $6.66 from Regato. Why? Oh my god. There are so many bad science jokes going around because all the good ones are gone. All the good ones are gone. You get it? Because there's no good ones left. Yeah, you demonstrated that.
But that wouldn't make sense because he said a noble gas. He didn't say that they're missing. I don't understand. Could you explain it to me?
I'm not going to explain it to you, Forrest. Read now. You validate me and read this next super chat.
I would totally watch Cryptid Storytime with Erika. Make it a podcast, bro. People would watch it.
I want nothing more. Actually, I pay attention to cryptid YouTube, or at least portions of cryptid YouTube. I've probably seen every video Bob Gimlin's made. I love watching that guy's little animated videos. I don't believe in Bigfoot, but I still love watching them. I think they're interesting. They're fun.
Great. It's one of the many podcasts that I actively endorse. There's a couple of things that I really would want to see or make as a podcast, and they're few and far between. And you getting stoked to death about cryptids, take an hour of your time a week and slap it up on fucking Anchor FM so it broadcasts across Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Pocket blah all the just do it.
It's me, a non-believer, and just a fan base of truckers who all believe, and we're all best.
And they saw the chupacabra, yeah.
And we like break
hear their stories
and each other's beers. That'd be so fun. Actually, you wouldn't believe this, but my favorite cryptid actually is not a hominid. It's not. It's my favorite cryptid is the Fresno Nightcrawler because it's a pair of pants. It's a pair of pants, Forrest. It's a pair of pants that's being walked across a lawn filmed with a VHS
Oh
camera
fuck,
on a line.
that's awesome.
It's awesome. It is the best. It is the best cryptid. The Fresno Nightcrawler is the most underrated of the cryptids as well.
I've never heard it. I love him.
Yeah, he's great. They're great, I should say, because there's more than one. And also, I don't know. I wouldn't care to assume what they identify
great.
as. They're so epic.
That's true.
$5 from Miranda Rensberger. Again, 6919. What do you call? Oh, great. What do you call a box of sodium chloride with a knife sitting on top of it? A salt with a deadly weapon. A salt with a, but it's not a salt. It's many salts, many grains of salt. So this isn't even grammatically correct. I will crush you. I will palm the top of your skull and dig my thumb and my what would you call this? My middle finger directly into the point where your three cranial bones meet, the weakest part of your skull, and crush into it like an egg, like a hard-boiled, petrified egg.
What's the difference between Donald Trump and the toys from Toy Story?
I don't know. What's the difference?
The toys from Toy Story went limp when a child entered the room.
Oh my god.
$20 from the plastic mouse. I can't be an expert in everything. It sounds like a good challenge to me. That's what I'm saying. School forever, dude. School forever. Just keep going.
Forrest is doing the forever school thing. Hey, I don't know. Like, are you gonna do a second doctorate when you're done?
I wanted to go back and do another bachelor's. I wanted to go back and do a bachelor's in sociology or some shit. You know what I mean? But I'm probably not going to. I'm tired. I got way too much to do.
I'm ready to be done with forever school. I love school,
Yeah.
but I can learn some of the shit on my own. It's too much structure for this point in my life. $9 from Daniel Aaron, 5217. A creationist couple crapped their pants while using a crowbar. They now know they're primates and it runs in the genes. Oh, Daniel, this is so roundabout. This is the kind that this is the kind that I hate, where it's a situation that would never happen just to make the pun make sense, but it does have primates in it, so it makes it less bad.
$10. Forrest, I saw you at the the St. Louis Ethical Society the other day. Presentation was great, and your 30-minute pre-show ad lib due to technical difficulties was next level. By the way, fuck ice. Yeah, so we this was nobody's fault. It was at the Ethical Society of St. Louis, and I did two shows. One day, and then one the other day. And the first show was Life Lesson from the Lab, my most popular speech that we've been doing, and we set everything up, and I plugged it. The building is an old church. And so they've got an old AV system that's set up in there, and they've got this dude who's fucking making it work. And we set everything up, we tested everything out, it worked, it was great, and then we had the audience come in, and then it just shit the bed.
Yeah.
And it would not play music for some reason.
That's
and
a classic.
They were trying everything they could to get it to work, and we're just sitting there for 30 minutes, and it's just kind of awkward. And so I just started rambling about what biology is all about and why it's so cool, and then I started taking an audience question, and I just vamped about why biology is great, and then one person asked me what a clade was, and I talked about that for 10 minutes. We covered like 30 minutes.
They teed you up.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. $9.99 by Outwitted by a Fish. Orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos, and humans are all great apes. Only gibbons are considered the lesser apes. Yeah, this is true in a prime. What did the gibbons do to be regulated to the hominoidea here, kitty table? They're little. Lesser doesn't mean worse, it means little, and great doesn't mean better, it means big, and so they got relegated to the kitty table by virtue of being small, little, huggable, cute guys, and it is my dream. This is something that will probably never come to pass, but I would love to find evidence for a large-bodied hominoid, a large-bodied hylobatid. Can you imagine? Chimp-sized gibbon? Are you kidding? Oh, God.
How big are sea mangs? Are they not, like, right up in there? No?
They're not.
Smaller?
They're still pretty small, yeah. And they're mostly puffy, so like they've got really long linear dimensions, but they're very lightweight, and it's because it's by virtue of their brachiation. Like you couldn't have a gibbon that was the size of a chimp that brachiated like they do. It's just too dangerous. And
y'all are finna stay up all night doing debates. Orders from the great Doug. You don't know what we're doing. You're not the Lorax.
They did get us on this one, though. They got us on this one. $10 from German Viking. Erika, which non-human hominid or hominin would make the most memes if they could? Hominid, I think Oreopithecus is probably a clown. Oreopithecus is definitely making jokes, probably because of the name and wanting to get back about that name. I think Ardipithecus is also pretty funny, and I would bet Hominoleti is funny as well. And I bet all three of them would meme together. None are known for being particularly intelligent, which is what makes them extra funny.
That's true. I'm dumb as all fuck, and my puns are amazing.
This is an excellent case in point.
She disagreed. My puns are good. $5 from Green Garbador. $5. Simisear is the best primate Pokemon, and you can't change my mind. It also has the greatest full art card.
Too bad all of the little trimates of the elemental trimates of Gen 5 are like stat-wise in the toilet. Absolutely in the toilet. Sucks. $5 from Bobby Keniston. Oh, Bobby. I was so happy and surprised to see Gorillas on SNL last weekend. I know, I saw that too. Their performances of Clint Eastwood and the Mooncave were amazing. Yes, and I really liked that they did Clint Eastwood, one of their first big hits, and then topped it off with the Mooncave, which is getting a lot of glaze right now. It was really good. Great.
$20 from Gregorov. It was so great to meet you both this past weekend in Tulsa. Sorry about having you sign my book. The Good Drug is very cute, though, and fittingly disappointed. Love both your content and keep debunking pseudosci.
We mentioned you earlier, Greg.
We did.
We talked about that in particular. I mentioned how lucky you were to make it out alive.
One that should be in that book. Why are there Pop-Tarts but not Mom-Tarts?
Because dads stick their hands in toasters?
Because of the patriarchy.
The patriarchy. Oh my God. Forrest, why are you doing Why? God, the fuck, oh my God. Someone needs to take that from you and beat you to death with it. I swear to God. You will die to the sounds of diarrhea sound clips if it is the last thing that I do. $5 from space.
That wasn't even a diarrhea sound. that was how radical that pun was. Yeah.
Oh, no. God bless us, everyone. Not all of us. Not all of us.
I wonder if I can do them both at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, that's for when you're successful. You make it out alive. You're fighting for your life in there, and then you're like, at last, the poison is out.
Oh my God. Hello for it. I also have this one that I've been wanting to use. I'm wanting to use that for something. That's the old Windows ta-da sound, you know?
Yeah. No, but I feel like I've heard you use it before. Is it new?
I don't know. I think it's new, but I don't know. Maybe I've used it. I'm very excited about using these things. I want to put it in a video real bad.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of Let's Game It Out, and he uses it all the time to great effect, and it's great.
Yeah.
$4.99. Hello, Forrest and Erika. I've been binging your other podcast this weekend, and I'm excited to see y'all are live now. Have a great night. You have a great night.
Hold on now, Stefan. We're YouTubers. We're not podcasters. Don't put that evil on us. $5 from Steve Areno official. I've been on the edge of my seat, waiting for book 2 of the Truth Chronicles for 3 years. You have maybe 10 more years before I get to give up. I'm so delighted that to hear that you in particular are at the edge of your seat for that. I know you're wondering how the kids are going to get out of their next little caper, but all 3 of them are annotated too. That's the worst part. I just need to get around to doing it.
Right? Now there's an oxymoron. Groucho Marx probably. Fucking love Groucho Marx, dude.
That's
love
Groucho Marx probably would say that. $10 from Healthier Heather Lewis. My bad. Where's atheism now from your perspective? I think Hitchens is a legend. Harrison Dennett are awesome even now. Dennett's gone, of course, but his work remains. Dawkins is a weirdo sometimes. I think at this point, atheism is fairly tied into politics by necessity, and I don't think that's a bad thing. That being said, and I've talked to a lot of people about this, we are in sort of a big tent situation right now, and I think it needs to stay that way. And yes, Dawkins can be a weirdo sometimes.
I had to double check
because I met somebody named Heather.
Would I say Heather? Did I say Heather and it's Heather? Oh my God, I'm tired. Heather, my bad. Yes, I have met people named Heather. I'm probably getting absolutely roasted in chat for that. I'm not even gonna look. I can't.
While you were saying that, I was double checking because I love Groucho Marx. I used to watch him all the time. You Bet Your Life was an amazing show, but I had to double check on which of his movies was, because I get Duck Soup and Horse Feathers confused all the fucking time. Duck Soup, fucking amazing movie, and everybody should watch it. It's great. One of my favorite ones of all time.
Forrest hasn't seen Titanic.
I also have not seen Titanic, but I have seen Duck Soup, and it's awesome. I'm gonna put it
necessary. You need to be bullied more for not consuming enough media. You don't consume enough, Forrest.
You need to calm down. I don't
It's
think
because
that
I'm a woman, isn't it?
there's a full
getting
version on
hysterical.
YouTube. But somebody go find Duck Soup. If you find a fucking free full movie of Duck Soup that isn't a virus, watch it. I'm learning, and also Laugh-In from the I think it's from the 60s or 70s, that whole TV show, Laugh-In. Go watch Laugh-In. It's great. One-Eyed Atheist, $10. I'm learning how much racism and sexism polluted and stalled the progress of legitimate science. It's so embarrassing how many of these ideas persist in our culture. Keep up the good work. Hell yes.
One-Eyed Atheist, you might really like, you should watch SkepChicks, the SkepChicks most recent video on like the Epstein files and stuff like that. She outlines a lot of how pervasive it got even during like the early 2010s. Interesting stuff. $5 from the Raven 200. Eric had a girlfriend who left him for a black man, didn't he? These kinds of things, it's hard to stray from the stereotypes when they line themselves right up for you, isn't it?
Fucking the Monkey typewriter. We said I haven't seen Titanic. It just put the boat sinks at the end. Hell yeah.
Spoilers. Don't ruin it. He was gonna watch it eventually.
I'm looking for now if I can find a box set of Rowan and Martin's Laughing, because I used to have a shitload of them, and now I've only got I think like 2 DVDs, and I made Amber watch them like 30 times when we first got together.
I bet Amber is very appreciative about that. I bet she loves that.
I bet I know it improved her life.
Okay. You know, there's
that and the fucking Colgate Comedy Hour with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Did you ever watch that shit?
I'm starting to realize that you have consumed a lot of media. It's just all out of time.
That's dude. Fucking, I used to still to this day the strawberry milkshake sketch from fucking. Can I find that online? I'm gonna share a part of my childhood with everybody. Fucking.
It's gonna be great.
Jerry.
In the interim, while he's looking that up, $5 from Melissa Nguyen. Any thoughts on why the right doesn't understand analogies? All they can say is something like gametes, blood types, and can't explain how it doesn't work. Because they're mostly reading from a script, would be my guess. And private schools sometimes skip over critical thinking. We have $5.
I have it. I have this. The sketch is called Soda Jerk, and it's in the chat now. To this day, no, I can't tell you the amount of times that I'm like, strawberry milkshake for the man, and nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Least surprising. Actually, I was gonna say least surprising thing I've heard all night, but this is actually like an interesting development to my understanding of your lore, right? Like the sort of, everybody's got like their lore, like kind of why are you the way that you are. This makes a lot of sense to me.
Did you ever watch Victor Borga?
No. First, I was born in 1996. I was
born in 1992. I'm not.
I am but a small baby.
I'm not. So I'm going to put that in the chat as well. This is the best of Victor Borga. It's only about 90 minutes long, and everybody should go watch this because it is.
Lux. Have you watched the media that Forrest is outlining here?
I don't
Victor
think
Borga,
so.
he's classic.
Okay, I'm just making
classic.
sure. I'm just making sure it's not me.
He was amazing. God, he was great.
I
still do a lot of Victor Borga bits in my usual day-to-day shit. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, if you meet a person who is like, works in the stage, what do you do? I call the lights. Oh, what happens if the lights don't come when you call them? You know what I mean? That's fucking hilarious. Like, it's great. Shit.
Are you a big,
everyone go watch that.
Frankenstein kind of guy? Like, you like Young Frankenstein?
Young Frankenstein is legitimately one of my favorite movies of all time.
This is like, I hope people realize how I'm piecing this together. I'm building a new understanding of Force. It makes a lot of sense.
So good.
I like Young Frankenstein. I don't deny that Young Frankenstein is great, but I'm just saying, like, I'm understanding.
It's amazing. Why are white supremacists always the least supreme of the whites? That's what I'm talking about.
They're not sending their best. They are not.
They're not.
The top brass has not shown up to defend the fatherland here. $10 from Sketch and Build X. I am white as they come, but my Y DNA is sub-Saharan African haplogroup. My 6th great-grandfather was the freed African slave circa 1790. Unfortunately, unsurprising.
Yeah. $5. The difference between hippo and a Zippo, that's easy. A hippo is really heavy, and a Zippo is a little lighter.
Oh, I get it, because it's a little... Yeah, I get it. Yep. Play the new one. That was your perfect... Yeah, there you go. Okay, we've got 3...
I did the radical and the fart together.
From M. Rekipnen. Okay. I'm obsessed with the cloacal respiration lately. Do you know other animals do that? I knew turtles did. Some testudines, but I don't know of anything other than turtles that do that. But I think
turtle's the only one that I know about. But it is possible, like rectal respiration is possible for a lot of different things. Oh, yeah, Australian turtles are got to say, yeah. There was a study back in with peak COVID when people were talking about putting people on respirators was kind of a problem. And yep, there was a whole study about like what media was the best to dissolve oxygen into to cycle it through somebody's rectum so they could absorb, and great results. Like, fuck, dude. I remember it working pretty well, but they tried it on a few different models, and they had they tried it on humans. It was great.
The world of medicine via the booty has gotten more intense as of late. Fecal transplants have gotten big, and there's like a big benefit for fecal transplants. So,
what's the difference between anal sex and flowers?
I don't know. What is the difference between anal sex and flowers?
Flowers will make your day, but anal sex makes your whole week.
Boo. And I've heard that one before. I don't know where I heard it, but I've definitely heard that somewhere. It was probably in a fucking Reddit thread or some shit. God damn it. I'm so glad this show is over. I'm so glad. I'm at the end of my rope here. I'm irritable. I'm mad. I'm hungry. I'm sleepy. I'm stinky. I've been sitting in this room sweating this entire time, getting angrier and angrier. And fucking so I'm ready to go.
This sweaty little box of science.
This is my sweaty science box. And like my dogs are normal, and my dogs are not in here anymore. But when they were in here, the place just reeked of hot dog breath, their corn chip feet, and my own smells of my body and breath. Like it's just gross in here. Gross. Yeah. I'm ready to get out. I'm ready to be free.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
I'm ready to hit the nun night. I'm ready to get in my. Ooh, I'm about to get so cozy. I'm gonna have a snack. I'm gonna eat some trefoils. My favorite are the Girl Scout cookies, the little sweet sugary shortbreads. I love them. Anyways,
you should have told me. I didn't know you liked them. There's some Girl Scouts here in town, and I bought like fucking $400 worth of Girl Scout cookies. I'm giving away. I could have brought some to the event.
You did not. Did you buy trefoils?
I don't know. I just bought whatever they had on the table. I bought like $5 of everything.
Did you buy the blue box?
Yes. Those are the shortbread ones, right?
Yes, they're the shortbread ones.
Yeah, I bought like 4 or 5 boxes of those. Yeah.
Can you send them to me? Can I have them?
Yeah, dude.
I ran out yesterday. I don't have any more, and I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait till next year.
Brother, next time you fucking visit Tulsa, I'll make sure to have some on hand.
You guys will be in our neck of the woods.
I was thinking about passing through. Yeah, it's at some point or another. I'll see if I have any left. I'll bring them to you.
Save them. First, save them. Don't eat them. Save them for me. I'll buy them.
Yeah, I'll give you some old fucking cookies. Yeah.
God, I love a trefoil. And I don't really like any of the other ones. You know what I hate is I hate a Thin Mint. I don't like any kind of marriage of mint and chocolate. I think that's an egregious sin. I hate it.
What?
I hate it so much.
Bizarre. That's strange.
Mint and chocolate is a god-awful combination.
More Thin Mints for me. Nom, nom, nom.
What about chocolate oranges? How do you feel about chocolate and orange together?
It's okay. I could kind of take it or leave it. Like a dark chocolate with like an orange peel inside that. Yeah, like it's fine.
I think that's objectively weird, but at the end of the day, I think that anything cookies and cream is fucking disgusting because you have wet bread in your food on purpose. It's fuck you. It's so gross.
Well, but it's like
basically pre-chewed.
If you do it right, though, it's sort of got like a crunch to it. Like ideally, it's like a crumble, you know. But you're thinking of like like the moist kind of like cardboard kind of texture, like a wet cardboard texture. I know the kind you're talking.
Yeah, it's just gross. It's just a gross concept entirely.
I can see that perspective. I think it's wrong, but I can see it.
Yeah, very weird, very weird.
Hey, share
this
your
was a show.
Controversial food take in the comments, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody. Wish we had more evolution calls, but it is what it is. You know, here we are. Erika, any words of wisdom to send us away with?
None.
All right. Thanks so much to Erika for hosting. It's always great working with you. Thank you to Lux for producing. Thank you to Stephanie for call screening. Thank you to our mods in chat for keeping things simple and safe. Thank you to the people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you to our callers, even the ones that suck. Have an awesome rest of your day. Fuck ICE. Never stop learning. And fuck white supremacy. Bye!